gift today. He takes the glory. Once again delivers stage success for Tadej Pogacar.
Merlier pakt zijn eerste van de Tour.
Tim Merlier encore, Tim Merlier toujours, Tim Merlier pour la deuxième.
Well, hello and welcome to stage 10 of the Tour de France 2026, Aurillac to Le Lioran. And I hope you've rested well. And we hope as well that the peloton has rested well, because we have a fascinating day lined up for us today. 7 climbs in total, and the last time that we were in Le Lioran, Jonas Vingegaard won, of course, in a thrilling sprint to the line up against Tadej Pogacar. Before we go any further though, let's take a look back at what happened on stage 9. Closing phases, Mathieu van der Poel, Tobias Johannesson, Alex Boudin and Tom Pidcock were in a breakaway. The quartet held together into the finale. Johannesson driving, Boudin steady, Pidcock sharp, although with bike troubles. Van der Poel, though, the favourite, watching every move.
Van der Poel of Johannesson, één van deze twee. Van der Poel of toch Tobias Johannesson. Mathieu van der Poel voor zijn eerste deze Tour. Mathieu van der Poel. Het is Mathieu van der Poel. Hij doet het in de Tour. Alweer hij.
Mathieu van der Poel unleashing his trademark power in the dying meters to pick up his 3rd Tour stage win.
I think everybody knows how difficult it is for me to win a stage in a Tour. It's only my 3rd one, so yeah, I'm just super happy. I think maybe one of the hardest stages ever I win in my career, with all the climbing, and yeah, I'm just super happy to finish it off.
A really good win then for Mathieu van der Poel. Tadej Pogacar, he remains in that yellow jersey. Another day in yellow for him today on stage 10. And no changes on the sprint stage really, apart from one, Egan Bernal managing to elevate himself into the top 10. So we are joined by a new former pro on the tour this week, Romain Bardet, well famed from these parts, of course, and he's been down at the start line with Anders Milke to take a look back at what's happened in those opening 9 stages.
Welcome to the start of the 2nd week of this year's Tour de France. The sun is still shining, but we have a new guest on site, our expert on the motorbike, the last French guy to be on the podium in Paris, Romain Bardet. Bienvenue.
Merci. Welcome, thanks. I'm very happy to be with you guys. Yeah, I feel a bit like home, to be fair. It was pretty nice to get to you, and here we are, 2nd week of the Tour, and plenty of fun and action coming up.
It's great to have you here, Romain. Tell us about the answers. You got your analysis of the 1st week of this Tour?
As expected, I would say the level is incredibly high on this Tour de France. We only got 5 stars rider winner, only favorite, and not so much chances for the breakaway. Already we also saw that Tadej Pogacar put his mark on the race, and now it's up to the rider following, you know, to fight for the podium spot, but he already took a mental advantage on that side.
Let's have a look back. Last time we had a finish in Le Lioran, where we're finishing today. 2 years ago, a battle between Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar.
Well, according to Christian Prudhomme, the boss of the Tour, this was the most beautiful stage in 2024. A beautiful duel.
It means a lot, and all the things I went through.
It was a really tough day, but I enjoyed it.
That day, Tadej Pogacar accelerated, still with 30 Ks to go to the finish.
I felt good on Puy-Marie. I tried to go there with the attack, but
Vingegaard didn't give up, and he came back on the Col de Pertus.
Make it back, but I just kept fighting, and yeah, I made it back.
After the chase, the hand-to-hand combat was magnificent. An epic sprint to Le Lioran.
he was really strong today, and good day for him and good day for me also.
After his crash a few months earlier in the Basque Country, Vingegaard was overwhelmed with emotion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here, and yeah, it means so much to win a stage.
This Tuesday, 14 Juillet, on the same roads, the show promises to once again be spectacular. So teams being introduced down at the start. Uno X, so close to picking up a stage win. Tobias Janssen in the end finishing in second place. Tom Pidcock third.
Et deuxième de Milan-San Remo, mais bien sûr l'Alpe d'Huez 2022 qu'il avait remporté avec classe.
Let's take a look ahead then to what lies ahead today. So it is a day in the Massif Central, and it is Aurillac that we start from, heading to Le Lioran. Heading out, it's immediately undulating through to the intermediate sprint that comes 25.5 kilometers into the stage at La Capelle del Fraise. Then we have the Côte de Paillerol, the Col de la Griffoule, and the Col de Prat de Bouc. Third, second and third category climbs respectively. Then it's the Côte de Murat, the Puy-Marie, P de Pérol, the Col de Pertus, and then the Col de Font de Serre. That comes just before the finish. Our finish line at 166.6 kilometers in total. 3,800 meters of climbing today. So, a lot of a challenge. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how Decathlon's main man, Paul Sexes, does, because he's now going into uncharted territory, into a 10th stage of a big race. So young, just 19 years of age. Let's head back down to the start, though, and hear some more from Romain.
What a great way to start the second week of the Tour de France. Remember, there's such an aggressive ride. I love your racing style. So I want to ask you, what are you expecting today? Which kind of riders will be allowed to be in the break in such a hard day from Aurillac to Le Lioran?
Yeah, really hard day today. Also the first after rest day. We know how hard has been the first week with the heat, and many riders will be a bit, you know, questioning a bit their shape, because they might have lost a bit the rhythm. For sure, you have to climb very well today, because in the last 75k there is no pause. That will be on with climbing, descending, small roads. But I think it's pretty short stage, and the break can also have a chance depending on the strategic of UAE, because they showed over the last week that they can control any scenario in any terrain this year.
Anders, you think it's going to happen today as well? We were a little bit surprised 2 days ago before the rest day, the way they controlled the race. They didn't allow the break to open the gap, really. What are we expecting from them today? Pogacar wants to win the stage?
I think he would like to win here. I think he would like to get a revenge from 2 years ago where Jonas Vingegaard beat him on this stage. But I also think that UAE would like to set up Isaac Del Toro. These climbs today, it's not the Pyrenees, it's not the Alps. I think they suit Isaac Del Toro really well. And maybe they could do the famous tandem again. Del Toro, Pogacar, double UAE win. They have the strength, and I'm excited to see what they're planning.
Let's wait and see. Stage 10 of the Tour de France is about to start.
Well, yes, it is. And the crowds been amassing down here in Aurillac ahead of the start. Team Visma Lisa Bike. They had that wonderful win a couple of years ago with Jonas Vingegaard coming back. He felt he was in better form coming into this tour. No injury, like he'd sustained that year in the Basque Country. Let's hear from Mark Reif.
Mark Reif, the team and Jonas Vingegaard have got very, very beautiful memories from this stage 2 years ago, taking that magnificent victory. How do the team feel and how does Jonas feel ahead of today, returning to Le Lorient?
Yeah, we went already good into the rest day, I can say. Especially on Sunday, the riders came still quite fresh into the bus, although it was a hard day. With that motivation, on that morale, we also went into the rest day. We had an easy day yesterday. Could recover a bit. Feeling is good. Motivation is big because we have still the big goal to try to win the Tour de France. That's something where we will fight for, and that is today the first day to try to do something in that.
How do you manage this second week then? Is it about defending and not losing time to other rivals and not losing any more time to Tadej Pogačar, or is it an opportunity to now go on the offence?
I think that you have to see every day as an opportunity. But of course you also need to be realistic at certain moments. But of course we go into the stages, of course, with the idea to try to do something to try to win back time.
Can you see any way or a weakness that Tadej Pogačar has where you can try and take advantage of that?
I think that so far he didn't show too many weaknesses. He was quite strong on many occasions, but that's something what we've also seen in the past, that there can be always a day that also surprisingly he doesn't have his day, and that is something what we have to try to go for, to test, and that's something what we'll try this week.
I know you use AI within the team, and particularly looking at and coming into this Tour de France. Are you able to use that for strategies and into this second week to your advantage?
Yeah, on the background, people are working with that and also trying to support us in the ideas that we are having, and that's especially support because also the feeling of the riders and the ideas of them we also take with us in the planning and in our ideas. So that's something what we are doing. Yes.
Thanks, Mark. Best of luck today.
Well, we've seen Tricolore on display. It is the French National Day, 14 juillet. Still hot here in the Massif Central and on 14 juillet. Important to have representation of the man wearing the Tricolore jersey, having won the national road race just a week before the start of this year's tour.
Phil, do you know your French lover? That's my brother. What do you think of this look? It's quite a nice look, no? Perfect. It needs to fill in a little bit, but it's getting there. Okay, he rode 6 hours to see you. 6 hours? Yeah. Hopefully you don't have to go home today. You are in the breakaway today? Ask my team. Thanks.
Tadej Pogačar alongside Mads Pedersen. Mads Pedersen, he managed to reopen up a decent advantage in that green jersey standings with his performance on stage 9. And with the early sprint today, he'll be looking to do the same again, I am sure. Isaac Del Toro in the white jersey. Riders prepped, ready to go. The countdown will start. Marc Charvet leads the crowd. Romain Grégoire up on the start line. for the départ fictif here in Aurillac as we set off on 14 juillet. 9 stages into the Tour, 6 different teams have won stages. No French riders have won a stage yet. And the deeper we go into the Tour, the more nervous they will become about that. Haven't failed to win a stage in a Tour de France since 1999. Lots of good humour out there. Lots of questions over how have they reacted to the rest day. Well, we'll find out over the course of today's stage. Immediately out at the back, Matthias Vacek of Lidl Trek, currently sitting nearly 17 minutes off the lead of Tadej Pogacar, but he's put in some really lion-hearted performances so far on this Tour. Jonas Vingegaard, 19 points in the King of the Mountains, puts him 9 behind Pogacar. There are plenty of points up for grabs today. Does Tadej Pogacar want to gain revenge for losing the sprint against Jonas Vingegaard a couple of years ago at Le Lioran? And as Anders has suggested, it is Isaac Del Toro going to be up there, UAE going to try and do a 1-2 once again. Lots of Jayco Alula riders up towards the front today. Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard, they're happy in conversation, both fulfilling their press conference requirements yesterday. As we head further back down, Mike Turnison chats away as we wend our way past a number of chateaux and gardens as well. European Union flags out alongside the tricolour of France. Once again, ice packs and liquids to the fore. You're watching stage 10 of the Tour de France 2026. Welcome back. We've had a rest day and now we are off again. Kevin Bouclin, one of the riders who doubtless will be looking to give his nation something to cheer about today, some pride. Matteo Jorgensen sitting towards the back alongside Matthias Vacek. Plenty for his nation to be proud about on the sporting front recently. Remco Evenepoel, heavily loaded up with ice once again. The weather conditions changing in other parts of Europe, but here through France, still very warm indeed. Hippodrome d'Aurillac. A nice little stat there about Aurillac. It is the city of umbrellas. But let's take a look at our predictor. Mats Pedersen helped Moreno and Dariush break away from the rest. What's today going to bring? My favourite's Tadej Pogacar. Although Pogacar denies it, my colleague Luca Gregorio assures me he's going to go for revenge and Le Liorin. So I say Pogacar. I know it's the easiest pick.
Tadej Pogacar will win stage 10. I know it is a chicken prediction, but I'm still in the race. I'm on the podium, and Moreno Moser, I reckon you're also doing a chicken move today. Today is all for Tadej Pogacar!
So stage 10 will be won by Richard Carapaz. His form's better than his position in the GC showing. He lost some time on purpose to be able to attack in stages like today, and I think today Richard Carapaz will win. Well, you're on your own there, I'm afraid, Carsten, because absolutely everyone else has gone for Tadej Pogacar, which means the only person who can really make up some ground here, if something strange happens, is Carsten Kriel. Well, Tadej Pogacar, overwhelmingly the favourite to win. He's won a couple of times on 14 Juillet before, and would like to make it a hat-trick, many people think today. Stage profile that would give him further advantage in the yellow jersey if he is able to turn it into victory. Let's hear from the man currently in that yellow jersey.
Tadej, what do you remember from this finish 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was nice stage, really good stage. We were comparing a bit, was very much longer than today and much harder, I think. But yeah, today is gonna be, I think, in the end will be quite similar, I think.
I talked with a lot of riders before. A lot expect you to want to have your revenge today over 2 years ago. Is it the case?
Not a revenge, but yeah, it's a nice stage if we can win today.
So he doesn't want revenge, but he does want to win the stage. I think that makes quite a lot of sense. Tadej Pogacar coming out of the rest day, feeling fresh, feeling on good form. I mean, I constantly think back to the days when people used to say, oh, Tadej Pogacar, he doesn't like racing in the heat. Well, he sort of proved that quite wrong, hasn't he, recently? Le Haras National d'Aurillac. That's after going past what has been the Hippodrome. Going past Les Haras. Area very famous for its horse racing down in this part of the country, in the Aurillac National Stade. Part of the reorganisation that was created by Napoleon I back in 1806. First races were organised in Aurillac just 15 years later. Now run by the prefecture of Cantal as we come past the airport here. So one of the riders that we've seen so far in the peloton, nestled away, hidden away, just making his way calmly towards the Départ Réel, was Remco Evenepoel, and he's another rider that we have caught up with down at the start today.
What was the highlight of yesterday's rest day?
Honestly, so Umi always makes me like this calendar with dates, so Moroccan dates. And on the rest days, I always get a special date with peanut butter inside and like coated in chocolate. So that was my highlight of the day.
It sounds delicious. How do you remember this final 2 years ago?
Very tough. I think we do the easier Puy-Marie side this year, but yeah, the running is going to be a little bit harder than it was 2 years ago, I suppose. And then yeah, from Puy-Marie on it was like full gas, so I suppose it's going to be, or we will go over the top one by one, or it will be with a smaller group, and then everything will be played on Col de Perthus. So, but yeah, I think the last 60k is pretty brutal. So the legs will decide, and the result will be quite honest, I think.
What reflections do you have of the GC after the first week, where you are sitting, Florian, and against your rivals?
Yeah, all good actually. I mean, for me the main goal was to get through the first week with no big time losses. Not looking at Tadej, of course, because I knew after a long time not in competition it would be pretty tough in the first days to find these really good legs. But day by day I felt quite good. Also the stage of Sunday I managed quite well, I think. So yeah, I'm actually happy with where I am right now, and now actually a new tour is starting, because we go into the high mountains and the longer climbs. So it's going to be a new tour that starts, but yeah, I should be prepared for that.
Finally, Remco, we always know you as an aggressive rider. You love to attack. We love to see you attacking. Do you miss that during the tour, always to be focused and follow the pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's also part of the plan, of course. I think you need to put out a bit of your characteristics sometimes if you want to do a good GC result. But yeah. It depends. Maybe a stage like today would be a bit harder, because it's more like an aggressive final. It's not like 20-kilometer climbs. But yeah, we'll see. Of course, if there's an opportunity today, I might try. But it also depends how hard it will already have been before. But yeah, every time that there's a stage like this, I would love to win it, because I still didn't win a stage in line, except for a TT. So I'm just going to try and see what it brings.
I hope the day gave you good legs. Good luck.
Thanks.
Very pragmatic, very honest appraisal there from Remco Evenepoel. Mathieu van der Poel managed to pick up that win for Alpecin Premier Tech, and certainly put them in better spirits going into the rest day. Quinn Simmons has been mobbed by one of his fans today, a look-alike. Question as to whether he'd be going into the breakaway, and he just said we have to wait and see. Egan Bernal moved up one place from 11th into 10th after the last stage. Aggressive ride from Netcompany Ineos. And here we come round the Lac Saint-Étienne-Comteliers, which was developed between 1939 and 1945 by EDF. This particular lake especially organised for water sports. They will cross beautiful water throughout the day, rolling through this region of France, the Massif Central, and we roll up towards the Départ Réel at Trentin, went down with a fever last night, and so unfortunately he has been unable to start today, which will be a big loss for the Tudor Pro Cycling team. But with 500 metres, now 400 metres to go, let's go and join our commentary team, which to start with today will be Brian Smith and Declan Quigley.
Cheers and thanks very much, Jonathan. We'll hear from you later on. No fever here, thankfully. Fever for racing, perhaps. Looking forward to this one today. Down to 175 riders now after the first of 2 rest days in Tour de France 2026, and we're saying goodbye to Aurillac, the umbrella capital of France. Parasol rather than parapluie today, of course. Weather conditions absolutely perfect. Slightly less than 30 degrees Celsius. Might just nudge 30 degrees for the riders today, but that's actually 5 or 6 degrees less than it was in the first week of racing, and that'll be welcome. Still a hot day in prospect, and the action's set to heat up as well as we get set to pull the flag in, let them underway. But I think there was a little bit of an issue there for the 2019 Tour de France winner Egan Bernal, or perhaps just a little bit of a narrowing here, that they want to just route the riders through before we pull the flag in through kilometre 0. We're counting down the kilometres, but we're still in a neutral situation as these riders, many of them chomping at the bit after a little bit of rest, recuperation, and now looking for further opportunities, including Julian Alaphilippe. Lulu's gravitating towards the front. A couple of other riders from the Tudor Pro Cycling squad. Mark Hirschi's had a pretty quiet Tour de France so far. Disappointment, of course, with the departure from the fray of their teammate Matteo Trentin. Unfortunately, the veteran Italian rider not able to continue his 9th Tour de France today after picking up that fever overnight. So it's 175 riders, 19 less than began stage 1 back in Barcelona last Saturday week, and well, when are we going to get these riders underway? Looks like we're just going to wait a moment to make sure that we are a complete group. Not a bad time to bring in my cohort for the first phase of this competition, Brian Smith. Hope you enjoy the rest day, Brian. Looking forward to this one today. Is it for the break or is it for the GC riders? Everyone seems to think this is going to be a GC fight for stage honours today.
Happy Bastille Day, Declan. I think we will see a big fight for the breakaway today. A lot of riders, Abrahamsen, Quinn Simmons, a lot of riders were expected to get in the breakaway, but as we often see, Declan, with the fight for the breakaway, they really don't help themselves, the other teams. I think with the fights, it'll be like many other stages where UAE will take control possibly in the middle of the stage, and then Pogacar will win the stage. I really do think, I can remember that stage in 2024 where it looked as if he took a little bit of a hunger flat, which kind of dogged him early in his cycling career. He took a bit of a hunger flat. It was the first time that Vingegaard got back to him and beat him in the sprints. That was kind of almost unheard of in the past, but if you remember that stage where he was kind of looking for gels and taking some of the gels that he had and was trying to kind of squeeze out what was still left in them. But yeah, I think we're going to see a big fight for the breakaway after the rest day. Of course, we've got a couple of sprint stages coming up in the next couple of days, so I think, yeah, this definitely, all our pundits, apart from Carsten Grun, went for Pogacar today. I'm also going for Pogacar today, and I think maybe not revenge, but I still think that's in the back of his mind. He wants to put those demons from a couple of years behind him.
And that matters to him. I mean, it's something that he does.
Yeah.
He wants to, tick off these boxes. If he won't be offended by Jonas Vingegaard having taken the stage win a couple of days ago. They were chatting away during the rollout there as if they're sort of bosom pals, and I think there's absolutely nothing but sort of respect between those two riders. But he just wants to right these perceived wrongs and make sure that everyone understands, as if we were wondering, that he is the best of his generation and arguably the best of all time. Plenty say that he is. A few, I think, would still say that Eddie Merckx holds that honour. Interestingly enough, he's achieved his 22 stage victories. At a point, you know, he's won 4 Tours de France and 22 stage victories before a certain American whose name shall not be uttered and who's not currently on the list, the honours list, had ever actually won the Tour de France, or at least heavy quotes won it. It's around about the same age that Eddie Merckx had won this number of stages as well. Early days, and lots of people in here don't agree with your analogy and assessment that it's going to be a GC day, because plenty of riders want to get going. Looking at the profile of the day, and it just gets harder and harder as it goes on. Fascinating, really, to get the detail from Remco Evenepoel. Slightly easier ascent of the Puy-Marie, which is our third from last climb, and certainly the most daunting-looking one on the parcours today. But maybe a slightly choppier finale, and that might just change skew things a little bit towards those GC riders.
Normally I would look at this stage as a great kind of transition stage into the second week after the rest day. Yeah, we've got a difficult final. We could have 2 races in one. There's a lot of riders that have lost a lot of time. Let them go, fight it out for the stage, and then Vingegaard does, Pogacar does what he needs to do. But it is the fact that 2 years ago he never won this stage, and that's always in his mind. You know that, I know that. And although he says it isn't revenge, you know, what he says and what he does are sometimes 2 completely different things. So I really do think. But I'll go back to the point that I made before, that the other teams don't really kind of help themselves. We've seen it so many times that they all try to get in the breakaway. It becomes a big breakaway. They don't combine enough together, and you know, we see it in so many other races as well, not just the Tour de France and in this race already. It's a case where the breakaway has to establish itself quickly, and it has to get a considerable amount of time down the roads for UAE Team Emirates to decide, well, that's too much energy to invest in. But it's because of the active nature of the stage, this stage today. We've got plenty of teams attacking. Like you just said, a lot of them will disagree with my thoughts that this is going to be a breakaway stage, and that's the way you have to think. You've got a lot of teams here thinking they can get themselves in the breakaway. Javier Romo here for Movistar. Well, Movistar have tried so many times. They will try. Nice to see Josh Tarling up towards the front. He's got fractured rib, the net company Ineos rider. So there's a lot of riders. So they will, and this will continue on and continue. We could be in this scenario for the next hour.
And that, in a way, that kind of neutralises the chances of the break winning. It's frustrating, isn't it? Everybody wants to be in the break. Everybody wants to be the one to have that chance of taking the victory. Could it be a Frenchman on Bastille Day? And how famous and wonderful that would be. As Jonathan reminded us, no French rider has won at the stage of Tour de France yet in 2026. Only twice in the history of the event has it happened that no Frenchman has managed to secure a stage victory. It's gone perilously close to happening a few times in recent years. Last time was back in 1999. Previous time, 1926. That almost beggars belief, actually, that in 1926 no Frenchman actually won a stage of Tour de France. At that time, this race was more parochial than it is now, less international, and yeah, France would have dominated on a regular basis and, with 1 or 2 other nations. But that was then.
Yeah, it's amazing. When I was starting kind of watching the tour kind of Vincent Barteau won, I think it was 1989, you know, in the kind of 80s, 90s, and they've had very limited success. And the noughties did a couple of wins. 2017, Barguil was the last time, but they haven't had great success on their national day.
Yes. Yeah, Vincent Barteau. Yeah, I remember he led for ages, didn't he? When he was member of the Renault team for a while. Yeah, and then RMO.
Did he not win on Bastille Day in the yellow jersey? If I can remember. I know he had the yellow jersey at one point. It might have not been in 1989, but he definitely won in Bastille Day.
I've got to look that up. Yeah, Barteau. Remember him? Yeah, Renault Gitane.
Character.
Yes. Yeah. Dined out for the rest of his career. A few days stage win and a few days in yellow as a Frenchman, that can change your career, and that's why plenty of riders here, plenty of French riders will want to be involved. Total Energy getting involved in this this little bit of excitement. Is this Lebert? I think they might have joined up. Yeah. And Felix Engelhardt. I had Felix Engelhardt in my fantasy league team, and I took him out today, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to win the stage, having shown him the ultimate disrespect. Matthias Vacek, some may have thought that he might have had a chance today, but I suspect he's gone back to see where Mats Pedersen is, recovering from that little bit of a mechanical issue. Not an ideal scenario for Mats Pedersen, the points leader. Vacek waiting anxiously for Pedersen to arrive. That was before they actually got to him. This is the point where he just sort of very gracefully and gingerly put the bike down. Might need that a bit later on.
Yeah, but that is important, that information. Although they changed bikes, but they had the opportunity. And I think they changed bikes purely because of the sprint that's coming up earlier in this stage. It's a much flatter sprint than we had on Sunday, where, you know, the uphill sprint suited Mats Pedersen a little bit better. But yeah, just give the information, whether it's front or back, or any information to the mechanic, so he's prepared. But no panic whatsoever. They decided that, you know, give him a bike.
Ben O'Connor's gone attacking at an inopportune time for Mats Pedersen. Pedersen with a very handy lead in the points competition. He's got a 45-point lead now over Biniam Girmay. Didn't get the stage win just before the rest day on day 9, but nonetheless extended his advantage by taking the intermediate sprint on stage 9. Tim Merlier now third at 55 points. Jasper Philipsen unlikely to score at the end today, but nonetheless those riders will be hoping to hang on in there. It's grippy enough, up and down a little bit in the first element of this stage, but nonetheless nothing like as challenging as the hills that they're going to face in the second 2/3 of this stage. And well, Ben O'Connor has stolen a march on the rest, got a bit of an advantage here. There's clearly a bit of a hill.
I agree with you and Philipsen, but if you can remember that another kind of sprinter, more classic types rider, Belgian rider, Greg Van Avermaet won a stage here at this finish and took the yellow jersey.
Yes, first time that he took the yellow jersey. I think he wore it for something like 13 days in his career. It was his first moment.
See, that's the way to do it. Just, I know it's a green jersey, one of the team leaders. Just sit at the back.
That's something you say all along, yeah, on a regular basis, yeah.
On his own, it's nice and easy, a bit more relaxed. Wait at the back and then take him up to the front.
Narrow roads, not necessarily easy to move up, especially when the roads are as challenging as they are at the moment. So Ben O'Connor has got a little solo advantage over the best of the rest behind. Who's coming up with thoughts of chasing this one down? And indeed,
you would think the French would be going nuts, wouldn't you? You think we would see Romain Gregoire here and, you know, all the French riders all combining together. I don't care what our differences are in other races. Today is Bastille Day. This is our day. We're still in the World Cup. We want to win this stage. All get together and go en masse. But yeah, they don't.
No, because they'll all race against each other to get in the break. Because everybody wants to be the Frenchman that lifts his arms. Yeah, there's very little kudos directed or reflected away towards the other riders that might have assisted you, especially if they're from different teams. Quiet Tour de France so far for Ben O'Connor. Jaco Lulaman reports that he could be heading out of the team at the end of the year. No confirmation of that. One or two little bits. I mean, once upon a time, the first rest day and the second rest day at the Tour would be nothing but contract talk. But, of course, the rules long since changed so that the only thing you can do is announce a contract extension. So we did hear that Alex Baudin of the EF Education Easy Post squad was among those riders that has extended his contract, and he's going to spend a little bit more time with the EF Education Easy Post team. Delivered a nice 4th place finish for them on stage 9. And it's been a relatively quiet tour for a couple of their riders that might be seen as breakaway superstars. Ben Healy has really been suffering, I think, in the heat a little bit. Kasper Asgreen has tried.
Matthew Jorgensen said that as well, the American. I just saw the former Bastille winner. He's in down in about 20th place, Warren Barguil. he tried to go with a move there. Garcia here, having a go on Islands. So, you know, there's a lot of attacks at the front. You can see the kind of yellow helmets of Lido Trek. Not riding at the front, but just trying to kind of look, trying to keep, you know, these attacks at bay, because obviously with a sprint, it's a good option for them. So Derek G, followed by Louis Vervaeke, Johan Izagirre as well. You can clearly see Niels Paul up there. He's quite happy for a small group to go away. That would be ideal for them.
Just hearing that Johannes Abrahamsson he's certainly a rider that would look for his opportunities in the break today in the Uno X Man. Not sure how well he slept. A couple of his teammates had less than a perfect night's sleep.
That looked idyllic.
Alan, you like sleeping out on the terrace?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, so many different riders had conversations about the hotel accommodation that they were provided with by the team. But yeah, the Uno X squad, they had a bug-infested room. So Anders and Tobias Halland Johannesson, the two brothers, slept out on the terrace. That's also a recourse that was taken by Sylvain Dillier of the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. His teammate Tim Marsman was happy enough with the really noisy portable air conditioning unit that they had on board, but Sylvain didn't like it, so he went out on the terrace. And we also heard that the UAE team Emirates XRG squad, the AC was tripping the electricity in the hotels. They had to turn it off, so they had a hot and sweaty night. First night of the rest day.
Hotels for you. I've been there and done it. You don't know until you get there. Of course, you get your hotel list and you hope you don't have a Kyriad or a Campanile, or you know, it's good enough and things like that. Not everybody gets the kind of chateaus and things like that, but you have to do a bit of give and take. You know, I was in Gap one and it was absolutely roasting, and had to open the window, and of course the Dutch TV company set up. I was on the first floor, and they set up right under my room with their nightly programme, and I was like and it went on to about 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it's very difficult, but we used to, like a lot of the teams, have their own portable AC units.
Yeah, portable AC. It suits some people, doesn't suit everyone. Some old school types think that it potentially can spread a little bit of infection and illness, so they don't like them, and others think, well, that's ridiculous, I just can't be sweating all night. So horses for courses.
There's various vehicles. So we've got an ice and spa vehicle, we've got a bedding vehicle where you've got all the mattresses and pillows and AC units and things like that. There's vehicles everywhere.
Yeah. Super hot weather. It's been the conversation throughout the first week of racing and beyond through the rest day, and it will continue to be the topic, I think, exactly how everyone is coping with it. The UAE team Emirates XRG squad, of course, they've got posh mattress toppers where you can control the temperature of your duvet and your mattress, and it's connected to the internet and connected to all things wonderful. Various different solutions. You sleep out on the terrace, then you need a mosquito net that's made of chainmail, I would have thought. That's the next challenge.
Yeah, I never really kind of suffered from that. At home, sometimes my boys and me, especially if it's like a couple of weeks ago where it was really, really hot, we'll sleep out in the sun loungers, which are comfy enough. Okay, you can hear the foxes jumping around, but yeah, it's a lot cooler than indoors.
He's at the back. We haven't seen him at the back too often, have we? Baptiste Verstroffer was judged the most combative of the first week of racing, actually. Well, he won the Combativity Award on a couple of occasions, and then won a special award as the best teammate from the jury, and that was partly because of his attacks and how wonderful he was in getting up the road on a couple of occasions and getting into that early move, and also I think because of his selfless assistance for Arnaud Delis in the first couple of stages, as well as Arnaud attempted, ultimately in vain unfortunately, to try and stay in the race and recover from the illness that he brought into the event. And Verstroffer in his first Tour de France was selfless in his efforts. He's selfless as well. He's got a couple of bottles, he's going to bring them up to teammates already. just about, what, 14 kilometres into this stage. They're collecting bottles. It's going to be a multiple bottle day, that's for sure, especially when you've got this man. He's all passion, he's emotion, and he is, when he goes to the front, Julian Alaphilippe gets everyone excited, and clearly he's had an effect on the pace of this peloton. They're not letting him clear just yet. Maybe he's trying to do something to set something up, and there you go. The French tricolor of Romain Grégoire is available. Here it looked as if it was about to attack.
Yeah, try to set up Michael Storer there on this small drag, Alaphilippe there. Yeah, it's very much still together. Romain Grégoire is there, Mads Pedersen back up towards the front with his teammates. He'll want to take as many points as possible. This sprint, it looks a little bit flatter than we had the other day there, but yeah, for the first time today we're seeing the tricolor towards the front of Romain Grégoire, but he's also got the American champion, and it's all champions towards the front.
Yeah, Romain Grégoire there, the US champion Quinn Simmons asked the team. He answered almost terse and slightly curt reply to the question, will we see you try for the break today? Will the team allow me? Well, first order of business is to protect the interests of Mads Pedersen, who's climbing like a mountain goat. Interesting, Ben Healy's just starting to float towards the front again. Saw that a couple of days ago. They've got control. The Lidl Trek squad happy enough with the way things are playing out at the moment. Mads Pedersen, after that change of bike following a puncture, has regained the peloton, has moved to the front, and has put himself into a position where he can handle what's being thrown at him. Little less so is Julian Alaphilippe, who tried to create a launching pad for his teammate Michael Storer, and just instantly finds himself at the back of the peloton, front to back.
This small drag now making a difference in Lidl Trek, trying to put the hurt on the other sprinters, thinking of the green jersey points. So really kind of pushing hard with many of his team there. So we do see some splits. Their job is just to make it as hard as possible, to make sure that Mads Pedersen is in prime place to take as many points as possible. So the pressure is on, not breaking for the moment anyway.
And up and across that ramp and past the Saint Martin 15th century Southern Gothic church, they tell me is very nice indeed. A flashing past. It's Quinn Simmons setting a searing tempo on the front of the peloton, trying to prevent attacks, and Mads Pedersen clearly super motivated here.
Oh, that has to be a 10 out of 10, Declan.
That's super excellent. I mean, look at that for coordination. Excellent classic tractor display. That's always important as well. And yeah, I also like the setup of the bike as well. They seem to have got a nice...
yeah, the dimensions and that look pretty cool.
Yeah. A lot of work went into that one.
Saddle looks almost perfect, doesn't it?
Let's hear from Romain Bardet. He's our representative on the bike, the last Frenchman to podium at this event.
We are in the beautiful city of Marcoles, where every year all the champions of the Tour de France come to ride and on the criterium, and there are still a lot of attacks going on in the bunch, despite the fact that in 10K they will have the first intermediate sprint. We need a really strong group of riders in the front today to be able to make it to the finish line, because when things will really kick off in Col du Perthus, I think the break needs, at least on the climb before, on top of Imari, they need at least 3.5 minutes, because then the teams will fight to position their leader. UAE can set a really hard pace there, and Pogačar can easily close 1 to 2 minutes in the final to any rider.
Great to have you with us, Romain Bardet, on the bike, giving us his analysis, and he continuing that theme. There's pretty much a consensus that it's going to take something extraordinary and a big old fracture in that peloton that to go anyway, really, to prevent Tadej Pogačar from winning this stage, or at least contesting. There's a fair old fracture in that peloton. Just watching on HBO Max Multiview.
It's
yeah.
split now. I was just trying to look it down this group to see if there was any other green jersey contenders. I haven't seen Biniam Girmay in here either. So
well, I can tell you, last man in the peloton right now is Olaf Koy. Taberi struggling a little bit, so might be last man in this group.
Is up here for Decathlon.
Yeah.
Just looking behind there as well. yellow jersey is just in that second split there. Ben Healy up towards the front. Yeah, that drag there has made a big difference. Red Bull looking back to see who's in here as well. Trying to see if there he is. Evenepoel is there, and they were moving towards the front there. So it'll be interesting to see what this gap is. Lipovic is towards the back as well. Van der Poel. So
still there.
As we move further back, now we start to see, you know, one of the riders there for UAE. So yeah, interesting. Then Pogačar goes, too dangerous. I'm going to close this alone.
Just like that.
But where is? I know that it looks like Jorgensen is. So where is Vingegaard?
That's remarkable, isn't it, that Tadej Pogačar alone finds himself having to close a gap this early in the stage, but he's well capable of it, as we know. Unlikely to take that much out of him, but just an indication that this is potentially a serious moment. He recognises the danger and doesn't want to see as many capable riders as all that just cruise clear. How many Visma Lease bikes have we got in this front group? Well, at least one that we can see, but not just yet in evidence. The polka dot jersey of the man sitting second overall.
Polka dot jersey isn't there. That was Hagenes. It was up towards the front. Pogačar has made it, but the big question is, where is Vingegaard? We know that Evenepoel is there, and I saw the Red Bull guys looking behind, and they started going towards the front as we look a little bit further down this string. Yep. Interesting time there. There he is there. He's just in the second group. He's got Armiral there. He's not. It doesn't look as if he's panicking. So it's only a small gap, but it looks as if others, Mati Mohoric, trying to close this down, Valgren as well, but not really panicking. But to be honest, not really ideal that he's here.
No, they found him, but he's not where he needs to be. Sepp Kuss is going to try and assist him to close this gap, and so the gap is vanishingly small at this point. So small little issue solved, no panic. In many ways, maybe a slightly less of a use of energy there than Tadej Pogačar. He was semi-panicked there from the yellow jersey as he skipped across the gap.
Yeah, he just decided to do it because he can. But it was interesting that Evenepoel was in there, and I think they were thinking about it because there are a lot of Red Bull riders towards there, but I just don't understand why you would allow the likes of Evenepoel and Pogačar out your sight. You would think that you'd be sitting in the same area of it. It's interesting enough that the GC guys have had a little bit of a pack together as well in the sprint stages, and have said that they will sit down the back. So that interesting pack, we saw that in evidence quite a few days ago. But yeah, all strung out, all coming back together. But Vingegaard just sitting a little bit too far back.
We're only 6k to the sprint, but worth talking about that a little bit. Basically, in the sprint stages, so the big bunch finishes, the GC riders have said, look, if we all stay at the back, then nobody is going to gain time, lose time in the event of a split. And then the stress and the pressure on our teams, and indeed the other teams, and indeed the sprint teams as well, who are trying to jockey for position for their own stage glory, is reduced. And it's a wonder that this kind of thing hasn't happened before.
Yeah, entirely. Instead of the sprints and GC guys, they always conflict come the finishes, and we've gone from 1 kilometre to 3 kilometre to the 5 kilometre zone, and that's to kind of help this. But it looks as if they're trying to kind of help themselves as well by staying out of it. And it was in evidence in the first of Tim Mellier's wins, where there was riders absolutely everywhere, and the 3 kilometre rule did come into play. The 3 second rule.
Oh, Tim Merlier is not much enjoying this. 3 second rule, but Tim Merlier out the back again. He had a long, tough day on stage 9. This is not a day for Tim Merlier. This is a day for him to get through. He'll have opportunities in the coming days, but needs to try and, I suppose, have as easy a day as he possibly can. And coming off the rest day, you can have what I call cafe stop legs, what these guys call rest day legs. It can sometimes be difficult to fire them up again.
That didn't look good. Didn't look good at all. He's gone out the back there, and he didn't have anybody with him, which is surprising to me. I know that Valentin Parapantra said that, or just I say that, he's got a teammate dropping back. And Valentin Parapantra said he was quite happy with the situation because it gives a little bit more freedom. But yeah, not looking good for Tim Merlier. But let's see. I haven't seen Biniam Girmay anywhere near the front. I would expect him to come up pretty soon because there's only 4.3 to go to the sprint point.
Well, that's what we're seeing at the front for the most part. Various different colour schemes in evidence. It's a spare bike for Mads Pedersen. No time to change back to his race bike, but he has got a really strong scenario. 3 teammates in front of him. Lulu's coming back. Julian Alaphilippe after his investment. Meanwhile, going south to assist Pascal Encorn. It's Jesper Stuyven, because there's a little bit of an urgency about this. Tim Merlier will be hoping that there's a bit of a stall after the sprint. He's certainly not going to score at it as things currently prevail, and Fernando Gaviria is another sprinter as well who's starting to suffer there a little bit. Bit of work here now, 3.5 to the sprint. It's Quinn Simmons is going to try and do a long turn here. Vacek will set up to drop off Mads Pedersen. 3 teammates in front of him. It's a very, very strong situation at the moment for the Flying Dane. That advantage, 45 points over Biniam Girmay. Can't afford to lose any more time. The points indeed. And the NSN's starting to get organised. Yes, yes, Brian.
Frigo and Stewart. I was wondering where he is. I think I said it the other day. Biniam Girmay is, I think, the biggest rival that you know, this man here, Mads Pedersen, in the green jersey already has got. He's very capable of getting up in intermediate, so he's already shown that. Okay, in some of the big stages, but he's got a couple of good days, and I have to say that the second stage that Tim Merlier went when Biniam Girmay was able to kind of follow him in that kind of express train, he looks as if he's got the legs, and I think Biniam Girmay is Mads Pedersen's biggest threat, and he's there now.
And he too has 3 teammates in front of him. As Derek G. West peels off the Canadian rider. He's going to stay in the line here though, and stay to support this one. 2.5. It's just 2 sprinters for this one, as Tadej Pogačar is moved up and into position, wants to stay on the right side of any split that happens. A few breakaway potential protagonists also gravitating around this one. Romain Gregoire, Ben Healy, Perstranda Hagenes protecting. Max Canter coming up for points for the Astana squad. They picked him out, and Canter is sitting in 5th position. He's 96 points to make up on the man in green. A little respectful tap on the back of Tadej Pogačar by Mike Teunissen as he gets set to present his German Astana teammate into perfect and prime position.
Philipsen has moved up as well, the right-hand side. So, yeah, the only one missing, Tim Merlier. So, normally when you get into the second week, you start to see who is still kind of looking for these green jersey points. And, you know, TV have already kind of highlighted who's here.
Yeah, so a couple of sprinters suffering a little bit at the back at the moment, but after that choppy beginning, the terrain altogether more benign at the moment in relative terms, and Derek G. West indeed is going to leave it up to Quinn Simmons to complete the lead out, and they'll all take their cue from the Flying Lidl Treks. Straight arms, a little bit under pressure here is Mads Pedersen. He's made a considerable investment. What are the legs going to be like when we come to the sprint? Mathieu van der Poel also moving up.
Also in the purple there you've got Michael Matthews showing interest. He's a wee bit kind of further down the rankings, but you know, good to see the former green jersey having a look at getting some points here.
Yes, and maybe, just maybe, trying to investigate his own potential for a breakaway after it. No doubt we'll see attacks coming immediately after this one as the Lidl Treks go back in their box. A little bit of a separation at the front, and Van der Poel Treks, who's coming into the picture, the UAEs, to protect the interests of Tadej Pogačar. Quinn Simmons close to the line here. Mads Pedersen is going to be leading out the sprinters. Philipsen is nicely presented onto the wheel of Biniam Girmay. Canter finds himself potentially blocked out. Doesn't want to create that situation. Gets on the pedals ahead of Mads Pedersen, and Cantor has a little bit of an advantage here. He's got a bike length, and this is a signal that he's come through the rest day very well indeed. It's between the two of them. Mads Pedersen looks to respond, and will Pedersen be able to come around to get the 25? Will he make it in time? I'm not so sure he will. It's incredibly close. Again, another one goes to the camera, and that was fascinating to see the way those two riders just dominated that sprint. But Max Cantor looking very good there, regardless of who ends up with the 25 points.
Yeah, it looked to me from head-on shot that Mads Pedersen just got it. Cantor, it looked as if he sat down in the last couple of metres there. So it was close. We'll wait for confirmation on that. It was another hard one, slightly uphill, and Biniam Girmay got some points to keep himself there. Nice sprint from Max Cantor, going backwards because of the energy dead. But over the top goes a trio of riders with Mathieu van der Poel pushing hard. Michael Matthews, he was there lurking, as you already mentioned, looking at this one. So, yeah, a few riders. Always an opportunity, straight after a sprint, always a great opportunity to go on the counter-attack, and it looks like Tejada is here as well.
Harald Tejada from the Astana squad, who sprinted well there with Max Cantor, gaining, we believe, the second place on that one. That yet to be 100% confirmed. And this little descent could well allow a few riders to come back, but do we have the potential to form it really quickly? Matthews Tejada. Liam Slock also looking good. Another breakaway rider. How close he went to holding off the peloton a few days ago. Gave us a real thrill. Now, not going to score any points, but Tim Merlier, Fernando Gaviria, grateful for the assistance of Pascal Encorn and Jasper Stuyven. That group are already over a minute and a half down, and with the considerable push on. It's actually only Encorn. We did see Stuyven go back, and Brian has gone off for a well-earned rest, and John Mould has been watching with great interest at the events through the intermediate sprint. And now the pattern of this stage and the agenda switches to see who's going to be able to get up the road and who's going to be able to regain the peloton with hopes of surviving the day.
Yeah, exactly that. We saw the team, all the riders behind just following, knowing that that's the perfect time to go straight over the top of the sprint. It's still going to take a while here, isn't it? I think it's we knew it was going to be a battle at the start of the day, and now we've got that intermediate sprint out of the way. Now the real fight for the breakaway begins.
Looking forward to this one. Good rest day.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It was yeah, it's always a strange one for us as rest days. Nothing to watch on TV.
Yeah. The tennis is over. Yeah, golf hasn't started.
It was a really quiet day yesterday.
And no bicycle racing. Yeah.
No, you had Sunday that was packed. Wimbledon final. You had MotoGP. You had obviously the Tour, and then Monday was. Maybe it's good to have some time away from the screen.
There are no other UCI races on today at all in the height of the season. That just gives you a sense of how the Tour de France consumes all oxygen around the sport. Kind of understandable, really. Now, let's get a look at this again. Cantor got on the pedals just a little bit ahead of Pedersen, but Pedersen had invested significantly in that sprint, and so too had his team.
Yeah, we haven't got exact confirmation, but I do agree with Brian. He thinks it was Pedersen. As we get that overhead view now. Oof, still.
Well, it's hard to call. Was Pedersen by half a wheel, as it turned out. That's why you need photo finish equipment at the intermediate sprints. Pedersen extends his advantage in that competition. Job done. Huge efforts. Really impressive stuff. Came back from a puncture. Yep, it was me, in case you're wondering. Now, Gregoire on Bastille Day, the French national road race champion, leads a battalion of Netcompany Ineos riders led by Michal Kwiatkowski to try and launch Is it Foss that they have designs on creating a situation for? Tarling just in front of him. His confirmation, Girmay third across the line. Philipsen and Matthews also scoring. Van der Poel, Tejada, Matthews all loitering with intent. And a few riders, including Tim Wellens, just trying to make sure that their GC rider was protected. Fascinating to get that, you know, the thoughts of Brian a little bit on, you know, the longer we go into this without a breakaway establishing itself, the less likely it is, as far as he's concerned, that the break will actually manage to survive. That's certainly a topic to ruminate over in the kilometers as they press out. Strong situation now for the Netcompany Ineos squad. Couple of riders in here and other teams with multiple representation. Will this group start to establish an advantage? Well, the main peloton is not exactly entirely complete, is it? It's not as big as it was starting out today. The Netcompany Ineos squad have created something here, and they've got 3 riders in.
That was yesterday being a rest day. Some of you could have some funny feelings at the beginning, but you will ride yourself today. So don't allow the first hour to dictate your day, okay? We all know rest days, so let's just keep focused and be ready to act.
That's why riders will ride their bike on the rest day. You know, casual viewers of the sport would think that's crazy. Why do you just put your feet up and relax and try and recover? But it's important to ride on the rest day.
Yeah, that first hour in any stage race is always a little bit difficult. You never know where the legs, how they're going to feel, how they react. And some riders after a rest day, yeah, you more than likely don't feel very good. It's a crazy thing. You get in a rhythm of opening the body up and that intensity day after day, and then suddenly when you have a day without that real big intensity, sometimes it takes a while to wake up again, or the legs feel quite dead, if that makes
I presume you've had it where, you know, you got on your bike at the start of the day, the race started and there was nothing there, and you know, it's a panic moment, isn't it? I mean, it's a moment of fear and great concern to any rider. Yeah.
I think the first few times you feel it and you think, oh, this is, you have a bit of maybe a bit of panic, and then actually it's just learning your body. You understand that maybe I need an hour to get into it and not stress about it. If you've done all the work and you're confident and you're happy, then usually after around an hour, which is like, I don't know why, but it just seems like the magical 60 minutes, suddenly you start to, oh no, or maybe you just get enough into the race that you stop thinking about it so much, and your legs come back to life.
Well, group up front at the moment clearly had no problems in switching on after the rest day, and indeed, you know, the ride that they do on the rest day is not going to be fully invested, but they will have made a few efforts on it.
Yeah, it depends what the days are like before. We had quite an intense day 2 days ago on Sunday. I think if we had 2 sprint days, pretty steady ones, you definitely have the GC riders doing some efforts yesterday to make sure they're ready for today. I think with the big day that we had on Sunday, the riders would have been okay to have like a steady, relaxing ride, because their body is still, awake and ready to go after what was a really difficult day on Sunday.
It's a difficult day now. We can chat about the rest day and exactly what it involves, because there is plenty of work that needs to be done. In terms of press conferences, sometimes talking to your agent about contract extensions. There's plenty of chat around contracts, even if it's all going on in the background and not publicly reported. Plenty of demands from the media as well, so you'll have a press conference, maybe 1 or 2 other appointments and responsibilities, and then maybe you'll catch up with the family as well. Really strong group of riders trying to winch themselves clear after the intermediate sprint of the opening hour of racing in this fabulous 10th stage of Tour de France. It's one potentially for the breakaway today, potentially for the GC riders. So no huge mountains, but plenty of challenging, slightly shorter ones. And really, that's the kind of stage that we have all come to love. It's a beautiful race through the Massif Central. We're heading to volcano country, and the weather is absolutely perfect for the riders. The mercury touching 30 degrees Celsius today. It's warm and hot indeed, but not quite as hot as they have endured on several days so far. Potential indeed for the weather to break a bit this week. There's talk that it might come down into the mid-20s, and well, that's going to feel almost chilly in comparison to what they've faced through the first week of racing. That's not going to be today, but nonetheless in days to come. And that'll be a welcome relief. There's no relief from the effort so far as these riders try to open up an advantage. They've continued to neutralise that. There are riders, though, already out the back, not able to get involved in that intermediate sprint won by the green jersey holder and leader, Mads Pedersen. He's extended his advantage, and two-time stage winner Tim Merlier, for the second stage in succession, is fighting a rearguard action, you might say. It's going to be a long hot day in the sun for him and his teammate Pascal Encorn. Fernando Gaviria also part of that group as they try and limit their losses today and stay fit and fighting and ready for the opportunity between Vichy and Nevers tomorrow. Another potential opportunity as well the day after that. So the sprinters will want to stay as fresh as they possibly can. Mads Pedersen's going to stay in the wheels for as long as he possibly can. Biniam Girmay is in here as well. But it's not without effort to be in this group at the moment, because everyone is full on to try and open up an advantage. Lidl Trek, well, they've done an amazing job so far. They've got the maximum points. What's the plan now?
Frenchies are not giving up.
It's Bastille Day.
Yeah, exactly right. Not a surprise.
Naturally enough, for France, it would be a huge moment for them. They're the second best represented nation in Tour de France 2026. They started the tour with 30 riders. Belgium starting with 31. And naturally enough, there are still plenty of those French riders, and indeed one or two other nations as well, showing an interest in gravitating to the front. Not least Ben O'Connor. Not his first attack so far. Aspren is thereabouts as well. And certain jerseys and certain teams are 100% invested in this. We've seen plenty of action from Jaco Alula, from the Movistar squad as well. Lotto Intermarché team been in breakaways where it's easier to get in the move than this one. Liam Slock giving us a great bit of entertainment a few days ago by almost, well, he got to within, what, about 1,500 metres from the line. One stage we thought he was nailed on to take the stage glory and prevent the sprinters, but no. Tim Merlier and the rest of the gallopers had it between them, but it was a squeaky moment for them. Plenty of tractor action. George Bennett's been on the attack on more than one occasion. We've seen Richard Carapaz as well. No surprise that the EF Education EasyPost squad are showing a little bit of interest in an attack or two. And why wouldn't they? They are very much a team that's set up for attacking. They don't have any major skin in the GC game, albeit Alex Baudin's not too badly placed. Let's see whether Baudin tries to... Well, he's leaked a bit more time, didn't he, in recent stages, so he's sitting 36th overall. Their best placed rider, though, is... sorry, Sean Quinn, of course, is their best placed rider. We'll see whether he manages to hang on, having got his situation. He's 12th place overall after getting in an early break. Richard Carapaz, 23rd overall. Ecuadorian star. Has been shaping towards the front of the bunch on more than one occasion so far. Not involved in this trio of intrepid breakaway riders with Loris Krebs. Stefano Oldani for the Caja Rural squad is the Italian rider at the back here. Ione Zaghiera for Cofidis, who is increasingly coming into this Tour de France. We noticed him on more than one occasion a couple of days ago. Riders coming across. Looks like Mathieu.
Sure does.
Can he do it 2 days in a row? He has eclipsed his father now in terms, he's got the bragging rights in the Van der Poel household. He's got 3 stage victories to 2 for his dad Adri. No EF Education easy post in this move just yet, but some coming up from behind. I wonder where Richard Carapaz is right now. We caught up with him ahead of today's stage.
Richard
Carapaz, before the Tour de France, you said that the most important thing for you is to try to win stages and the points for the mountains classification. Today is a very important day. Yes, well, and I think it's a key day for us, for the team, because we have a good chance to fight for the stage win. And then there are also a lot of points at stake if we think about the KOM classification. Well, I think the day has come. We've seen UAE chasing the breakaway on a day they didn't need to, racing full gas. Is the same scenario waiting for you today? We've seen UAE chasing the breakaway on a day they didn't need to. Yeah, well, I think it's going to be a pretty tough day in the end after a rest day. A lot of riders are interested in being at the front. Besides, I think it's a national day in France. There will be many interests at stake, and it'll be difficult to control. Let's see. Let's hope the breakaway makes it to the end. Do you think that the EF team today is going to be the most aggressive team with all the attacking riders they have? I think we have very good riders for this type of race, and, well, we're going to try and do everything. 100%. I don't give them too much away, but yeah, they came for breakaways. And the King of the Mountains also is something that Richard Carapaz is interested in keeping a weather eye on. Not always easy to go for a classification and at the same time go for stage honours, but well, there's a huge amount of points on offer, and this could be the moment for Richard Carapaz to launch his bid for that particular competition. Currently sits 36, just a single point in the KOM. You would imagine for the EF squad, first order of business is go looking for stages.
I think stages first, but then of course if you can try and get a jersey, you win a jersey on the podium in Paris, and that is sometimes even bigger than a stage victory, maybe even that first week. It's amazing how fast you sometimes forget. You could think back at it when we were in Paris, try and name who won stage 2 without looking on your notes. You really have to think about it. Whereas
it's a million years ago,
and pictures on the podium, it's always special.
Richard Carapaz has been on the podium, of course, winner of, third place overall a few years ago. Vatsek at the back now. Mats Pedersen is down the back of the main peloton, hoping against hope that the break goes early and he might get as easy a ride as he possibly can into the first of our classified climbs. And that comes in about 23 kilometers time. The Côte de Payerol, category 3 climb of 3 kilometers, and just over 7%, starts with 101.6 to go. First of 7 classified climbs today. It is a real beast of a day. 3,907 meters of elevation. Are you also in the GC gang that believe that this is ultimately going to be a battle between Tadej Pogačar and his closest rivals for stage honours, as well as you know, that scrap to see if they can gain or lose a bit of time?
I always thought there was a bit of hope for the break today, but the way we've been racing, if it keeps going like this, it's more and more turning into a GC day. I think we really needed a breakaway to establish almost straight after that intermediate sprint, or even before it, with the green jersey hopefuls or the riders with that aim of the green jersey within that breakaway, and then it could have slipped away, but we haven't seen that, and that means, in my mind, it really could turn into a battle between the GC riders.
In which case, wouldn't it be fascinating indeed to see if Jonas Vingegaard could repeat his surprise one-on-one sprint success against Tadej Pogačar in 2024 at the same finish line today. Georg Steinhauser back in the cars at the moment, making his way back on. It's been a challenging start to the stage for the teams in supporting their riders. And while things are relatively benign at the moment, there's a little bit of a phony war. Everyone's had a tough old start to the stage, and when is the action going to kick off again? Because surely it must. Seems a bit early for everyone to decide that the GC riders will have it between them, especially with all the Frenchmen at the head of affairs. Johannes Abrahamsen, who's controlling at the moment on the front for the Uno X squad, went so close to a victory, didn't they, 2 days ago, with Tobias Halland Johannesson. He didn't have a great night's sleep, did he? Himself and his brother with the bug-infested room, and they had to head out onto the terrace. I mean, some people struggle to get a handle on this, but actually it is very much part of the rules that the organisers will supply the hotels and you must use them. Well, several years ago, of course, I think when it was Sky, even before they became Ineos, that particular team investigated the possibility of giving a camper van to Chris Froome. They quickly stamped all over that idea.
Yeah, there's actually a rating system, so everyone gets the same amount of stars in total. So let's say you have like a 5-star hotel and a 2-star hotel. By the end of the tour, everyone should have all the teams, they work it out to do the best they can, so everyone has the same amount of stars, if that makes sense, in total. So yeah, sometimes you might get a 2-star hotel for 2 nights on a rest day, which is the worst experience. But you might have a 5-star hotel and it might be in a really late transfer, and you turn up and you sleep
You're there for 4 hours.
You sleep in it and you leave straight away the next day. Yeah. But on paper, they try and make it as fair as possible, share it out.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a bit tough for the UAEs, but I'm sure all the other teams would be absolutely gutted for them, really, that they didn't have air conditioning because they kept blowing it up. Dodgy electrics in the hotel. Auto Intermarches.
What it's worth, Ogier says in the interview that it's a nice stage to win. Not that he wants revenge, but it's a nice stage to win, quite similar to 2 years ago. So he probably wants the win, but I think it doesn't change our tactics. We're going to stick to the plan. It will be also a nice day in the breakaway.
How motivating would that be for your riders in the bunch to really get stuck in to try and get up the road?
It doesn't change too much. It's always better to have more information, in my opinion. It's better to have more information than less, because with more information you can make better decisions as a rider.
As a professional.
Yeah, as a professional, it is what it is. If UAE decide to bring you back, they bring you back. But if you're not in the breakaway, then you have no chance of winning the stage. So it's that balancing act.
Small move up the road at the moment. We've got, 4 Frenchmen in there. A bit more than that as this group starts to establish itself, or at least try, with Top Gunner lending his considerable weight and power to the job of trying to sever the link between themselves and that peloton. Kevin Vauquelin is a perfect candidate, you would say, for a French victory on Bastille Day for the Netcompany Ineos squad.
You can just see behind on the front of that peloton, Niels Pollitt and UAE has come to the front, and maybe now just calming that peloton down. Did spot one Visma Lease bike rider in that counter attack, so that's one point that UAE team Emirates might not be happy with. Just see just to the right of the screen then, just caught the glimpse of his yellow helmet.
Yeah, one of their taller riders. Let's see if we can get a handle on who that might be. At any rate, yeah, Pollitt, McNulty et al. Just starting to roll through at the front of this peloton. Will they be satisfied with the composition of this group? They'll wait for a few more numbers, make sure there are no GC threats up the road, and maybe even put a rider in themselves. Could be McNulty himself that's just going to roll up here. Maybe just bring the rest of the peloton with them. So no breakaway yet established. That's remarkable, isn't it? Ancient medieval fortress, Le Rocher. Well, I hear the church bells. Must be a place of worship hereabouts. Yeah, we're in the Cantal department here, in the heart of the volcanic Massif Central. Aurillac, our departure point today. Seen as a bit of a cheese capital of France, so I think the oldest cheese variety in France comes from Aurillac. Yeah, Mathieu wants to stomp on the pedals. Keep this one challenging, keep it difficult, and just maybe move clear of the rest. This Ramses De Bruyne has joined up with them as well, his best placed rider on GC from the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. They've got an amazing record, actually. They've managed to win a stage of Tour de France in each and every participation going back to 2020. Breakaway still yet to fully establish itself, but more attacks coming. They have come relentlessly in this first hour of racing. On stage 10 of Tour de France, Aurillac to Le Lion. Will it be a GC fight today? Well, not if these riders have anything to say about it. We've got a couple of Total Energy riders in here, a couple from Soudal Quickstep, at least 3 from the Movistar squad. Alpecin Premier Tech represented by 2, so multiple representation from not a huge number of teams, and that could be interesting. And will this be something that is acceptable to the UAE Team Emirates, the all-conquering UAE Team Emirates XRG squad? Well, Jordan Jagat finished top 10 in Tour de France 12 months ago and has been gravitating up the order. Jagat has put himself into this one. Cofidis a little bit underrepresented, so they launched the next little salvo, and this latest little gripper offering an opportunity. A couple of riders there from the Net Company Ineos squad. Vauquelin clearly climbing well today. Abrahamson, Javier Romo, and Raul Garcia. Garcia made a big name for himself in the first few days of racing, didn't he, with multiple attacks. Meanwhile, Tim Merlier continues to leak time, now almost 5 minutes down. It's going to be a long, tough day for the already 2-time stage winner in 26.
It's just about, there's just enough riders now from UAE Team Emirates at the front of that peloton. I think they're trying to get a control of this situation. They're quite happy with the break to go. This is a very large group for them. But you see the riders punching over. Gregoire, correct, the French champion. What a story that would be.
Yeah, he's
French
arrived in.
Could win a stage on Bastille Day. Wow.
relatively quiet start to Tour de France, and that's a decent fracture there. Who's going to fix it? Are there enough riders there for the UAE? Because there's certainly enough riders up front, but the road in some ways is going to decide here, and riders already wilting, and the duo from Movistar and is it Vervaeke? Yeah, Vervaeke is climbing well, isn't he? He's absolutely flying form. They've switched his role already in Tour de France as a result of the departure of Bert van Lerberge, and the man who tends to do a lot of legwork on the front of the peloton is now climbing like a mountain goat, getting up and over these short climbs, and he's managed to join up here with Javier Romo. Let's hear from Romain Bardet. He's out on the bike surveying the scene, his first hour of racing and support. Let's hear from former podium finisher.
Just after 50k in that race, and there is no categorized climb yet, but a lot of rolling terrain, and on the long dragging, the uphill dragging part, we saw some sprinters really are in trouble. Early in the stage, Tim Merlier got dropped. He had some help with Pascal Encorn, so we were waiting for him, and then the Soudal Quickstep team also sent Dylan Van Baarle to wait for him. And now we have also Binyam Girmay, weighted by Lewis Askey. And also Jasper Philipsen was on his own because Tim Marsman, who was with him before, got also dropped. So far it's so good because, you know, the commissaire didn't stop the convoy, but as the attacks are still flooding in the front, it can be an issue. And before we reach the first big climb of the day, back to the commentators.
Gilles Romain, it's all on at the front. The sprinters are going to go back in their box, form a little bit of a gruppetto and try and grind their way to the finish line. Long day out for Tim Merlier and friends. Long day for all of us indeed. And Jonathan Harris-Bass has joined up. He's going to take us through the next part of the stage.
Thank you very much, Declan. It has been full gas racing so far, and as we can see, Binyam Girmay has started to slip behind as well, not as far back as Tim Merlier. Binyam Girmay, I think it's John who's with me at the moment, and he didn't look on top form in that sprint earlier today.
No, it was a little bit laboured, I'd say. First effort after a rest day. We know how committed Mads Pedersen is for those intermediate sprints. I think that makes a little bit of a difference. I think with Binyam Girmay, when it's a race finish, you really get everything out. But yeah, you're right to notice it and see it. I'd say a little bit laboured. He wasn't as punchy or snappy as he usually is.
No, and as far as the green jersey rankings are concerned, Mads Pedersen has been utterly dominant so far in those intermediate sprints in what we've seen so far, and he's increased his advantage over Binyam Girmay there. Do you think, I mean, there is so much racing going on at the front at the moment, they're just pushing ahead here. 14 seconds, we're still not, as Romain just said, we're still not at the first main climb, and these riders are absolutely, they're giving it their absolute all. It's flying along. Is it what you expected, John?
Yes, I really did. This was an opportunity for the breakaway, and that's what everyone's thinking about. And with it being so hard and so difficult, we knew it was going to be a big fight to get in this breakaway today. And it's exactly that. I think that intermediate sprint where it was coming so early on in the race, still with 141k to go, it was pretty much 24 kilometers into the race, and that meant the race stayed open and stayed together until that point. And then after that, we started to see the attacks kind of have a bit more chance of being established. But now it's a really large group out front. I don't know how many riders trying to count it, but it's at least around 20, maybe just a little bit more. And with that means the cohesion isn't the best with a group that big. There's enough teammates at the moment to keep it rolling, but I think when we get to that first categorized climb, the third category climb that begins with 101k to go, in that little section there of 3k, averaging 7.2%, it's hard enough for that breakaway then to almost split into the strongest riders, and that group if they are still away, well, you'll see some of the riders who have sacrificed everything for their teammates be distanced, and then maybe we'll see this breakaway really establish.
Well, so far, I'm sure Christian Prudhomme is looking on and thinking this is exactly the firecracker that I wanted for 14 Juillet. And we've had some brilliant stages in the past on 14 Juillet, just not as much French success as the home nation would want. Saw earlier on today Paul Sexas managing to get in the front group of the split that went away before Tadej Pogačar did reel it back in. Just a moment of, I wouldn't say fright, but just being caught a little unawares. This group, as you said, not working brilliantly together, but at the same time they are starting to stretch this advantage out. Brian's pointed out he thinks there are around 31 riders in this front group, and with 31 is too big, and if it is that size, is the peloton behind going to allow them to go or not?
No, I think it's a little bit too large at the moment, and that's what I mean. When we get to that third category climb in 10k, then we'll see the riders who maybe on the front now really committing for their teammates who are also in this breakaway, and then we'll see this possibly this group split, maybe reduce in size, and then I think at that point, then it's got the chance to go quite far as we get further in.
Questions, of course, will be about what UAE, what their plan is for the day. We heard Tadej Pogačar speak at the top of the programme, being interviewed down at the line, and in fact we just had some team radio come on and point out what Tadej had said, which was, I'm not out for revenge, I'm not out to revisit Le Lion and try and put right what went wrong against Jonas a couple of years ago, but it's a lovely stage. It's a stage that, yeah, I definitely feel I could win on. And so there's going to be, I would imagine, there's slight terror anytime something like that's heard amongst all of the other teams.
Yeah, it's it's a difficult one, isn't it? I think you can say that on every stage. So I was just talking about it with Declan. It's nice information to have as a rider. I much prefer to have all the information available to me, not try and hide any information. If Tadej said that in the interview, you could read, like we do, read into it whatever we want. If he's saying it to, throw some of the GC riders off, there's always those question marks. You never know exactly what he means, but it's definitely a chance for the breakaway, and you can't just think, oh, well, Tadej's going to win today. I don't want to try, because you never know what can happen. And if you don't even try to get in the breakaway, then you've got no chance of winning a stage of the Tour. So this is why we can see still 31 riders confirmed out front who are keen to try and win the stage.
We heard, as we see, that there's a slight head more, becoming more of a crosswind now at 10 kilometres an hour, which is gustier than it has been in the first week. We heard from inside Team Visma, Lisa Bike interview before the stage today, that they're been using AI in order to sort of look at ways of approaching stages. I almost feel that this is one of the great examples of why, we had a crash. Is this in the pursuing group, or
I think it was at the back of the peloton.
The back of the peloton.
Yeah.
4 riders still down. Tricky roads to ride on here. Stuart Van Etvelt and Gradek involved because of the narrowing of them, John.
Yeah, it's obviously really narrow. Looks like it's a fast time to go down in a crash. Quite a relaxed time in that peloton. The really fast point at the stage, which is it's really not the greatest time for any of these riders. We get a bit of a replay showing the spot where it was. Quite near the bottom of the back of the group, actually. Yeah, and it was actually two crashes in one. There was a crash on the right-hand side, then where everyone brakes. There was then the touch of the wheels in the middle of the peloton, which is quite common. someone avoiding something needs to really break, and someone else runs into the back of them. But hopefully everyone will get back up on their bikes.
I think, I'm not 100% sure, but from what I could see from over the top, I think Lennart van Etvelt actually had his fall softened a little by going into the bank rather than crashing on the road itself. So hopefully that will mean that no major injuries incurred there. And 5 kilometres from the top for the main peloton. They're 47 seconds behind our breakaway group, which contains 31 riders at present. 106 k's left to run. Well, John, sorry, before that crash happened, I was just going to say about the use of AI within teams. First of all, could you elaborate on what teams are using artificial intelligence for?
They're just running simulations, really, is best describing it. You use it a lot more in time trials, of course, originally, and team time trials. And you just kind of see, what plan, what structure from the ride would be the fastest. It's more just trying to run simulations simply, simulate what was going to happen, and use it that way. There's a lot of teams using it in different ways, and it's all about, I think, as we know with AI, it's a new thing, it's growing, so of course. It's a new tool, and it's a tool that helps the teams. Same as power meters, same as heart rate, same as sleep scores of how the riders have slept or recovered. They're all just metrics that, when they work all together, they make the overall package for an athlete better. But
so for team, there's the Lisa bike, when they're looking at what the potential outcomes are of a stage. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, would it be fair to say that Tadej Pogačar is their main rival, is someone who races on instinct, races on his human instinct, and therefore, if he decides he's feeling good and fresh and he's going to go, he can go anywhere?
Yeah, I think all of them do. A really high percentage of all the riders, it's still humans racing bikes, and feelings and how the riders are makes the decision. They're the ones on the bike, they're the ones racing. If they're on a bad day, you don't know the definite reason why things like this happens, and sometimes it does. Let's see, puncture for Nelson Oliveira. So it's still human error or human decision making, and I think that'll never go. Even with using power meters, a few years ago we were talking about how, well, this is making racing boring. This is, everyone's just looking at their data, but it's a tool still, and you still don't know what other riders are pushing, and I think it'll always stay the same. It's still very much a mental game.
I completely agreed. I think it is, but I think that's the nature also of professional sport, right the way across the board. That you can augment your planning, but you're never going to take the human element away. Well, welcome back. You're watching stage 10 of the 2026 Tour de France, 166.6 kilometres from Aurillac to Le Lioran, and we've consumed the first 60 kilometres in today's stage at high octane pace. And now, as we make our way through Jus-sur-Montjoux, we have a breakaway that is looking healthier and healthier. We're on the first climb of the day. It's a decent climb up to the Côte de Béarol, and and then the climbs come thick and fast. And Romain Bardet, who's out on the bike for us today, who hails from these parts, knows them well, and just said, John, he just went, once this climb starts, it is up and down in an unrelenting manner all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's well, we have over 3,900 meters of climbing in the total stage, but once we start this first categorized climb, pretty much 3,000 meters of it comes within, I'd say, around 100 kilometers. So it's near enough a really tough day, and not those big mountain passes like we saw in the Pyrenees when we saw the Tourmalet and Col d'Aspin. It's really tough, punchy climbs, which kind of brings a mix of riders in the mix that could go for victory.
Big question that was posed at the start of the day. Is it going to be possible for the breakaway to go for it? Well, we've got 31 riders, as previously mentioned, in this breakaway, but already starting to splinter, and 2 Astana riders out in the lead here.
Yeah, and this is what I mentioned earlier. I think at this point now on this climb, we'll see this group of 31 thin down to a working group that will go quite far in the stage. This is where the climbers really want to push on, and they want to make that split. And if the good riders come to the front, maybe a group of 12 come together, and then of course they'll be more likely to work together, more cohesion, and we'll see some riders being distanced on this first categorized climb, even though it is only a third cap, but still a tough one. 3 kilometers at 7.2% average.
Well, the riders who Astana had in the break initially were Sergio Higuita, and then you've also got Harold Tejada and Simone Velasco. I can't tell you who the 2 out in the lead were. I suppose I would guess it's Higuita and Tejada. But
from the size of them, I think it's Higuita and Tejada at the front, led now by the Irishman Ben Healy.
Today the sort of day that really could suit him as well.
Yeah, one of those days I think he's really put a pin in. This is one of the first real opportunities. We've seen him riding quite conservative actually through the opening week of the Tour de France, which is, in my mind, always a nice sign. I think you know Healy would have come in good form, and he's been able to ride in a way to kind of protect himself and be ready for days like today.
So onto the climb proper. 3 kilometers in length, average gradient 7.2%. Not as hard as we heard from Roma as the next climb, the Col de la Griffoule, which is a second category climb. And then we've of course got the Puy-Marie Pays de Vérole coming late on, and the Col de Pertus, which is where Romain Bardet said he reckoned things would be decided. But we've got our first selection from the breakaway being decided here due to the gradients. Plenty of tricolor on the side of the road. The French National Day, 14 Juillet. And out in force at the front of the chasing peloton, UAE Team Emirates XRG. They are setting out their stall today.
Nils, Florian, perfect. Perfect, ladies.
And that is exactly what their team want them to do. 1 minute, the difference between those up the road and this chasing pack, but Team UAE seem quite content with the way that things are going so far today. And other than that minor scare for Tadej Pogačar a little earlier on, all going well. Kevin Vauquelin sits at the back of this group alongside the French national champion. managed to make his way up to the front of the line, or invited to come to the front of the line today, Romain Grégoire, in the tricolor colours. The first selection, as I said, of those riders who made their way up the road. Alex Boudin is the teammate of Ben Healy in the EF Education colours, who sits a little further back. We've got Paré Peintre, who's ploughing his way forwards as well. Valentin Paré Peintre, that is, of course. One of his teammates, Tim Merlier, is a long way back, and Merlier already struggling. Not encouraging signs there, John, for Merlier, because losing the ground in the way that he has done on the terrain that's come so far, as you've just suggested, it gets far worse from here on in.
Yeah, it's a difficult day for the sprinters. In some ways, more difficult than what you'd see a big mountain pass. With a mountain pass, you know you're only going to lose time on the climb. On the descent, most of the time the gruppetto can take time back, or mainly definitely not lose time on any of the descents. But the main thing for today, I still don't expect the time cut to be a defining factor for them. It should be over 18% at the end of the day, depending on the average speed, maybe 17-18%. But still waiting to unsure if the hot weather protocol and the extension of the time cut is still in play today. I'll have a dive into the communiques and see if it's mentioned. But it's definitely a tough day to be a sprinter. You really want to get a group together, a working group together, and it's. I hope, in a way, it'd be nice to see that gap to Merlier on the screen the whole time to really understand how hard it is for the sprinters.
We saw Julien Alaphilippe losing ground, Marco Haller there at the back. Teammate Mark Hirschi is a little further up the road, so Mark Hirschi involved in the breakaway group.
Ben O'Connor, maybe just setting into his own rhythm, but a strong climber. Yeah, he's making his way back to that group. He's right, maybe just behind those riders who were distanced, who we just saw on the screen. Marco Haller, also Marco Frigo, also distanced, which is a shame for the Italian. Frigo, very good climber. He's won from a very good breakaway victory in the Tour of the Alps last year. He's been distanced from that break, and that group that was originally 31 now thinning down in size out front.
Touchdown at the back of the yellow jersey group, Mads Pedersen. A man who really has set about his task well of mopping up those points. Valentin Paré Peintre. Just a little pull on the front there. We got plenty of representation from the Movistar team as well. Cepeda, one of their riders in there. Raul Garcia is the other. Still 900 metres to go on this first climb. After the climb, it's a bit of a plateau really for the next 20 kilometres or so, with one tiny little drop down and then a slightly more major drop down before the base of the next climb, which it comes in the second category, Col de la Griffoule.
And from that point, that climb begins with 75 kilometres to go, the second category climb, and then after that it really is categorised climbs. You're either going up or you're descending. There is not even probably around about a 2 kilometre flat section in the middle of that, and the rest of the time is either up or down. So we're getting ready for a real tough day.
And it's tough not just because it's physically tough, is it, John? It's also incredibly mentally tough.
Yeah, it's even more so, I think, with how UAE team members are riding now as well. Nice little wave to the camera, but holding them at 1 minute, and on the team radio, if they're saying it's perfect, then I don't expect it to go any further out.
There's been another fall. I'm not entirely sure where that's happened, whether that was the back of the peloton once again.
Back of the peloton, I think, back of the peloton. They were just going through that feed zone, so maybe a touch of wheels there.
So the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the side of the road. One of those is going up for auction at Sotheby's, New York later today. Expected to become the most expensive dinosaur in history. Up across that first climb of the day, and the points going the way of the Soudal Quick-Step team. Valentin Paris-Peintre first over the line, and Louis Vervaeke the second. And then Paris-Peintre relaxes as Arensman looks to carry on the pace. Struggling here. I have a feeling this is one of the riders who did go down from Team Picnic Post NL, Rob Dont.
Looking back to see if there's any support from the team car behind. So, back up and riding, which is the most important thing.
Not sure if you managed to catch up too much with what happened to Tom Pidcock's gears on stage 9. He sort of seemed to get everything going again on the descent, but then he wasn't able to find the gear he wanted in the sprint, which is why it was perhaps a surprising third place finish, when you would have definitely expected him maybe not to finish. But I think even he was, I mean, he just went, look, Mathieu's outstanding in these situations, but I don't think he would necessarily have expected to be beaten by Anderson.
No, so what I did find out, so the lever, on the brake lever where you change gear, that button was broken. So alongside the brake, so that would go down the block. But there is also a button on top of the brake lever, a little button there which you could then use to drop down. And then Tom gave an interview afterwards, and he explained he was so concentrated he got it working again because he started using the button on the top. But it meant he had to ride on the top of his bars and not in the drops to change gear, because he can't reach the top of the hoods. And then, yeah, in the race situation, getting ready to sprint, he got locked in and got in the drops like normal, and then he was completely in the wrong gear, then had to go on his tops to change gear.
Well, some quite stunning field art there. We are in the Cantal region, skiing and cycling arm in arm here, and I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to represent here. There's agriculture.
No, ladybirds, maybe?
They do look a little bit like ladybirds, yeah. They were, I'm not entirely sure, again, of the connection that they're going for, but maybe the ladybird is something synonymous with this region in France. Christian Prudhomme returning to his roots. And the commune de Pérols has opened the Place Christian Prudhomme, and opens today on 14 juillet 2026. A very very proud moment for the director of the Tour de France today. One of those lovely little side stories that happens as we move on. So we've now got Tejada and Romo pressing ahead, and as you could see, I think that, John, that was really interesting. We were just cut away to the front of the race before we went off to see Christian Prudhomme's new place being opened up, but it wasn't downhill. They've reached the top of this third category. It's now a plateau, but the plateau has gradients in it which aren't necessarily that easy, so this is why we've got this opportunity for those riders to pull ahead. Kevin Vauquelin looked like he was pulling over.
No, this is a bad timing as well. I'm not sure if the team car of the net company Ineos would have been directly behind Vauquelin. So, yeah, it might be a change with the neutral service. In this situation, with the peloton being so close, you'd really want a bike change. You'd really want to just get straight on a bike, straight on back on a spare bike, and try and get back to that breakaway. But if it is a wheel change, possibly could take longer than usual. The danger really is that you could then get caught by that peloton.
So a splintering of groups that has occurred up the road. That group of 31 on the first climb of the day started to fracture, and we've now got two at the head of the course, which is Tejada and Romo. Then we've got a second group 36 seconds behind them. There's another 30 seconds to the following group, and then it's a minute and 20 seconds between the head of the race and those breakaway riders. You're watching stage 10 of the 2026 Tour de France, the 113th edition of La Grande Boucle, and we are in the Massif Central today, and at the moment we have a couple of riders out in front, but everything fracturing and everything, well, certainly I would suggest everything perfectly placed at present.
Yeah, we just saw, while we were on the break, actually, Kevin Vauquelin with a mechanical problem. It looked like a rear wheel puncture, and without the team cars in that gap, he had to do a wheel change with neutral service. Just saw on the TV pictures from the helicopter shot was Vauquelin just on his own, probably around 15 seconds ahead of this peloton. So yeah, terrible luck for the net company Ineos rider, and some bad luck at this year's Tour de France so far.
Romain Bardet is out on the bike for us at the moment. Let's go and hear from him.
All the main climbs are still to come on that day, but we already got a lot of damage there, you know, because in this typical area in the Cantal, on top of the climb it's more plateau and really rolling terrain, so that means we had a lot of guys that were trying to bridge across to the front, guys like Ghana, Lennert, Van Velt, who unfortunately crashed. They are a bit left alone in the team car, in the convoy. We have also, more surprisingly, someone like Victor Campanens, who was really suffering, and some sprinters as well, for sure, Olaf Koy, Binyam Guilherme. They all had teammates around, because UAE is really doing the pace there, and it's even before we really started the really long climb of the days. Back to the commentators.
Well, that's interesting to hear that Victor Campanats is struggling, because you would not expect that on a day like today, John.
No, he's a perfect rider, as we get to see. Cofidis. That's Alex Kirsch, former Luxembourg road race champ. Yeah, it's a shame for Team Visma Lease Bike to lose Campanats on a stage like today. Again, you just never know how these riders recover on that rest day, and how the legs really react, how they feel. So it was a bit of a surprise for all the riders. He's still quite an unknown, but maybe a bit of time in the convoy, maybe he's made his way back. But for Team Visma Lease Bike, yeah, you want to keep a full squad of riders around Jonas Vingegaard for as long as possible.
So at the moment, separation between the first two riders and then the next lot along the way. 40 seconds. And that second group's currently got 23 riders within it. That includes Jega, who was originally involved with that three-man breakaway up at the front, but just churning out a consistent pace as we have come to expect them to do so. UAE Team Emirates keeping everything very much in check at present.
Yeah, completely in control. Again, similar to what we saw on the other days. I think it's been discussed quite a lot what they're aiming for. I think today it's obviously they're trying to win the stage with Pogačar. But there is some interviews that point to UAE Team Emirates trying to go for that team classification as well. Of course, always the one way to reward your riders is to have the whole team on the podium at the end in Paris. And, to try and win that classification would be amazing for the team. But today, I think it's clear. I think Tadej Pogačar wants to go look for that stage victory, maybe right those wrongs, get a bit of revenge from previous finishes here. But as soon as we saw them control, as soon as we heard that radio call of perfect, it looks like they're here and they mean business.
It's quite tricky to pick out a day where they don't mean business, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you come to the best race in the world, and it's fair enough. You've prepared, you've worked really hard to be here. You can't, unfortunately, even though I think sometimes you feel like it should be fair and people should get opportunities and share out these wins, but you never know when you're going to win again. It's not a guarantee. And we've seen so many teams over the years who come to the Tour, they dominate for a few seasons, and then it changes hands. But you never know when you're going to win again. And if you've got an opportunity to, or a chance to go for victory, then why not? You have to commit to that. That's what you as a professional bike rider and as a professional teammate you want. So if you're strong enough to do it, why not try and deliver every time you go out and race?
Well, it is 14 Juillet today, and Romain Grégoire is the man wearing the tricolor jersey. Only once in the history of the Tour de France has the man wearing the tricolor won on Bastille Day. That was Raymond Delille, who achieved that back in 1969. Last man who was French to win on Bastille Day 9 years ago, Warren Barguil, winning into Foix. But there are plenty of French riders currently involved in the main breakaway of the day. I say the main breakaway, it's the group of riders who are positioned behind these two. Neither of the two at the front of the race are actually from France, Tejada and Romo. Let's hear now from one of the Frenchmen who's involved, and that's Valentin Barré-Peintre.
Valentin, c'est bon, sur le papier.
Well, Valentin, on paper, this is a big stage and a good chance. Yeah, it's a very tough stage today. Lots of climbs, and they all come in a row. The start's quite flat, but then there are a lot of hills and descents on very narrow, demanding roads. It's up and down, left and right. It's really tough. Lots of points for the polka dot jersey at the moment. Well, yeah, that is my main goal, and that's what I'm going to be looking to try and get those points today. My number one goal is to maybe get the polka dot jersey today. You said you want to do better in the stages. Yeah, I haven't taken as many points as I would have liked to so far. I didn't get very many on the Tourmalet climb, so today's a day that I picked for the polka dot jersey, and it's a day where I hope that I can get as many as possible. So not hiding away as Alan's man, well, Philippe Ganna here, who was in great form a couple of days ago. Looking as though he's having to find his way back. So Tejada and Romo currently sitting up the road, and they've opened up a decent advantage along the top of this plain that they are currently competing on, and plenty of people out on the National Day in France come into the Massif Central to support the Tour as it wends its way right the way through the middle of the country. So approaching halfway in this year's Tour. Halfway not only in stages, but halfway, of course, also in the kilometres that have been completed so far. And here the volcanic and glacial landscape that surrounds us in the Massif Central. As we move into the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region of France. Well, John, do you feel that it's settled a little at the moment?
Yeah, I think we got through that first categorised climb of the day, and we've gone over that plateau. It took a while, didn't it, today? It really did. That intermediate sprint coming so early on, and a big group finally getting established. Still, we have 2 riders ahead, and still quite a large group of 23 riders behind that. But the peloton in complete control as we go back to that group of 23 I was just talking about. The attacks and the splits are still happening there. Here's Ben Healy. It's like Healy, Vavaka of Soudal Quickstep. Neither should be Sergio Higuita.
Spot on.
It was. Easy one identifying Ben Healy, of course, in the EF and the Irish flags on the sleeves.
And the sort of stage, you've already mentioned it once, John, but it is the sort of stage that not only will he have targeted, but really does suit his strengths.
Yeah, it's one that I think he would have targeted. Say earlier how he's been quiet, and you know, everyone was talking about it. Everyone is expecting that day for Healy, and maybe today is that first real chance that he'll really turn his head to the side and get after it.
Obviously, all teams will have made their own strategies for today. What is their best opportunity to get out in front? What's their best opportunity to win the stage? For someone like Ben Healy, when he's won in the past, it's usually come, if I look at today's parcours, it would come with an attack on the Col de Pertus if he's still in a group there, and then just to try and see himself home to the finish.
Yeah, it really depends on the makeup of the breakaway he's in. I think that's one of his strongest assets, like you just described, an earlier attack to ride solo. But I still think on a day like today, we have the final third category climb finishes and tops out with near enough, just under 3 kilometres to go. That final categorised climb is still 6 kilometres. Sorry, 3 kilometres, begins at 6 kilometres to go, around there. and it's still strong enough for a late attack from Healy and to go solo.
Well, Kevin Vauquelin is about to rejoin the main peloton. This is going to be disappointing for Kevin Vauquelin, but it's down more to the fact, John, that he had that puncture or problem. We don't know necessarily whether it was a puncture, but just really poor timing. And again, for someone like Kevin Vauquelin, who is fiercely proud of his home nation, going to be gutting for him to have to sort of start working again from a different position on 14 juillet.
Yeah, he's already had, I think Vauquelin has had some rotten luck this Tour de France, and it doesn't seem to be changing. Obviously no team cars in that gap when he punctured. He had a wheel change with Shimano, which would have been slower. Possibly with a bike change you might have made it back to that group. He would have been quicker and not lost as much time. And also it was a rear wheel puncture, so that again takes longer than the front wheel. So yeah, terrible luck. There's not much else you can do about that. Unfortunately, these things are part of it, and if luck isn't on your side and it comes at the wrong time, then yeah, there's not much else you can do.
So Tejada and Romo currently holding a 27-second lead over the group that contains both Ben Healy and Higuita as well, along with Vavaka. Well, Matt Stevens, who's going to come and take over lead commentary just in a few minutes' time, was down here. He was saying he was down here doing some previews with Romain Bardet, particularly of this stage, and just was speaking, John, about how heavy the roads are here.
Yeah, they're not Mediterranean roads. The Spanish, only roads you can just float, and if you want to feel good and feel fast, you head out there, but you don't head to this region. It's a really grippy tarmac, tough tarmac. It's just a relentless day, I think is the best way of describing this. It's constant, always on the pedals, and yeah, just a grueling day for all the riders.
And it's what a tough ask that is, John, when you're coming back after your first rest day.
Yeah, there's no it's a horrible way to have it organised in a way. There's no time. We always know how difficult it is after a rest day for some riders. Some riders come out of it really, really well. Others come out of it not so well. But yeah, nowhere to hide. But that's also Tour de France and any Grand Tour. The rest days aren't something new. They've been around for many, many years now. So yeah, not a surprise that the rest day's coming, but sometimes a surprise how the legs react.
You're watching stage 10 of the Tour de France between Aurillac and Le Lion, and we're on to our second climb of the day, which will challenge these two breakaway riders once again. Tejada and Romo up the road at present, and the arm goes up from Harold Tejada as they start on the Col de la Griffoule. 5.9 kilometres, an average gradient of 6.7%. Bidon passed over. Latest weather check that we just got was that they're 31 degrees out there. We come past l'Église Saint-Hilaire in Brézon, and everything perfectly poised on this exciting stage 10 of the Tour. UAE controlling the peloton. Ben Healy leading a group that is chasing down the two riders who are currently up the road. To 26 seconds behind at the moment. We're on to the second climb of the day. There are many more climbs to come, and they get progressively harder. And Anders Milke is out on the roads and has been driving over these climbs just in front of the peloton. And so we're going to go and join him just to get a little more insight into the next couple of climbs that the peloton are going to be taking on. And then when Anders is finished speaking and we come back to our coverage, it's going to be Matt Stevens who takes over the commentary for the next 20 to 30 kilometres or so.
Standing just before the top of the cat-free climb Col de la Pradebouc. But before that, the riders have to climb the Col de la Greyfoule. The combination between those two climbs is very, very interesting because there's only 6.5 kilometers from the Cat 2 one up until the top of the summit of the cat-free Col de la Pradebouc. The first one, the Cat 2, is quite regular. The gradients is 6-7% all the time. It doesn't really surprise, it doesn't really change, and it is around 6 kilometers long. Then they come up on a little plateau. It's really exposed, it's open. Right now we don't really have a wind, but the descent, it is the first part of it is exposed with the sun. Then they go into a forest, and then we have the shadow, and it is on a very, very narrow road, so the riders have to be very, very attentive. Then they take on with the Col de Pradebouc, which we have here in the background. It's not that hard, it's shorter. It's Bastille Day. Fans are waiting for the riders to pass by. The combination of the Cat 2 and the Cat 3 is really something where you can put some damage in and you can put some fatigue into your rivals.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Anders. Thank you, Jono. Hello to John and to Brian. And this is the situation that we have on the road. It's been an active day, an explosive day, a fast day. Given the climbing, given the terrain that we've passed over already, the average speed still just under 47 kilometres an hour. Absolutely crazy. Still 2,300 metres approximately of elevation to go on this stage. We started in Aurillac and we are heading towards Le Lorient. 166.6 k's and a brutally hard day. Harold Tejada is up the road for Astana, XDS Astana. Javier Romo is there for Movistar, and we are focusing now on the group that's bridging across the gap. Luva Veika of Soudal Quickstep, Sergio Higuita, a teammate of Tejada, and also Ben Healy. The first time we've seen Ben Healy to the fore. And John, good to see Ben in the mix. For Ben's, it's been a little bit quiet, hasn't it? We've had Bourdin up the road a little bit, but again, the day before the rest day and this one, they do look very Healy-esque, I think it's fair to say.
Exactly that. Just saying exactly the same thing. How he's been quiet, it's quite nice to see. I knew Healy, you know, he comes to the Tour de France and EF Education Easy Plus come with that aim of winning stages. And they pick out, and they're masters of really ticking specific days off. You saw in the Giro d'Italia earlier this season, the way they can just say, okay, we go and we dive in and we aim for this stage, and yeah, not every time you can't deliver time and time again, but you get very, very close consistently. And I think when I saw Healy just having those quiet first 9 stages, I hoped, and I was deep down knew that yeah, he's definitely still in good form, and one day sooner rather than later he'll pop up, and today might be that day.
Yes, certainly. He sits at 1 hour 42 minutes and 52 seconds, a long way down on the general classification, posing no threat. The best placed rider of the lads we've got up front. In fact, you've got to go back to, it's actually Jordan Giguet, who finished 10th in the Tour de France, of course. He's at 10 minutes and 56 seconds. And then we've got some pretty healthy gaps. I don't know if you're on as well, Brian. I think you are. We've seen UAE Team Emirates doing this this familiar pattern of riding hard, chasing. None of us are too sure. We heard from Luke Rowe at the start. He was asked that exact question: what of UAE Team Emirates doing in terms of controlling the race, just holding things at a minute? He didn't know. He said the tactics were very strange. You might have been asked before, so forgive me, Brian. But what is your take on it? Because they're holding things very tight still. I'll ask you that question then yourself, John.
Yeah, they're just holding on, aren't they? Again, as we saw. I haven't got that Scottish accent. But
You haven't, no. I mean, no.
I need to work on the accents. Then no one would know. Maybe you only need. You're quite good with accents, though. I think, Matt, actually.
Yeah, I won't bother to try and imitate Brian. It's, we go back a long way, so it'll be fine.
But yeah, they're definitely going for a stage victory.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
They have to be. The way they wouldn't be riding like this if Pogacar wasn't after that victory.
You see the little smile there? Did you see that? Sorry, John, to cut. He was just looking back, looking into the eyes. Up to there, they're big rivals in the classics, of course. There's a lot of respect between the two. They're always popping up on each other's social media. But there was a smile there from Van der Poel. He's already got that stage win in the bag. But on this occasion, Pogacar didn't even look at him, did he? And then there was a big teethy smile from Van der Poel saying, "What?" Again, asking that question, wasn't he? Clearly, like, what are you guys doing?
Like we are. Yeah. Trying to get the same answer. I guess he didn't get an answer either. Just like you earlier, so no answer, no response from Pogacar.
Exactly. No, it's they are ripping up the rule book, and they can. We talk about the unwritten rules of cycling. These are more observations and conversations based around what we're used to in professional cycling. But they have such a team. They have increasingly, it's becoming increasingly apparent. I think it's fair to say that we are witnessing true generational greatness. In fact, possibly, if not the greatest cyclist that the world has ever seen. So if you've got a rider like that who's hungry, able, with an absolutely stacked teams of winners themselves, then you seize every single opportunity. We go back to that age-old adage in cycling, is that things can turn on a sixpence. Anything can happen at any time. And we heard from the squad's DS at the start. If there's a day where we can take some time, we'll take it, because otherwise, you don't know. All you need is one bad day or one bit of misfortune. And what did you make, John, earlier on today of that little bit where we saw Tadej Pogacar had missed, and a few of his teammates had missed a 40-50 rider split. Sexas was up the road, and he had to get in the wind and jump across himself. I mean, he did it pretty effectively, but that's quite rare to see that sort of thing, isn't it?
It is, but it was just how the race really began.
Yeah.
How it was just here, there, and everywhere. Everyone was racing. There was so much going on, and at some point, yeah, you have to make those efforts to close a gap. Even the best riders in the world, the best teams in the world, you have to do it. Every once in a while, you just need to make those efforts and rectify what might have been an issue.
Yeah, he didn't wait. Instinct and obviously racecraft kicked in. It's like, okay, if I don't do this, this could be a little bit dodgy. So he sewed things back together himself. So we're heading on to our second categorised climb of the day, the Col de Griffou, 6Ks long at 6.7%. Straight off the top of that, we drop down and we take it in another third category climb, the Col de Près de Bouc. So we've got two climbs almost for the price of one here, with only a very short descent off it. And we are entering some very difficult terrain. Taking out of account what's happened in the stage in terms of the undulations, all we're looking at now is a complete and utter sawtooth profile for the rest of the day. Hardly any flat at all. In fact, the only real little bit of flat is just after the Col de Murat, where we drop down, and there's a little bit of a run into the Puy-Mery, which we take from the east side. As we look at a couple of little launches here. So Wilmo is looking very good. This is the second group. This is Igita being dropped by Healy and Viveka. I mean, when Healy's on form, he just rides he'll look for a little bit of assistance, but on these climbs, if there's a pace that he needs to set, he's just going to set it, isn't he?
Yeah, he rides it his tempo, what he can manage. And that's how we know. That's how we've seen him in the past, win the races he does. On his own, at his own tempo, and the head turns a little bit to the left, and off he goes.
Yeah, there's that little, especially the head-on angle of Ben Healy. Yeah, there is that little, everybody on a bike has their own instantly recognisable silhouette. Others, some more than others. You do get like some riders are very similar, but Ben Healy, completely unique, as you say, that little telling tilt of the head, and quite often the harder he goes, the tilt just gets a little bit more exaggerated sometimes. But that being said, he is one of the most aero riders out there. A lot of power for a small, light rider, but his CDA, his drag coefficient, is tiny. Punches a tiny hole in the air, knows how to pace himself, understands the science of pacing, understands the importance of aerodynamics. So there's no stone left unturned. But Ben Healy, as we were saying before, the reason we're waxing lyrical so much and talking about him is because he has been quiet, but I think that's clearly a good thing. He's showing good legs today, and the gap is slowly going out here. So we've got Ben's group at 32 seconds. Then we've got the big group behind them, which we're looking at now, including Alex Baudin, a teammate of Healy. I don't know whether he'll do too much riding. He can use this opportunity to sit in the wheels, really, Baudin. It's ideal for Ben, isn't it? And, of course, Baudin has been so strong this year, they might use him towards the end if it does come back together. But the gap's gone out to 135. Do you think... Let's get back to this XGS... Sorry, it just gets back to UE Team Emirates XRG for a minute. Do you think they are actually just riding at their pace? And if there's strong enough riders lower down on the GC to ride away, they're happy with that? Do you think it's something along those lines? It's like, this is our pace. If anybody up front is strong enough to eat into a lead and build enough of a buffer and take the stage, that's fine. And if they can't, unfortunately, they're out the back. Do you think it's something along those lines? Because the lead is slowly going outhill, or do you think it's just they're just pacing it and will close things up at the end?
I think they're using all their team.
Yeah,
they have the whole team there. And they use them in a really efficient way. They're able just to, in a way, like you said, just tick it off under control. And if they're strong enough to ride away and hold them off, then okay, you can have the victory. But it's a tough ask when a team like this can really just ride from the get-go, whenever the breakaway is established.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Earlier on we heard a very telling radio broadcast. We get these little radio communiques that come through, and we had one earlier on. I don't know if you caught it, John. I know you do keep eyes on all the time, but it was the DS from Lotte Intermarché saying that he's basically telling the lads that stick to the plan, although Tadej Pogačar might still want to take this stage. He's keen on taking it. Have that at the back of your mind. And that's not about accepting defeat, is it? It's about accepting what the situation is and the potential that it can hold. It's not about your head dropping, it's about sticking to the plan, but being very, very aware of what's happening behind. And we don't normally get that, but that, I think, is telling on... And there's going to be a lot of teams in a very similar position, aren't they?
Yeah, in my opinion... When I was a rider, you want all the information.
Yeah, the honest information, yeah.
I'd rather have the honest information of everything. And then that allows you to ride in a way that the smart riders then, okay, even if you're in the breakaway, they then think, okay, well, I can't control that. I need to do what I need to do at this point, but need to be aware that maybe at some point it might be joined by Pogačar, so maybe I need to hold back a little bit just in case that situation arises. Sometimes you can take it as really demotivating, but I actually think it's the opposite way round.
Yeah, I think
you just want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's a fair take on that one. As a poor Warren Barguil almost comes together with the little Trek team car. Tiny little bit of frustration for the Frenchman, who previously has won, as it says there. He's won on Bastille Day back in 2017, but certainly not his day. The Picnic Post-L team yet to have a big result. They had Bittner up there the other day in one of the finishes. Pavel Bittner's given them their best result of the Tour de France so far. But look at this. Tejada riding away from Healy. No, it's not. I think that's Baudin coming across. Sorry, yeah, Tejada's coming back.
No, so I think it's Tejada coming back.
Coming back, Healy going forward.
Forward.
Sorry.
And Romo has gone ahead of Tejada. And then Vavaka has dropped back to look after Parapantra, so he's gone on the front of that other group.
Thank you for sorting that through that for me, John. Much appreciated, mate. As Nils Pollitt waves to the crowd, or waves to the fans at home, waves to us, his job is done. We've got Tim Wellens on the front. Just look at the body language there of Wellens. He is not mucking about. That isn't a holding pattern. That is a pretty decent pace that's been set. But Javier Romo, Harold Tejada, Healy and the rest are also setting a very good pace as well, as Warren Barguil just douses himself in water. Now Romo looking strong at the moment. The multi-view here on TNT Sports and HBO Max really does augment your viewing experience. Fire up another device on HBO Max and select this, and then watch that alongside your television, your iPad, your laptop, whatever device you're watching on, and it really does give you a proper global view of what's happening in the race. You'll look at the on the left-hand side, the different classifications will be rotating, the head of the race, the temperature, where they are on the course, but importantly, there'll be 4 additional cameras, and they are the cameras that we'll have in the gallery on the grounds that our director will pick for us. But with the multi-view, you can select them as you want, and there you go. Just get your phone out and scan the QR code, and there you can get on HBO Max the Tour de France multi-view experience. It is absolutely fantastic, and certainly does give another layer, John, to your viewing experience. It really helps tell the story, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get to see a lot more that's going on. I really enjoy the multi-view, actually.
Ben O'Connor, meanwhile, doesn't look particularly good. He looked like he was struggling. He was yo-yoing at the back and hitting his thighs with still such a long way to go. Clearly not enjoying his time out in the breakaway. There's another couple of riders are caught. That's the French champion Romain Grégoire. He's been caught. So this group that was around 35-40 riders is now only 12. Still Romo up in front, Ben Healy, and then we've got Bodan Igita Tejada, Paris Peintre, De Bruyne, Verweyke, Plapp, Cepeda, Garcia, Piavna, Brazofonso, Mark Hirschi and Jordan Gigat are the only riders left in front as this relentless tempo set is set by Tim Wellens, the former Belgian champion. And also he's had a very difficult tour so far, Bruno Amirai. He crashed early in this race and hasn't properly recovered. And if you're not 100%, I mean, he's a classy rider, and I think a very astute signing for Team Visma Lease Bike. But if you're not 100%, yeah, you've got very little chance of survival under this sort of pressure.
Yeah, it's just the day-to-day recovery.
Yeah.
It's just that little bit you're recovering because you crashed. You use more energy. Yeah, you don't sleep as well. There's so many things that go with it, and it just really knocks off that top percentage. And when everyone is at near enough 100%, if you're down to 95, that makes a huge difference.
Did you see that little look? Howard Tejada was just caught, and to be fair to Taddy, he looked across, shook his head, and almost say, "Well done, mate." And there we go. So Tish Benoot just at the back there, one of the key lieutenants for Paul Sexas. Sexas, remember, sits 6th place overall. We heard from Luke Rowe at the start of the programme. I actually asked him in the breakaway, how is Paul Sexas recuperating, recovering? How is he? Because this is the deepest at this level, John, Sexas has ever gone in a bike race. I mean, once we got to 9 days, that was it. He'd never, I mean, even the Tour de l'Avenir, there's nothing as long as this. Yeah, so although he's got this class and he's been proven at World Tour this year, it is another, I mean, we've seen riders in the past, not to take anything away from Sexas, that they're really good over a week and then it all just falls apart. So this is going to be an interesting test these next few days, isn't it, as we progress through the race. And Luke gave a really honest appraisal of the way Sexas was going. He said he's recovering well, he's sleeping. He said, and unlike a lot of other teams, Decathlon, CMA, CGM are actually all healthy, they're all positive, and they're all going well, which is massively important as we head into week 2.
Yeah, it's huge for the team. Even take away, if you take out Sexas, actually, Olaf Koy came back from illness at the start of the season. He's come here and he's in really good shape. And then really the biggest, not shock in a way, we knew the quality, but Tish Benoot, he had an operation on his back at the start of the season. He missed all of the classics. He hasn't raced pretty much. He did Tour of Swiss in preparation for this, but he hadn't raced to that point. He hadn't been seen. He went through a lot of recovery to come back, and he's there day in, day out as Sexas's right-hand man in those first opening few stages, and still at the back of this group with a big group of climbers. So yeah, that team on the whole, what could have been an amazing start to the season. They've really stepped up, made some big changes, made some big signings. To see those two big signings that they made, Koy and Tiesj Benoot, to be here at the Tour de France and competitive. I'm sure that's a big sign, especially for all the sports directors and all the management. Yeah, it's nice to see their star riders, you know, the big money signings being competitive at the Tour.
Yeah, definitely. They've got that stage win in the bag. It's a team that isn't just built around Sexas, and there was I wouldn't say controversy, but there was a little bit of discussion. I think it was the right idea. Get that win early for Olav Koy. He asked to come to the Tour. It shows how much sway he has as we look at the fight for the mountains points. Alex Baudin on the front. Barry Pintre grimacing. And also De Bruyne, Ramses De Bruyne, the Belgian, also fighting for the points here. Ben Healy just dropping off a little bit. We've seen earlier in the race, Baudin, of course, wore for a few days the King of the Mountains jersey and is clearly happy to vie for points here. These sorts of efforts, though, do take a lot. But again, you've got to look at what you can get from the stage here. So Baudin easing ever so slightly. Ben Healy won't worry. He just has a little look round, checks out the situation. You'll see Tejada behind. We've still got the solo leader, Javier Romo. 38 seconds between those riders. And 200 odd metres to the top of the climb for the 27-year-old Spaniard as the road just starts to ease ever so slightly. Powerfully built rider on the stage of the Tour Down Under last year. And there's the points tally at the top of this second cat climb. They played around with the points in the King of the Mountains. Not exactly rich pickings, but 5 valuable points. It's a brave, bold move here by this man. And there's our altitude right now at the top of this climb. The Col de Griffou last used in 1975 in the Tour de France. And now we only have a short descent. It's only the best part of 3 or 4 Ks actually before we take on the next climb, the Col de Près de Boux. But interesting acceleration there by Baudin. I mean, again, it looks like it's a play for the points. The last thing he wants to do is drag Barry Pintre and De Bruyne clear of Healy.
Yeah, it seemed like an acceleration or maybe an attack, because now Healy completely gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Barry Pintre, he openly, even before the Tour de France started in the press conferences, he was going after the King of the Mountains jersey. So it's a clear goal for the Soudal Quick-Step rider, and he just rolls through.
That's really
those 3 points.
Yes, sorry, John. Just really interesting that Baudin was driving on the front and attacking the group with Healy behind, and then doesn't fight for the points. That's, again, just a tiny little detail. The peloton now only at 104. I asked you a few moments ago whether we thought they were going to let this lead go out. Nils Pollitt's off the front of the bunch, and it's now Tim Bellens, and the gap has come down to a minute to the peloton. So this race is closing up rapidly, and there is the mighty team of UAE Team Emirates XRG heading over this climb. And what is there? 40 riders left at the front. Tadej Pogačar in that yellow jersey sat 4th wheel, not too far behind, just sat to the right in the polka dot jersey, keeping that warm for our race leader, is Jonas Vingegaard, keeping Tadej Pogačar closely in his sight. Just under 69 k's to go on stage 10 of the Tour de France, the day after the rest day. Gregoire crosses the top of this climb. He was at the front, and now he's being distanced by the group. These early efforts really telling. Seen the same happen to the likes of Mads Pedersen, Julien Alaphilippe. The speed, the frenetic pace, just the intensity of the race means that if you do make an early effort, put yourself into the red, there's hardly any opportunity to recover, not even in the wheels, John.
No, there isn't. There really isn't. And the pace that's set in that peloton, it's not like you come back and go, okay, I've been caught, I've had an easy maybe 2-3 minutes, get caught, okay, now I can settle back into the pace. But riders from the breakaway are dropped, and then they pretty much instantly go out the back of that peloton.
Well, there we go. Healy's caught. Well, Ben Healy has been caught by the peloton. Maybe he knew that's why he eased off. He could see what was happening behind. Well, look at these beautiful views. We are in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, the location where this man lives. Let's hear from Romain Bardet out on the moto.
We are here almost on top of Col de la Griffoul, and it's quite impressive to see how many riders are dropping. Really good riders, also climbers. We are just with guys like Damiano Caruso, who passed Romain Grégoire, and it's just a climb like it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful landscape, but 6K at 6%, so nothing too crazy, but the pace, as has been said now by UAE, and also combined to the heat the riders are facing since the start of the tour, are making real damage there. And they are all desperate to go in the break, but they may be a bit on the limit, and then they get cocked and dropped by the really fast UAE train. Back to the commentators.
Thank you, Romain. Always good to hear from you. Good to see you back on the bike, chez toi, as it were. Of course, Romain lives in relatively nearby Clermont-Ferrand. We are in the Cantal department of the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. And there's where we are on the profile. Just exactly what Romain was saying. Riders off the front doing these efforts, they get caught and there's no recovery. Just out the back, just exactly what we were talking through.
Yeah. Yeah. Make a huge effort, all that effort to try and get in the breakaway, and then completely dispatched at the back of the peloton when they're caught as well. There's nowhere to hide. I think UAE started the day, maybe they were going to make a decision as they got into the day. Are we going to go for the stage victory? And I think that opening 25 kilometers really gave UAE the answer. The race was open, hard. We flew through that first hour in near enough 48 kilometers an hour average speed, and when you do something like that, surprisingly there's much racing left of distance, and when it's like that, I think Team UAE would have just decided, right, let's go for victory. We've got a chance. These things aren't a given. You can't just say, oh, okay, we're going to win in 2 days time. If you have a chance to win and you're good enough, I think you've got to take all those opportunities whenever they may arise. Exactly. Well, there's a lovely hay bale bit of art, I guess. Polack 2026. That's, I'll give that a strong 7 out of 10. If that's maybe 7.5 out of 10. Good to see the efforts, but 51 seconds now for the peloton behind. That group containing Alex Baudin in between. You wonder if actually Healy had a word with Alex Baudin and said, look, you know, just go for it. I'm done. This is my effort. Let's see what maybe I can do later on. But this is utterly relentless. We've already been down that little descent pretty much, and we're on the next climb of the day. We saw the start. It is the Col des Praz de Boux. It was a really short descent. Romo is well on to that climb, the man from Movistar. But after that, we do get a far longer descent. In fact, it's the best part of 9 Ks off the top. And again, hardly any flat. Then we start the Col de Murat. Then we drop off that. A bit of a valley road, but the valley road is up. And then we start the first of our double header of first category climbs. The Puy and Marie Pas de Pérols, 7.7 Ks at 5.9%. But the steepest part is at the end. There's actually a tiny little bit of downhill midway through. So 7.7 Ks at just under 6 belies the ferocity of that climb. It's the last 1,500 metres that are terribly steep. And then we drop down again and taking the Col de Pertus before we're dropping down again and taking in the final climb of the day, the Col de Fond de Serre, before dropping in, and that kick up at the finish where we saw Tadej Pogačar beaten a couple of years ago by his nemesis Jonas Vingegaard. So 1,600 metres now to the top. John, we're talking about the average speed. Given the fact we're on our third categorised climb of the day, still the average 44 Ks an hour. I mean, it's bonkers, isn't it? Normally on a stage like this, if it was 40s, 41, it'd be impressive, maybe sort of 38, 39 Ks an hour, but we're living in different times. Yeah, we really are. We've done around just under shy of 2,000 metres of elevation at 44 kilometres an hour. It's crazy. It really is. It's crazy, but it's exciting. It's been a brilliant race. But actually, when you look back at this race so far and you look at the stage winners, and there's a distinct hierarchy of the class, the calibre stage winners. We've had the first win by Visma Lease. We've had 2 stage wins from Tadej Pogačar. We've had a stage win from Isaac Del Toro. We've had Mads Pedersen, and we've had Tim Merlier taking off 2 stages. It's just top-tier riders. There's no opportunity. You are the top-tier sprinter, a top-tier classics rider, and Mathieu van der Poel. It is literally the top table. There doesn't appear, John, I mean, occasionally in a Grand Tour, there are 1 or 2 teams who get opportunities, and we get a slightly surprise winner. There's no flukes, but you get a rider that is
gets a career-defining win and maybe changes the course. But right now, the way things are going at the moment, if you want to win a stage of a Grand Tour, you've got to be one of the best riders in the world. And that's all we've got. The best sprinters in the world, the best classics riders in the world, and the best GC riders in the world have taken all 9 stages. There's not much room for anybody else, is there?
No, it's quality.
Yeah.
You have to be quality. That's actually really how it should be, in a way. If you think about it, it's the way every elite sport should be. You know, there's never any freebies in any sport, and I don't think there's any freebies at the moment in the world of professional cycling. All well earned, and all the riders, if they're strong enough to win a stage and they time it right, along with all the riders in this race, they work so hard to be here and to be in peak form. And that's why it keeps coming back. When you're the strongest in the race, like Tadej Pogačar, you have a chance to win another stage. Why not go after it?
Exactly. It's just, in this era, they don't appear, and there might be as we get deeper into this race. Not tomorrow, I wouldn't have thought, because it's going to be 2 more of the meagre opportunities for the sprinters in this Tour de France. You'd imagine they'll be locked in, but there will still be a few teams that go on the offensive. But there doesn't appear to be much room at all for the big GC teams to, well, when I say big GC teams, it's UAE Team Emirates have controlled this race from the very start. There's this relentless tempo that's been set over terrain that ordinarily you'd think a break might go, and although class will always win out, there doesn't seem to be any like 2nd or 3rd tier riders, for want of a better word, John, and I use that word respectfully. At the moment there's only room for champions at the top table, and it is as it should be, but it's not the way it always has been. There's been opportunities for riders to get in a break, think tactically, and take a win, but no room right now. Right, 51 seconds now is the gap as Tadej Pogačar takes some supplies on board. Quinn Simmons up there as well near the front, and of course the squad of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. A little bit further up the road, Romo takes another couple of points towards the King of Mountains. A good day for him. This is a strong performance, because he's the only real constant at the moment, isn't he? He is somehow, because he is a big, strong rider. He did come from triathlon, didn't he? I'm sure
Triathlon,
he did.
Yeah, triathlon, and then he went to XDS Astana when he first came across. I think he did 2 or 3 years there, then picked up by Movistar. But he's come from that triathlon background, which suits this kind of effort.
Oh God, it's just a diesel. It's a diesel effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's the only rider really to have matched the peloton behind. We've still got these lads in between. Alex Baudin in the pink of EF Education Easy Post. Valentin Paris-Pamplin takes another point towards his quest for the King of the Mountains, but he glances round, and what he sees he won't be overly happy with. De Bruyne just at the back as well. They've shut that down even more now. It's just a handful of seconds, 10 or 11 seconds now to the peloton, still being led by Tim Wellens. Felix Grosshartner just behind. Then the man in the white jersey, already with a stage win under his belt from Barcelona, is Isaac Del Toro. And then we have Tadej Pogačar.
I just trying to figure out, is that Florian Vermeersch still there behind Del Toro?
I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure trying to figure out who's there. Like, how are they still?
I know.
Which riders are left?
I think they were using him earlier on, but I might be wrong. But it looked like I think it was
McNulty.
McNulty. Yeah, I think Yates was there as well. Yeah,
but Yates was there. Hugh McNulty. I was going to say that. That's why I was a bit confused. I thought, wow, Vermeersch is on a day, but you're right. That would be McNulty there, just in front of Adam Yates.
Well, an opportunity for this rider. You can tell he's he's a very muscular sort of rider, and used to this high intensity but long sort of endurance effort. Javier Romo, 80 k's an hour now, plunging down into the valley before the next descent of the day. Javier Romo, aero tucked, just fingers covering the brakes, but a nice straight descent here just to pick up some speed. And also with the amount of relentless climbing and short descents, although he's keeping on top of the gearing when he can, especially with the SRAM gears, 54, 10 or whatever he might be riding today, it does give you a big gear, but a really important opportunity to just to cool down and recover a little bit, because the sun seems to be a little bit well occluded, looks like it's gone behind a cloud, and just that 3 or 4 degrees less temperature, and just to get that nice cooling effect on the body and freewheeling will be so welcome for every rider here.
Yeah, every single rider. We talked about it 2 days ago, a bit of a talking point, but again, this is a similar situation. So for Romo out front, no team cars would ever be in that gap. We saw Vaculang puncture. He wasn't able to get on a bike. He had to have a wheel change from neutral service from Shimano, and that meant that was his attempt in the breakaway over and done with. He got later caught. You see those 3 chases now with that UAE-led peloton just behind, just down the road.
Oh God, it's not looking good for Baudin, Paris-Pantre and De Bruyne. Paris-Pantre has just got to hope now that he can use this descent to recover. I think he'll probably accept that he's going to be swept up by the bunch behind, as Romo really does push it. He is pushing this descent, still holding steady. 55 seconds is the gap as we get confirmation of the points. Over the top of the Col des Prés de Boux. Oh, and he nearly loses it there. Just see the little back wheel check like Romo. John Romo has been pushing it, I think it's fair to say. Then he nearly lost it, but he did manage to keep the bike upright. That was a heart-in-mouth moment.
Yeah, it is. Now we see, you know, the rest of the team, rest of the riders now are going to go through that same corner. It just seemed like that little hole, that little hazard is right on the racing line, around that corner. So if you do get it a little bit wrong, and you tap it, you're lucky to. Romo has to ride fast. He has to go down this descent. He can't just back off thinking, okay, but you need to try and hold time, or even try and take out some time. You might gain 10 seconds here, taking a little bit more risks than the peloton are willing to take.
Yeah, well, let's hope everybody in the peloton goes around that corner, because they'll be going around it in just a few seconds' time. It did, to be fair to Romo, that corner did double round quite quickly, didn't it? So it was a real right-hander. Here it is coming up. Or no, I think they've gone round it already. I think they've gone round it. They have actually passed through as we just popped through Murat. But Romo matching exactly the pace of the peloton. Drastically reduced bunch on a stage that it isn't a high mountain stage, but it is brutally hard. A relentless parkour that has been assembled, put together by the Tour de France organisers, perhaps with a view to make this race a little bit tighter at the back end. Picnic blanket to the fore. You are watching stage 10 of the Tour de France, the day after the rest day. It is Bastille Day. We've had a couple of Frenchmen up front, Alex Baudin and Valentin Paris-Pantre. They're about to be brought back by the peloton, leaving one rider solo up in front, Javier Romo. And we're looking at the left-hand side there of Ramses De Bruyne, still moving at a rather tasty 62 k's an hour, as Felix Grosshartner takes his turn on the front. The Austrian just slots in front of Tim Wellens, and Tadej Pogacar right to the fore. And it is indeed Brandon McNulty. Looks like he's got a gel between his teeth, and then just behind him Adam Yates, and a little bit further back now the man in white, Isaac Del Toro. This does feel very ominous, doesn't it? Right then, I'm just going to hold my breath for a second as Romo takes that little pont. He's still upright. It means I'm going to hand it back over to Declan quickly. Declan, enjoy the rest of the day. What a roller coaster it's been so far. Looks like it could be another day for the man in yellow.
Oh, and Breed, another left-hander.
Cheers, TQ.
Cheers, Matt. We'll see you later. And Javier Romo giving us loads of entertainment here, isn't he? Uphill, down dale, sawtooth profile. And a giant roller coaster of the day for our man out front, Javier Romo. John Mold's also gone for a short break. Thanks a million, John. We'll hear from you later on. Brian Smith is back in the fold, back on cans, and ready to go for the final phase of what has been a long, tough day out there. Well, who dares to tell for whom the bell tolls? Who's it going to be for today? Because Romo has continued to resist. One by one, they have come out of the chase group or the breakaway group are behind, or the main peloton. They've tried to go across to Romo, who dispatched his erstwhile breakaway companion Harold Tejada. And one by one, they've gone back to the group of favourites, led under this relentless pace by the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad, but still continuing to resist. He's leaking time. A long way to go. Still about 1,600 metres of climbing left in just 54 kilometres of racing. But Javier Romo certainly made a name for himself. He's contracted with the Movistar squad through to the end of 2028. Were it not for that fact, I suspect he'd be on the target list for some of the big teams, not least perhaps the Visma Lease bike squad, because Jonas Vingegaard going pretty well at the moment. Knows this one. And sitting second overall. Can he win again?
Many of us remember your stage win 2 years ago in La Luran, where you're going today. How do you reflect back on that stage win?
It's it was a special stage for me. It was a very nice win for me personally to win there, and coming back from the crash I had, and some very tough months before that, and now we come back there, and I have good memories, and today is another fight there.
Personally, Jonas, we've seen your mindset in the Tour after that even though Pogacar has a lead on you, you never give up. You said it on stage 6, you never give up. Was that day 2 years ago also an example of never giving up, because you were dropped and you got back and you beat him in the sprint?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I never give up, and also that day I never gave up, and it will be the same here in this Tour. I won't give up until we're in Paris.
Good luck with that, Jonas. Good luck today.
Thank you.
He was super emotional, wasn't he, when he took the win back in 2024 into Lyon. It is our destination point again today. He's starting to climb once more. Another grippy climb for Javier Romo. Can he possibly stay out front for any time longer? Actually, Brian, I know you probably saw those comments from Jonas Vingegaard, where he said that actually he contemplated packing the bike at the end of last year. He thought about retiring, and that came as a little bit of a surprise to us that that was ever a prospect for him. But clearly managing a rider's sort of moods and motivations, and there's a lot of talk about burnout in the sport. No sign of burnout from the yellow jersey at the moment, but Jonas clearly had a little bit of a crisis of confidence in a moment.
Yeah, it's been a kind of difficult time. We can remember that a couple of years ago when he was so emotional, coming back from that terrible incident in Zulia Tour, and it's the pressure you go under. He came back very, very quickly, very, very quickly, and there was a thought that he might not even make the Tour de France, let alone win a stage. I can remember that stage vividly as well, because there was thoughts about, Pogacar went, and it was the first time that someone had come back to Pogacar when he went, and then there was thoughts of a bit of a kind of hunger flat towards the end for Pogacar. He just nothing left in the legs, but take nothing away from Vingegaard, he won the stage. But you got to remember that Visma Lease bike, you win the Tour de France 2 years in a row, and then you come back and you get this anomaly of Pogacar, and your job is to try and beat him, and it's clearly very difficult, almost impossible, and that kind of plays with your mind a little bit. You put all this effort in to try and win the Tour de France, and you get someone as dominant as Pogacar. In any other era, I would think that Vingegaard could be winning a few more Tour de France's, but unfortunately he's in the area of Pogacar, who is better than he's ever been. We said this right from the start. This was a day where, the only way the breakaway was going to be successful today is there was 5 teams missed out. So potentially, if you forget UAE Team Visma and Red Bull, right? All 20 teams just talk to each other and say, look, we'll put one rider in front. One rider each, go in front, stop racing against each other, put one rider in front from kilometre 0, and then we race. We gain 5-6 minutes, and then we get a chance of winning the stage. But we said it right from the start of the programme. They all fought with each other, and then all of a sudden, 1:20 to go, UAE Team Emirates come up with Niels Paulert and Vermeersch, They controlled it for the next until just over 70 kilometres to go, and then Wellens came up. This is what happens in these stages. Everybody races against each other. The breakaway is large. It doesn't get the time required. And UAE pop up in the middle of the stage and go, yeah, thank you very much.
All too easy when you've got this kind of strength. Grossschartner on the front. Tim Wellens still available on a long, tough but impressive day that they've had. And similarly, Javier Romo, we'll chat about him at length. He certainly deserves a little bit of attention and support and an honour. Javier Romo holding on to his advantage of just shy of a minute now. He hit the hill ahead of them and still continuing to tap out a rhythm that is asking big questions of a classic star such as Tim Wellens, a mountain domestique of the quality indeed of Tim Wellens and Felix Grossschartner as well. And Tadej Pogacar just rolling along in the wheels, but Romo's been imperious and best of the rest today. Do you think at this moment they're kind of still settling in behind him and they can control, and that's just Pogacar's waiting to fire, or is there still a sort of a level of concern about the advantage that he has, almost a minute?
I don't think they're too worried about Roma. He's doing an exceptional job when you consider there was 31 riders in that original breakaway, and there was some quality riders in there, and the fact that he's kind of last man standing and still has that advantage is testament to he's on a very good day. But unfortunately he's picked the wrong day. We heard from a few teams earlier on, you have to stick to your tactics. Of course you have. There's nothing you can do about this. Is UE team Emirates and Pogacar boring? Well, that is the big question. Is it boring?
Are you bored, or is this we just need to sort of redefine entertainment?
No, it's a difficult one. I think we said this right because we started this commentary off, and I think this is going to be the scenario, and it's exactly what we said right from the start. You can always predict it, and I think every team is going to predict this was the situation, especially when you know that Pogacar is targeting this stage. You could ask, in other Tour de France's, the yellow jersey wouldn't possibly target this stage, but why not? And if we finished in a different town away from where we finished in 2024, where we lost it, would it be different? Possibly. It's that thing in his head that he was beaten by Vingegaard in this finish. He suffered a little bit of a hunger flat towards the end. He wants to put that to rest. He knows that he's on song to win a 5th Tour de France. I think also at the back of the mind, a certain person won the Tour de France 7 times until obviously it was taken off him. That's all in the back of it. Pogacar will not stop at 5. I guarantee that. That certain person, whose name shall not be uttered, is saying that it's a chase for 7 and that he sees 7 as the real target. If it were, of course, Tadej Pogacar to win this year, it's 5 titles. He joins Eddy Merckx, Jacques Anquetil, Miguel Indurain in that exclusive club of 5. He wants his own. He wants his own.
Minimum
group.
6.
Him and himself. You know what I mean? That's
Drive for 8 then.
Well, I think so. I really do. He'll continue to go and break records. And the thing is, he just wants to win, and this is a stage that he can win. There's no other person at the start of this stage I would have said I'll put my house on that will win the stage. No other person. Not unless the teams combine together, and that's the only way. But we said again from the start of today's stage, not one team is going to combine together. I don't think we've ever seen that. I think maybe when Robert Miller won the Vuelta, was winning the Vuelta until the Spaniards all kind of ganged up on him and never gave him that information, and that was way back in the 1980s. But
Pippa actually has been talking about that recently, and she says that an awful lot of the motivation to support Stephen Roche in the Giro the following year was because she had seen what had happened to her in the Vuelta the previous year, where a sort of a national combine came together, and it was incredibly unfair. But is that what's required to beat Tadej Pogacar? Are you kind of suggesting that teams should actually, in a sort of an ad hoc and an informal way? I mean, it's something potentially the UCI might have something to say about.
Yeah, look, it's very difficult to get teams to work together against another team, but you also have to look at the whole team, right? What Vermeersch and Niels Pollitt have done since the 120 to go to 70. So they did that 50-kilometre stretch and really kind of kept it down at 130. It went up a little bit until Tim Wellens came to the front. But they've got 6 riders here. You look at 4 riders from Weser. You've got Jorgensen, Biggins-Ole, Kuss, and of course Vingegaard. And then again, you have to look at Red Bull. Red Bull have got Lipovic, Evenepoel, and only Jai Hindley to help out. So you know they were isolated in the run-in towards the finish on Sunday. Mathieu van der Poel won the stage that day. So a lot of teams depleted their numbers, and when you hear, are you really surprised? I think Tim Wellens was asked, no, because they saw at the training camp in Sierra Nevada that Pogačar was doing unbelievable training, and it was the same with the whole team. They were doing unbelievable training. They have put everything, they've thrown the kitchen sink at it, they've looked at everything and gone in here and are clearly the strongest team. And you've got a strong team and you've got a leader that's on the form of his life. Of course, there's no real surprise. And if you look back a few years and you look back at these stages, this had breakaway written all over it, this sort of stage. Breakaway all day, go away, and everybody raced at the start of this stage with that in mind. But when a rider is so dominant that they can go right, I want to win the stage today. Look what's happening. It's happening before our eyes. There's no question in my book that Pogačar is not going to win today's stage. Don't switch off, of course, because you know we hopefully will see some sort of entertainment. But just look at the size of this peloton here. Just look at the size of it. Very, very small, limited in numbers. And still, UAE Team Emirates XRG have got 6 riders in here.
And it's impressive that Tim Wellens is seeing that kind of motivation from Tadej Pogačar at the training camps, because it would be very human and very easy for a rider of his level of dominance, because he's got a couple of steps on the best of the rest, and certainly he's got several steps on everyone behind Jonas Vingegaard. It'd be easy just to throttle back a little bit and think, well, I've got enough in hand to win anyway. But clearly the fire still burns deep in his stomach.
Yeah, he just wants to win. That's the problem, and you can't take that away. Maybe another Tour de France, it's another races. It's not about winning. I think, you know, I was listening to Matt and John there. It's, you know, so far we've got quality winners of each stage, you know, bar none. You know, they're all either top sprinters or top classic riders, and of course top GC contenders. And you know, when you've got that, it's just incredible to see. It's the highest level. If you want to win a stage of the Tour de France, you have to go above and beyond. There's very few breakaway wins that we're seeing, and that's because, you know, a certain team, you know, that you can look at the course design as well. You know, everything comes into it, but this is a stage that Pogačar thought, right, I can win this stage. If it was maybe a different finish or maybe a different kind of route, but it's always that 2 years ago in the back of his mind.
Still a long way to go. We're up and across the 4th of our 7 climbs today. Still 3 to go. Javi Romo still out front, going through the volcano country, and a few T-Rexes out there still roaring. Well, what's left of the peloton, it's been utterly decimated by the relentless pursuit of the breakaway today by the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. Grosjean and Tim Wellens toiling once again in the Massif Central through the Cantal department. Aurillac along behind us, and now we're heading towards Le Lioran through the heat haze, and now they can see the cars supporting Javi Romo, and Romo's done a really excellent job today. Ultimately, it's going to be a tiny footnote in the history of Tour de France. He, as far as we're concerned, it seems inevitably that he's going to be towed back. Indeed, he could be towed back you know, a long way from the finish to the point where we've almost forgotten about him by the end of the day. But this has been a very, very impressive ride.
Really, really impressive. And you know, he was a triathlete. He won the under-23 Spanish Road Race Championships, and as soon as he won that, he was snapped up by Astana the following year, and is a very, very strong rider. And he's been the best of the 31 riders that was in that original breakaway. But there's nothing you can do. Look, I know it might have been tempted, but when you know that Pogacar's up for this one today and the team that they've got, what do? Do you just say, right, I'm not going to race today, I'm not going to get involved? Of course you have to. You have to clearly do this. What's the reason to do this? Why not allow? Because I think Gigat was the best placed at almost 11 minutes. Just let that race it out. It's Bastille Day. Let the French guys try to win the stage today. Times have changed in cycling. This is a new generation, and UAE Team Emirates just want to, or especially one person, Pogacar wants to dominate. I would not be surprised if we saw 1-2 today with Pogacar and Del Toro.
Might the intelligent approach to have been to actually keep your powder dry, save it for a breakaway day when Pogacar's less likely to target it? Or
normally, you rested yesterday. You've got 2 sprint stages coming up, so this just kind of sits right at the best time. You know, you over the rest day in the next 2 days. This is a big stage for them, so they could go all in, recover over the next kind of couple of stages, and then look at the following stages. So you always look at, how many times you look back at the last 9 stages. How many times have UAE Team Emirates XRG come up and dominated like this? Well, have they done it twice? Right, on 9 stages. It's not as if they're doing it day in, day out. Of course, the emphasis is in a Grand Tour of saving your team and saving yourself. But when you're that good and you've got an opportunity to win a stage which suits Pogacar, then you go all in for it. So I think we may be seeing another 1-2, which we did in the Barcelona Montjuic circuit.
He's still clear of the field, but he's still got 3 climbs to do. Javier Romo up front on stage 10 of Tour de France. The Movistar squad bidding for first stage success of the event. And Romo bidding for what will be a career-defining victory. He's managed to fend off everyone from that 31-rider group that raced clear of the peloton after a sustained push. That all came subsequent to an intermediate sprint taken in fine style by Mads Pedersen. He and the other sprinters and most of the main peloton scattered to the 4 winds. Not too windy, though, it has to be said, in the Massif Central today. We're in the Cantal department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region of France. And still the white and black jerseys in relentless pursuit of those who would pretend to glory today. It's been a pretty solid day for the other GC contenders, but we've got some big climbs coming up, and I wonder how they're going to be able to respond. Are we going to have much of a GC fight? Is there going to be an opportunity for a little bit of separation, more gain, more loss potentially? What's been impressive so far is the likes of Jonas Vingegaard, obviously, Isaac Del Toro combining with Pogacar. Remco Evenepoel has looked in fine form. Juan Ayuso, quieter but nonetheless 5th overall, and superstar teenager that he is, Paul Sexas on the Bastille Day. Can he move up from 6th overall? It's been a pretty impressive one so far. We caught up with Julien Jody of the decathlon squad. Well, how is Paul feeling after the day off? Very, very good. It was a nice rest day for the whole team yesterday. We were able to rest well. Short bike ride in the morning with the whole group. And then you go, a nice afternoon, a good sleep. Honestly, the lights are green. Paul was really happy this morning to be at the start of this second week. And today, what's the plan? Oh, the plan is quite simple. We will try to follow UAE and Visma as much as possible. I think it's a stage that suits Paul's qualities well. It's not a big deal. It's a very aggressive stage in the last 30 kilometers. I think he has that temperament. We saw it in the classics during the spring. He likes to fight with the big riders, so I think that today he has plenty of capacity to fight. But maybe not to the end with Pogacar, but that's it. We must remain optimistic and tell ourselves that believing in our dreams is also why we ride a bike. So yeah, we're going to give 100% today to put Paul in the best position. Grippy final 30k. Maybe can't quite go with Pog, but should be there or thereabouts, and he feels good. He's into the second week of Tour de France. He's just 19. I mean, how far can he go? Can he go all the way to Paris? Can he contest for maybe even this jersey against Isaac Del Toro, the best young rider in the competition, 3rd overall? But tough to unseat Del Toro from what we've seen in the Pyrenees.
I think I said it the other day there, the Tourmalet stage. I still think second place is up for grabs. I think that's where we'll see an interesting race. I think everybody's thinking about the podium place, but you know, from what I saw on that day, you know, Vingegaard is not super. He's on really good form, but you know, I think this is a day where, you know, it depends on how he's feeling, how he gets through today, but certainly the guys behind and well up in the top 10, I think it's a day to, you know, have a crack at, you know, Vingegaard. I think everybody knows that definitely Pogacar is, you know, looking super good, but this man here, well, he's not infallible, and you know, if they work it today, then who knows.
Paul Sexas 1 minute and 3 seconds behind Jonas Vingegaard in the battle for second. Jonas Vingegaard, he's got 2 minutes and 42 seconds to make up in order to threaten that yellow jersey of Tadej Pogacar. Jonas Vingegaard again wearing that polka dot jersey on behalf of Pogacar. I wonder how he feels about that, actually. Does he much enjoy it? Would he like to get rid of it before the time trial? That would probably be an ideal scenario. Potentially a lot of points gained by other riders today, most particularly Javier Romo. Maximum amount of points today, 37 were you to go all the way to the line. And that would certainly unseat Tadej Pogacar from the lead of that competition. But of course, we're expecting that Pogacar could well be closing, or at least scoring in that one at the final climb of the day. Now, Puy-Marie is our next appointment. Puy-Marie, Pas de Pérel, 8 kilometers, 6%. We'll be kicking that one off in the next couple of kilometers. Anders Milke has made his way to the top of that climb to give us a sense of the atmosphere. It's the most potentially demanding climb of the day, Category 1 assault of almost 8 kilometers. It's a familiar one to Tadej Pogacar and others. Jonas Vingegaard will know it as well. They've got different sides that they can approach this one from. And Javier Romo already feeling the gradient starting to grip under his wheels. The advantage is almost gone for him. Down to just a handful of seconds, and it's setting up nicely for the GC contenders as they race to the top of Puy-Marie to meet Anders Milke along the way.
Welcome to the Puy-Marie. This is the new side of Puy-Marie compared to 2 years ago. The first part is not so crazy, but the last 2 kilometers really ramps up. It is Bastille Day. You can sense it. The fans are amazing. We can't wait to get the riders up to Puy-Marie.
They're milking it, Declan. They're milking it.
Is Bastille Day a day off? I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
Quite the holiday indeed. They certainly are. Yes, a few mucas up at the top of that hill. Atmosphere's electric. Tour de France is boiling up, isn't it? And everybody's in a festive atmosphere. And who are they going to be cheering for? Are we going to see any French riders showing to see if they can achieve what is a relatively rare occurrence, actually? We saw him a little early on, but Warren Barguil is not unlikely to add to his stage victories with success on Bastille Day, as he managed into Foix back in 2016, the last time that was achieved. Here's what this one looks like. Gets a bit more challenging as we get closer to the top. And Javier Romo on the lower slopes, relatively benign, and then just that little lump after 3.5 kilometers, and plateaus again. But the final 2 kilometers of the climb into double figures, and that's an opportunity for these riders perhaps to make the difference. Too far out. When are we going to see the yellow jersey pull the trigger? It's all about Pogačar.
Too far. It's never too far out for Pogačar.
Not for
you
him,
know that, Declan. It's just a question of time. When he turns on the tap. But the thing is, we've just seen Tim Wellens move over there, but he swung back in again. They've still got the numbers, which having the numbers would suggest to me that are they going to do it in this climb or the next climb? That's the question. I think that's what everybody's kind of waiting for. He has got numbers. Of course, the next climb is a little bit shorter, 4.4, but it's a little bit harder, 8.5 average, shorter and sharper, and then you've got the descent into that kind of final climb of 3.1, 5.8, and then slightly downhill and up towards the finishing line. So, but well done, Romo, and it's Wellens that is moving over now. So, is it going to be in this climb? Let's see how many they burn up here and what the tempo's like.
Wellens back to the team car. Chapeau and congratulations to him, and indeed to Javier Romo, who's going to accompany him back through the cavalcade. Long, tough and impressive exploit, ultimately in vain, but it's never in vain when it has the glory of being out front on Bastille Day in the biggest bike race of them all. So that's something to tell the grandkids, one way or another. Whatever Palmares he has at the end of his career, Javier Romo is on at the race today and given us a great display of top-class bike racing. And just what are they going to do? I thought it was interesting as well, Ben Healy just starting to move up. I wonder whether they... I think this might be Carapaz. Yeah, Richard Carapaz has gone in the attack here as the EFs just gravitated towards the front, sensing the pace is not entirely on. Großschartner is just going to settle in. Unlikely to be a panic from him. Long-range attack here from Carapaz. Also to talk about King of the Mountains maybe for Carapaz as well.
Potentially, you know, he was one of the favourites for today as well, and you know, again, EF Education EasyPost sticking with the plan, sticking with, you know, what they're trying to do, irrelevant of what's happening round about. Do I think this is futile? Yes, but he cannot stop. We heard from a few teams, including Lotto Intermarché, we stick with the plan, and that's what you have to. I would be doing exactly the same thing. Everybody knows what's going to come, but you know, you have to stick with your plan, stick to doing what you're doing. Potentially might be poking the bear a little bit, but you know, at least they're entertaining us and you know, giving it a good go. And he's opened up a reasonably good gap. You know, you're talking about a rider that has won a Grand Tour in the past. It was going to ride the Giro d'Italia this year, got sick, injured a little bit, and then he came to the rest of this year. But this tells a telling story that, okay, Valentin Parapanto was in that original breakaway 31, Ben Healy now been dropped, so the pace has actually increased a little bit, so it's looking a little bit more likely that it could be on this climb that Pogačar decides.
Well, this is the moment when Richard Carapaz decided to get his retaliation in first by going on the attack and not waiting for Tadej Pogačar to turn the screw. The Ecuadorian bidding to become the most successful South American in terms of stage victories in this race, were he to achieve. Great opportunity for him today, and he's set his task just as his jaw is set to see what advantage he can open up. He was a bit late to his attack in the Tour de Suisse in advance of Tour de France, and found himself chasing Tadej Pogačar for a long period, more than 40 kilometers indeed. On that occasion,
isn't he?
Yeah, he didn't leak too much time on that occasion, but he's gone with a different approach. And I mean, yeah, how long can he sustain this level of intensity? Because clearly he's absolutely full on here.
I think he's doing the right thing. Everybody knows what's coming, so why not, you know, bounce yourself up the roads and see, you know, how how much time he can put into you know, the group. He's obviously feeling good and he looks good, and you know, he is travelling at a good rate of knots in this climb. Just hope the deer doesn't jump across and into him. We've seen that happen in other races of kangaroos and all sorts of things jumping across the road. But yes, he knows what's going to happen, and potentially if he can get, you know, 20-30 seconds in front of the peloton when Pogačar goes, when he comes up to him, there's a potentially could maybe kind of hang on. Like I said, is it kind of futile? Is this a race-winning move? I don't think it is, but you know, good to see him trying.
Grossschartner taps the screen just to get the full data and get the full indication of what he's achieving. He knows it by the pain in his legs and in his lungs right now that his effort is impressive. I suspect, if nothing else, this attack from Richard Carapaz has caused other riders a little bit of pain and suffering in this group, because Grossschartner won't be minded to ease up anytime soon. Adam Yates waiting for his moment to take up the cudgels on behalf of the UAE squad. Adam Yates and Brandon McNulty in line astern behind Grossschartner with Tadej Pogačar. And Isaac Del Toro in perfect position. Jorgensen and Vingegaard are combining, and well, how is Vingegaard feeling? He too will be waiting for his moment. And what can they do? I mean, Carapaz has gone on the attack. He's not a threat on general classification. He'll hope and dream that they're going to give him a little bit of a leeway to explore his ambitions. It's not a luxury that the likes of these riders from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, or nor indeed Vingegaard, would have, because they're so close, or relatively close, on GC. So how do you find a way? Do you just merely follow Tadej Pogačar and hope that you're going to have the strength to outsprint him?
Well, I think Vingegaard knows that if he can't, he'll be the first one to kind of pull the pin and set his tempo, and you know, try and look at, you know, his effort today. I think he's been burned in the past by going with Pogačar, and I don't think many people can. Okay, 2 years ago he came back to Pogačar and you know, beat him in the sprint, but we've already kind of talked about that today. But it was a nice shot just before they were moving back. Everybody's concentrating, everybody's blown, and you know that you can clearly see that the pressure really is on, which emphasises the fact that Carapaz ain't hanging around here.
No.
Potentially for Carapaz to win a stage of the Tour, yeah, I would do that. I would put money on that, because he's slowly but surely coming into this Tour, and the effort he's making here, when everybody else, 27 seconds is significant when you consider the faces of all the riders that we've just seen.
He looked absolutely terrific in finishing second overall in Tour de Suisse. Now, I know obviously it is a World Tour race, but it's just 5 days long. It doesn't really compare. Stage lengths weren't quite as long, and to the depth of the field can't entirely be compared, but I suppose the one basic comparison. Yeah, this one ramps up. It's a climb that can bite you at the back end. Bite you in the back end, at the back end, you might say. And that's what these riders are being reminded of, that you've got to measure your effort against the gradient, mindful of the fact that it is altogether more demanding. And I suppose it's good to know as well that, you know, when you're feeling the gradient gripping a little bit, that it's entirely to be expected.
Yeah, that would be the moment if Pogačar wants to go. That would be the time. So kind of hard to kind of read into that, whether they've been kind of told just kind of save the energy for that kind of 2.5, meaning that save your energy to chase. But 30 seconds, Carapaz, well, you know, good to see him, you know, giving it a good go here, and not just kind of waiting back for the inevitable.
He's got 8 Grand Tour stage victories if you add them all up. And he's level with Lucho Herrera and Nairo Quintana in that particular statistic, so he would become the South American rider with the most ever Grand Tour stage victories were he to take the win today. It's not what he's thinking about right now. All he's thinking about is the top of the hill and maximising his lead. And at the moment, it's going in the right direction. He's eclipsing the best climbing efforts of Felix Großschartner. At what point does Tadej Pogačar feel that continuing to lose time against a rider of the calibre and the ability of Richard Carapaz is no longer acceptable?
Yeah, 32 seconds now, 33. I don't think that he's too worried about it. Of course, in the general classification, he's not worried about that, but you don't put your team up towards the front. We say this all the time. You don't work like this and don't want to repay them. So this is a stage that Pogačar wants to win, and you know, he's setting his team up to be able to deliver this. Carapaz, well, he's decided he wants to go on the attack and anticipate the attack from Pogačar and give himself a chance of trying to win the stage today.
Crowd will swell in size as the gradient grips towards the top. This is where things start to get just a little bit more demanding, and that jaw certainly betrays the effort that he's making. Fully invested EF Education Easy Post squad. All about the attack, all about, yes, an attacking lineup. So have never really had a thought about GC, albeit Sean Quinn finds himself 12th overall, having got into an early break last week and is trying to sort of limit his losses. Potentially could drop a little bit further back in the days to come. So for EF, all about stage wins and an opportunity for Carapaz to achieve another significant milestone in his career today.
But they're keeping with the numbers. I have to say again, this is very impressive. When you look down the line, there's a lot of riders kind of hanging on the back of that main group there of the GC contenders. So Carapaz has got a significant lead. So I think by the looks of things, and it's always difficult to tell, Pogačar decides, right, time to go, bang. And he'll be on the radio asking for a little bit, but he's holding Yates and McNulty back for the moment anyway. But very impressive here. No matter what happens in this stage over the next 33 kilometres, this is very impressive.
Super effort from a man who won, of course, is a Grand Tour winner. Won Giro d'Italia back in 2019. Olympic road race champion a couple of years after that. Took his one and only Tour de France stage victory a couple of years ago in the Alps. And Carapaz is fighting his way back to form after an injury-blighted spring campaign. The gap continuing to rise. And dealing with this climb as if it's barely there. It's no sense that you can discern the near 10% gradient that he's facing just at this moment. And Großschartner's done, so now up to Yates behind to set the tempo for Tadej Pogačar. And this group has been significantly whittled down. Timon Harensman is loitering with the back as Felix Großschartner has done his work. Großschartner in large term measure as well, forced a situation where the double stage winner from last year, Arensman, is starting to fade, and this group is continuing to be reduced. The margin to Carapaz up front is settling in and being maintained, and potentially slightly fresher legs from Yates could have further impact on Carapaz's advantage.
Yeah, you can see that Tish Benoit, we heard him on the radio the other day. I think he is definitely the team captain. A lot of riders being distanced now at the back here, but he's moved Paul Sexas and co for the decathlon team a little bit further up, so they kind of anticipate what may happen. You have to be in the race to have that kind of feeling. So Decathlon have decided, well, they're not going to sit back, they're going to go up and join UAE team Emirates at the front.
Derek G. West and Ramses de Bruyne, they were on the attack early on in this stage, or G. West's case, he was trying to set something up for Mats Pedersen to win and successfully indeed take the 25 points at the intermediate sprint. So they've just started to drift away from this group, and still 1,100 metres to the top, and you can see the level of support there is for the young tyro, the 19-year-old Paul Sexas. He's moving up into position, and his name is emblazoned all over the roads of the Massif Central today. What a moment for a young man in his career. Benoit has done the setting up work, but no longer there to assist.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too late to see the attack from Pogačar now. So it's all about positioning onto this this descent, and then we come on to the next climb, and I think it will be on that. It's a short at 4.2 kilometres, but it is steep, and you know, after a very difficult stage in the heat here, I think that will be the key for when Pogačar decides to go, because he does have still Adam Yates and Brandon McNulty. Of course, Del Toro is behind him. Evenepoel has moved up as well. So if there was anything he was going to go with about kind of 2 kilometres to go in this climb, Riccitello still in the in front of Sexas. Like you say, you know, that was Sexas corner there, name emblazoned pretty much throughout the massive Son Trial today. And very select group, but UAE team Emirates still have the numbers and still controlling things. 32 seconds now to Carapaz as Jai Hindley gets dropped, leaving his leaders Lipovic and Evenepoel.
Yeah, Remco Evenepoel looking as if he was certainly not being threatened too much by the pace being set at the moment by Adam Yates. Nonetheless, though, Jai Hindley, after his podium winning exploits at Giro d'Italia, starting to drift away. He'd have more work to do this week, so he's measuring his efforts, and I suppose getting the full 3 weeks for a rider who rode GC in Giro d'Italia is certainly a big demand, big ask that the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad are making. Nevertheless, though, I suppose we look at Jonas Vingegaard, who won the race overall, and he's still very much where he needs to be right now. Richard Carapaz taking water on board, staying as cool, calm and collected as he possibly can. And now within touching distance of the top of the climb. What's his advantage going to be? Through the hairpins, and that was Sexas corner. Was this a later one? I think that's the one a little bit further down the hill. Sexas has only just barely out of the junior ranks, and he's the hero of France, hero of Ecuador today. Richard Carapaz, whose advantage has diminished a little bit. Yates has certainly done a very solid job. And more vulnerability really for Paul Sexas as Riccitello goes backwards. I think Nicholas Prudhomme is still there for him.
Yeah, he's at the front now, taking it on. Again, it's something that Evenepoel said he would have a look at as well if he had this opportunity of doing something. But I think this is just the ride to get a good position at top of this climb and onto the descent, and then we'll be quickly onto the next climb of the day. So nothing's going to happen here. Carapaz, well, it was looking good for him with 40 seconds, 24 a little less so. Big effort from him, but you have to say this is still impressive from the Ecuadorian.
10 points claimed at the top of the mountain by Richard Carapaz. For what it's worth, he's at least throwing his hat into the ring for a bid for the King of the Mountains competition. Carapaz, start of the day some way adrift of the 28 points held by Tadej Pogačar. They're certainly not going to be anywhere close to leading this competition at the end of the day. He added a point early on, of course, so that'll be 11 for the day. Pogačar through the line, may well have scored there. He's not targeting it. And the gap down to just 17 seconds. So for all that investment, it's just a handful of seconds, less than 20 for Richard Carapaz up front, as Prudhomme places Paul Sexas into prime position as they plunge down and head towards the Col de Petrus. We'll begin that climb with just 19 kilometres of the day remaining, so about 11 kilometres to the point where the road starts to grip upwards, and it's another Category 1 assault, the second in succession and just the second of just 2 in the day. It's a shorter climb, 4.5 kilometres. It's slightly more demanding average gradient of 8.5, so it's by no means easy, and it'll finish less than 15 kilometres from the finish.
Yeah, there was a few riders in difficulty there. Sepp Kuss and Jorgensen slightly dropped. I think they'll get back on, but this could be a tricky descent here. So Decathlon taking it on from the front. Still Del Toro in the yellow jersey, well towards the fore.
What an epic vista from the overhead as these riders settle in for what's clearly going to be a windy, twisty descent. The roads, you've got to be careful of them.
Long downhill now, technical. Make sure you're in a good position.
Clear instruction, an obvious one. But again, as we've said, you've got to remind riders of the very basics, don't you? Because they're breathing hard, they're working hard. And into these white roads, they've been painted. Try and ensure the temperatures are kept to a manageable rate and the tar doesn't melt off the road.
I was just looking there. I don't think was that one of the decathlon riders. It might have been Prudhomme there, or Sexas. He didn't like that corner. He kind of went out wide on it, and Pogačar had a quick. This is a corner.
Rider down, and look at that. It is Tom Pidcock. Of course, the Tom Pidcock. Unfortunately, it's the deck, and the young Yorkshireman. Well, he's so experienced and one of the world's best descenders. So I wonder if he didn't encounter a little bit of a difference in the grip levels. Maybe just a little bit of that tar rolling, or a little bit of gravel. Maybe it was a touch of wheels, and maybe we'll get a look at it again. But Tom Pidcock coming to...
It's Harper.
Oh, it's Chris Harper. Yeah, he's a fine climber. Well, he did have the Red Bull helmet on, didn't he? Yeah. Clearly in some distress, and that was clearly Chris Harper, an Australian climber. And the way he was holding his wrist, and you'd worry a little bit for his collarbone. Let's hope that there's no lingering damage there, and he's going to be able to jump back on his bike. Meanwhile, Carapaz plunging down this hill, hanging on to, if not extending.
Also here, and it's a telltale story when it's only kind of 50, 60 kilometres an hour, that it is very technical. It's not a super fast one. This is Pidcock.
Yeah, I think both of them went down. I think you're right. I mean, your first call.
To me, I heard that Jorgensen also went down in that corner as well. So, yeah, I thought it was Pidcock initially when I saw him, which I always thought, right, there's no way that it's going to be Pidcock because he's such a great descender. But there might have been something on that corner. There was that kind of white paint as well. So you don't know. It could have been anything. But yeah, Pidcock distance. Harper, I think he's the only teammate he's got in no man's land. Can he come back? And difficulty now. Carapaz extending a little bit, but he's still got Del Toro and also McNulty and Yates.
Yeah, confirmed, all three. Pidcock, Jorgensen and Chris Harper. We saw Harper getting up a little bit more gingerly than his teammate Tom Pidcock, who's chasing alone, all three alone on the mountain, as indeed is our leader out front. Pidcock desperate to get back in. Well, one of the breakaway heroes for just before the rest day on stage 9. Tom Pidcock now finds himself in a chase mode after fine climb. Let's get a look at this again. We come around the corner. The crash has already happened. And Pidcock actually, I think he slipped. He was slipped on his own. So I wonder if the others didn't arrive just after that, or was that a separate crash for Harper and Jorgensen?
I think they came off individually, because I think Jorgensen was with Sepkus as well, but it just looked as if he slipped out on that kind of white paint, where there was, I don't know, a bottle, a bit of water or something had happened on that corner. But yeah, all three sliding out, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we are hearing that Jorgensen and Harper went down after Pidcock, and that was a separate accident. May even be, as you said, three separate issues. Pidcock's back on his bike. Second time in 3 days he's had this kind of difficulty, didn't he? He had a technical issue on stage 9 that prevented him from sprinting as he might have hoped for. He had a gear issue and gave it a kick, and that actually isn't what fixed it. What he discovered was that the regular shifters on his brake levers, they weren't working, but he did discover that the satellite blips on the tops of his handlebars, they were working. So he was able to access and get some gear changing from that rear mechanism from a separate satellite shifter. That was okay until he came to the final sprint to the line, and then automatically just muscle memory went to, and he's back on. That was impressive.
Yep. We know how good a descender is, but the thing is, sometimes I don't care if you're the best descender in the world, it can really knock your confidence a little bit. Moving up as he has to. Sepp Kuss has made it back as well at the back, number 17 for Visma. But I tell you what, Carapaz, 44 seconds now. He's taken, more than double, 25 seconds since the top of the climb.
Well, Tom Pidcock had to have closed a gap of 20 or 30 seconds himself, and he did it, I mean, incredibly quickly there. So that's the sense is that they're not really pushing on this descent. There's a conservatism, an innate conservatism, and maybe that's driven by the departure of Matteo Jorgensen as much as Pidcock and Chris Harper. He's a key lieutenant for Jonas Vingegaard. He's absolutely vital in the Visma Lease bike squad, and indeed UAE Team Emirates XRG. They will have known that Jorgensen went down, because I think I'm right in saying he was right with Jonas Vingegaard in and around him and in front of him for much of that climb that preceded it.
He was dropped with Kuss, yeah. They're only about 50 metres by the time they came over the top of the climb. So they were pushing to come back, and I think Chris Harper was pushing to come back as well. And sometimes when you push it, but talking about pushing it, Carapaz is pushing it down this descent. He's taking all the risks, and you have to risk it to put yourself in with a great chance. In 45 seconds, still don't think it's going to be enough, but you have to say that since the top of the climb it came down to about 20 seconds. But these guys at the front, they are not going to take any risks, as you've already said. The GC contenders, one error and your tour could be over, and they don't want that.
Yeah, no question. It's good news for Richard Carapaz. He's going to start the penultimate hill of the day with what's approaching. That's north of 45 seconds and potentially approaching the minute mark. He'll need all of that, I suspect, and maybe a little bit more, because he's got a really tough climb. The second Category 1 ascent in succession. Just 4.4 kilometres, but it is at almost 9% average. Jorgensen solo on the hill, trying to make his way back in.
Oh, is that the steady cam now?
Yeah, the old
50 seconds now. So, this is good for Carapaz. He wanted as much as time as possible using the climb. He came over the top of the climb about 20 seconds in front of the yellow jersey group, and extended it even more. So, yeah, he's given himself a chance.
Tadej Pogacar staying close to the front. Happy enough for his teammates to tap it up. It's Decathlons that are controlling. And it's a good approach, really, isn't it, for Paul Sexas to stay close to the front. And as you say, it looks as if Sexas slightly more conservative in his approach to that left-hander there.
Yeah, he's got Prudhomme in front, Sexas, or Prudhomme going down this climb. I wouldn't say really pushing it. This is Jorgensen after his crash. He's trying to come back to this kind of small group. There's about 5 riders, a couple of Movistar riders just in front, but I think, yeah, just pulling the pin, not taking any risks whatsoever.
Yeah, just a bit of an update from Hannah Walker. Bit of speculation about the paint on the road, and she said from what she understands, the white stuff on the road stopped the road from melting. It's a water-based product called Lime Nut, and that's exactly it. It's to John Mould actually had some details on that the other day, didn't he? It's to reduce the temperature and to, as detailed there by Hannah, to stop the tar from melting on the road, and that can certainly cause a crash or two. So still a bit of mystery. Maybe there was a little bit of gravel on the road, or a little bit of debris, or something that caused a surface change, because we had 2 separate crashes within seconds, but they were 2 separate crashes at exactly the same point. Maybe a bit of liquid on the road, who knows? At any rate, this man made his way safely through that, and his advantage over the yellow jersey group has gone up over a minute. All of that work from the UAEs. Whoops. Threw himself at that one and across the bump. Just a little bit of a skip on the back wheel for Richard Carapaz. This is what he faces now, and in contrast to the last climb, this one's a bit more challenging at the very beginning. Eases out to, there's a minor plateau, and then eases out to be almost insufferably difficult for the rest of it. As you can see, well north of 10% for the first 2.25 kilometres. Eases off and then goes again at numbers in excess of 10% again. So it is a really, really tough, challenging climb. And sometimes, even though it's just 4.4 kilometers in length, it's in many ways as challenging, if not more challenging, than the climb that's immediately preceded it. Yeah, bye-bye.
It felt like a wall when they hit it, and I think it is that kind of white water-based paint of they use for cooling any drop bottle or anything on that water-based paint to make it a little bit slippy. I saw it was either Prudhomme or Sexas, I think, skipped a little bit, and then no real surprise. But I'm assuming that when we got onto this climb that UET Emirates will assume control again, because 109 is significant, and Pogačar, we know, wants to win this stage today.
Oh, well, they're keeping Paul Sexas out of trouble. Similarly, the yellow jersey has plenty of teammates to support him. So all good for Tadej Pogačar. Romain Bardet is out on the bike. Let's hear what the observations from the French hero. Knows these roads well. What does he say?
Now in Col du Perthus, the biggest, probably the hardest climb of the day, where Carapaz managed to have now a really good gap at the bottom. It's a pretty short climb, quite punchy, really steep, and maybe that can allow him to, you know, join the group from behind, probably led by UAE, who has been putting a lot of pressure today in today's stage. We have seen a bad crash with Tom Pidcock, Chris Harper and Matteo Jorgensen. Pidcock is now back in the bunch, and now the action is about to begin in Col du Perthus. Back to the commentators.
Cheers, Romain. It's about to kick off. More details, actually. That milk that we were talking about is made from diluted calcium hydroxide, set to cool the road surface by 10 degrees. The white reflects the sunlight, prevents the tar from melting, causing dangerous ruts in the road. But as you say, Brian, if you were to pour a bidon of water across sort of a much more sort of glossy sheen, or that might be how it appears, potentially it could provide a challenging moment.
Yeah, as soon as we had this climb, Kuss is gone, a few riders have gone at the back, Jai Hindley as well. Adam Yates takes control, Prudhomme as well, McNulty starting to fail, so we're getting close to Pog time.
Major change in the characteristic at the front of this peloton as Adam Yates takes it up. Continues to set the tempo. Nicolas Prudhomme has brought them down the descent, but now it's back to UAE to control as the gradient grips in pursuit of Richard Carapaz, still almost a minute clear of the rest. Egan Bernal, the 2019 Tour de France champion, now starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot struggling at the moment. Schelmoes as well. Piganzoli now being dropped. Johannesson just at the back for Uno X. I saw Prudhomme towards the front, but I saw his team leader a little bit further behind, just behind Pidcock, but he's obviously knows that he's on good form. Evenepoel, he looks good at the moment on the left-hand side, but this is a very strong tempo by Prudhomme here, which means that Sexas is possibly called for this.
Paul Sexas on Bastille Day is trying to create a little bit of softening up. Nicolas Prudhomme, his teammates and fellow countrymen at the Decathlon CMA CGR team, goes on the raid to try and close down the gap to Richard Carapaz up front, and Sexas settles in.
I think he looked round there and thought, well, I thought you guys were on my wheel, but you're not. He just went too strong, got overly excited. His team leader is still in this group. A little bit of kind of lull in the action. Adam Yates still at the front here with Del Toro. Ayuso, we've not really kind of mentioned him at all. Moves up on the left-hand side. Piganzoli still by the side of Vingegaard. So Lipovitz, Evenepoel still here towards the front, but this has got even more selective now.
Only the strongest survive. 3 kilometers to the top of the grippiest climb of the day. We do have another climb, of course, the Col de la Font de Serre at the end of the day. That will, that's just 3 kilometers at just under 6%, and that will take them to the final 2.5 kilometers of the day. So a little bit of work and climbing work to do after this, but the gap back out over a minute.
Yeah, amazing how Carapaz is riding this climb, and of course, he'll want to try and get over the top. If he gets over the top, he'll think he's got a chance. Van Mulder being dropped now by the group. McNulty has made it back. So he was initially being distanced. Lenny Martinez is still in there still with Pidcock as well. So yeah, it's kind of eased a little bit, allowing a couple of riders back in, including Schelmos as well for the Lido Trek.
Does this mean that Tadej Pogačar has given up on dreams of stage glory?
No, I think he'll still want to win this stage, but you know, they'll be doing the calculations. They'll be hoping, as you said, there's still another climb after this, 3.1 kilometres at 5.8, so that's significant. And 57 seconds, well, it's a good gap to have. He had well over a minute at the bottom of the climb. We know how good he is, Carapaz. He's on a super good day, but I think Pogačar knows that you have to show respect to Carapaz.
He well knows it. How often has he seen it in the past? Right, Carapaz has played his card, and now the group pursuing him, just about, what, 19-20 riders or so. Yates at the front, daring others, I think, to take up the chasing, and it's being shared. But this is, I mean, you sense that they are almost daring someone else to attack. Is this an attempt to hoodwink the others into playing their card?
I'm not too sure what they're doing. It definitely has slowed a little bit. Pigenzoli's brought Vingegaard up. It's still a minute. They'll know that. Still Adam Yates and Pogačar looking around. It's a matter of time before he presses the button. If he actually does press the button, I think he will. Lipovic on the left-hand side, Evenepoel on the right. Yeah, Bernal still kind of hanging on with Johannes and Brandon McNulty also towards the back here, but it definitely has knocked off the pace here.
Yeah, a few names to conjure with. Lenny Martinez is still available. And Van Wilder was thereabouts. Is he still managing to hang on? And all French eyes, naturally enough, on Dossard, number 51. Said to be the luckiest, although it's not the most winning number, if you will. And certainly not the number one, by the way, in case you're wondering, is the Dossard that's been most, the back number that's been most successful in the history of Tour de France. Yates is done.
Yeah, Yates has done. He's the and McNulty. That's the third counter of the team. There was a mention about that on Sunday. They still get obviously Del Toro and Pogačar here in Lido. Well, they've got two riders in here as well. So where are the third contender? Yeah. So they'll be taking some time back if they're thinking about that competition. But inside 2 kilometres for the leader now. Still has 52 seconds.
Tobias Halland Johansson, after sleeping on the veranda the other day. This room full of bugs. Nicholas Prodhomme, superb work done by the Decathlon CMA CGM team, but they've got their 19-year-old rookie up front on his own now. And Halland Johansson's starting to go backwards, so maybe that lack of a good night's sleep is starting to cost the Norwegian rider. Pigenzoli hits the front, Jonas Vingegaard in line astern, and it is indeed the Visma Lease bike squad that have decided to set the tempo. Maybe they see that there's a little bit of vulnerability here for Pogačar. Only Isaac Del Toro just behind the yellow jersey there to support, albeit as he is on the podium in this race and the leader of the young rider competition.
Well, that's the hardest part dealt with. You get this little bit of kind of low, and then it kicks up again to the top of the climb. We still have another climb to go. I would have thought that if Pogačar was feeling super good, he would have gone already. He hasn't, which I think is going to beg any question from the others. I think the others are maybe gaining a little bit in confidence that Pogačar is still here. We're inside the last 16 kilometres. He hasn't made a move yet. He's only got Del Toro with him, and now Pigenzoli has got Vingegaard there, but it's a very, very small group. Sexas has moved towards the back here, so Pigenzoli is setting the tempo here, but looking at the faces, looking at the body movements, I still think that Pogačar is still looking super good.
Yeah, we'll hit the top of this slope with 14 and a bit kilometres to go. We've got a descent down to start the final categorised climb. That will take us up to 2.5 to go. Then we plunge down, but even the final, 600-700 metres or so are at a gradient of 6%. So there is that final climb to the line after the last classified climb, and we're not even over the penultimate one just yet. So lots to be taken in, absorbed and thought about. It's the pain that's being absorbed right now for Richard Carapaz as his advantage starts to dwindle a little bit. Still a kilometre to the top and gradients well in excess of 10% here. It's a really tough and demanding climb.
Well, by the looks of things, the 46 seconds he's got should be good enough to see him over the top of the climb, which really kind of puts him in the chance. Here we go.
And now Pogačar attacks. Piganzoli is not going to be able to respond to that. And Jonas Vingegaard knows well, chastened over many a year at this point. He's not going to instantly react to that attack, that searing attack from the champion. Pogačar goes, and how quickly is he going to be able to open up an advantage? And when is the response going to come from behind? Well, now Vingegaard goes out of the saddle, moves ahead of Piganzoli. A little look over the shoulder from Tadej Pogačar. He knows that he's got the daylight that he needs to explore his opportunity, and quickly, incredibly quickly, he gains 8-10 seconds on Richard Carapaz.
Yeah, as I expected, Vingegaard never reacted at all there. He knows he wants to make sure that he doesn't go after Pogačar, because he knows he can't. He wants to secure that second place, potentially maybe fight for a stage win in a few days' time. But the thing is, I think there's a little bit of kind of worriment on the other riders that are round about. It'll be interesting to see who's still with Vingegaard, but it was telling that he never even reacted when this man went.
No, I mean, he just stayed and knew he was waiting for it. He knew it was coming, and he knows his way of responding is to stay in the saddle and then slowly but surely winch ever faster. Well, look at this. It's Vingegaard, and he's got Lipovic and Remco Evenepoel for company.
Well, Del Toro was dropping away a little bit now. Pidcock is just in front, but it's all been left up to Vingegaard, which I think is an opportunity here for Lipovic and Evenepoel to try and do something, allow Vingegaard to do the chasing on this climb, and see what prevails in the last 15 kilometres.
Well, he's almost on to Richard Carapaz already. I mean, that is absolutely remarkable. The gap was 40 seconds, more than 40 seconds, about 45 seconds. He's instantly shaved half a minute off that. And meanwhile, Jonas Vingegaard finds himself 25 seconds down, and in the company of Remco Evenepoel and Florian Lipovic and Isaac Del Toro, as you mentioned. The man sitting third overall today and leading the young rider competition is struggling. He's suffering. So Pogačar is alone against the mountain and against Ecuador's finest. EF Education Easy Post, if they're to get the glory. They need a really quick response here, and they're not going to get it. Richard Carapaz can only do what he can, and Pogačar does not want to take him up and over the top of this hill.
Yeah, that's inevitable. There's nothing you can do against this. There's nobody in cycling can do anything about this. You know, he just swept past Carapaz, who has done a mightily impressive effort today. He really has put him inside himself and with a chance today, but with this man in the form that he's got, it was only a matter of time. There's absolutely nothing you can do about this.
Remarkable stuff, and as he reaches the crest of the hill, short descent to follow, and the gap to Richard Carapaz is, what, only about 50 metres, but it's probably enough. Is there any way he can get back to him? And even if he can, there's still that final climb to come. So work to be done still for Richard Carapaz, and still potentially a big result. He's a good score of points there as well, but unfortunately Tadej Pogačar took the maximum haul on the penultimate climb of the day. The 10 go to the reigning champion and the mountains leader, as well as the overall race leader. They assemble behind, and accompanying Jonas Vingegaard, the duo, impressively enough, of Pane Ayuso and Mateusz Skelmoser from the Lidl Trek squad, as well as the duo from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and, of course, Paul Sexas. But floundering, suffering, worrying, Isaac Del Toro. He's been distanced by Lenny Martinez and the rest.
But came over the top there, and Evenepoel went straight to the front there to ride. They know, because they've got Del Toro has been distanced, and they don't want him back. But I'm thinking, Lidl Trek have got two riders. Red Bull have got two riders there. This is a big opportunity to actually put time into Vingegaard.
Will they run the 1-2 against the slightly vulnerable looking second place rider in Polka Dots? Another technical descent for Tadej Pogačar, but he's out front in this race. He's put daylight between himself and Richard Carapaz, showing it's 7 seconds to Carapaz, who's about to be overhauled by the Vingegaard group, who we believe, and that group indeed we believe is being led at the moment by Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. There's Remco Evenepoel showing the interest. and a change potentially in the podium position. So Remco Evenepoel targeting that third place of Isaac Del Toro. Del Toro is in a bit of trouble further back. Will he be able to rejoin on this demanding and technical descent? And Richard Carapaz, still sitting second, still has a motorcycle behind him, suggesting that there is a bit of a gap between himself and Vingegaard.
Yeah, he's doing what he does. That's fighting all the way. Although Pogacar swept past him, not a lot you can do there. But it's Evenepoel coming down this descent now. I really do think it's basically because Del Toro, it's been distance as well, so he wants to put time into Del Toro. But I still think there's a big opportunity. You know, they've got Vingegaard isolated. They've got two leaders in here. The same with Lidl Trek as well. Why not try something? I know it's very difficult to do something on a descent here, but on this next climb, let's see if Evenepoel, he said right from the start, if he feels good, he might have a go today.
Yes, Skelmoza's just over 2 minutes behind Jonas Vingegaard starting the day, and Juan Ayuso's 52 seconds behind, a little bit closer, and certainly a threat to Jonas Vingegaard's second place. Isaac Del Toro, he's certainly within touching distance for the likes of Mateusz Skelmoza. He's 1:30 down on Del Toro, and Ayuso just 7 seconds for him to make it onto the podium. Don't forget, you can catch up with all the action and on Multiview. It's an amazing way to follow the main race action. Climbs, sprints, extra camera angles. I've got it on here as well beside me. If you're multi-screening, it's a great addition, I think, to your experience of enjoying this. Scan the QR code, get the details. HBO Max Multiview will put you at the centre of the action with a view from, well, right now it's showing the head of the race, Richard Carapaz, the main peloton, and the Del Toro group. So you get a feel for what's happening in each one of those four groups.
Yeah, not a lot between them, I have to say. Pogacar, I don't think is taking all the risks down this descent. It looks quite tricky as well. Carapaz holding on to 10 seconds. We know he's a fighter. He'll fight all the way. 17 seconds back to the Vingegaard-led group. And the Lidl Trek riders and, of course, the Red Bull riders are riding. They do not want Del Toro to come back. But at the same time, they're dragging Vingegaard along.
Remco Evenepoel is just 48 seconds behind Jonas Vingegaard, but he needs to find a way to score more bonus seconds and put a little bit of daylight between himself and that polka dot jersey. Meanwhile, Carapaz is now just dangling off the front of this group and seems inevitable now that he's going to be caught. So the battle for second on the stage is certainly set to rage, but are they minded to give up totally on pursuit of Tadej Pogacar in this one?
Yeah, this is Pidcock, Martinez, and of course Del Toro. So an interesting one. It does look as if the Lidl Treks and the Red Bulls are trying to distance Del Toro without even kind of thinking about Vingegaard. I'd maybe want to try and kind of maybe turn this around, but then looking at the cars in front, these gaps are not big at the moment, and it does look as if the Vingegaard group is just in front, and Pidcock could be coming across here.
And a good ally, I would have thought, for Isaac Del Toro to have a descender of the capability of Tom Pidcock there. If anyone's coming across this 10-second gap back to the Vingegaard group, it's Tom Pidcock.
Yeah, onto the main road off that tricky descent. So this will be telling now what happens behind, but it does look as if Del Toro's coming back here. So I think the interest in the group behind is the fact that Lidl Trek have got two riders, and also certainly Red Bull have got two riders. They're intent in riding with Vingegaard on the wheel. I'd probably want to think about trying to put distance into Vingegaard because he is on his own. Force him, use the numbers, force him.
Are we going to see a little bit of attacking, or is this just going to be a time trial ride to the foot of the final climb? We've got 5.5k, just under 5.5 kilometres to the foot of that 3 kilometre climb, the final climb of the day, the Col de Font de Serre, by which time it would be interesting to see whether this man is further away or even closer, because it is a full-blooded pursuit right now, and it's hovering at less than 20 seconds. So still the issue in doubt, but Pogačar, one of the world's finest time trialists, certainly amongst the GC riders. Another interesting question is to see whether there's going to be a reassembly, and whether Tom Pidcock is going to be able to help bring Isaac Del Toro back to this group.
It does look as if they're riding to try and come back to Pogačar. So all riders are. Carapaz, well, chapeau, like Romo, he did a great job today. And I think Richard Carapaz, what a fight he's put in. Yes, I said right from the start it's going to be futile, knowing that Pogačar is going to do what he's doing. But, you know, he has entertained us. I think as you look further behind, the Del Toro, Pidcock, Martinez group could be coming back. But I just have to kind of question why they're kind of riding with each other when Vingegaard was just kind of happy to sit in the wheels there and contribute a little bit. That group there, second group, is favouring Vingegaard at the moment.
Yeah, they're sort of maintaining the gap at 16, 17, 18 seconds without really closing it down. And Remco Evenepoel is absolutely committed to the chase, to the point which they gathered up Richard Carapaz. He let a couple of bike lengths open up between himself and the rest, and I don't think he's going to be able to get back to that group. Similarly, the Pidcock-led group behind, including Isaac Del Toro, could well leak a bit more time before they make it to this final climb. Lenny Martinez and Tom Pidcock combining. They're also getting a turn, interestingly enough, I can tell you, from Isaac Del Toro. He's happy enough to tap through there to preserve his situation, wants to make it at the very least back up to the Vingegaard group, but are they going to get there in time? Well, it doesn't look as if they've got 18 seconds between themselves and the Vingegaard group. Carapaz is going to drop back into the Isaac Del Toro group. And meanwhile, Pogačar races on.
Yeah, he's 19, 20 seconds now. He'll know that, so that they're not riding full behind, because in this sort of road, I think they would have got a little bit closer. It's whether this man can come back. So I think this is the reason why they're trying to put back time into Del Toro, which I think in the grand scale of things, if I was Evenepoel, I think, and Lipovic, this is an opportunity to put time into Vingegaard.
It's a slightly laboured looking Tom Pidcock with his shorts torn after that crash at the top of the third mountain to go. Well, he made his way back into the leaders group, but was detached when things got serious on the last climb, and Tadej Pogačar, finally taking his leave of the rest, is continuing to open up further daylight between himself and his nearest rivals on general classification. Jonas Vingegaard is riding through, I can tell you. He's pushing hard on the front of the chase group. Paul Sexas also showing interest. And a little bit of detach here, and yeah, this is what you were kind of half expecting ought to happen between the Red Bulls and the Lidl Treks, that they would start to put a little bit of pressure on Jonas Vingegaard.
I think Ayuso and Evenepoel together would have put a lot of pressure on it. That's, of course, if you get the legs, but it looks as if Evenepoel was actually struggling now, whether he's just going to ride in tempo here. But I just think to put time into Vingegaard, there's a big opportunity for these guys to be able to do that.
So the climb hasn't officially started, but I can tell you the road is already starting to grip upward, to rise upwards in this demanding period before we get to the climb proper. So you're pretty much on it, really.
Yeah, just flashed up there. 3.1 kilometres, 5.8. So we've did the 200-300 metres on it already. This man ain't coming back, but it's whether Jonas Vingegaard, well, is he going to be attacked? Look at the mannerisms of all these riders here, and Evenepoel, well, he looks as if he's struggling a little bit now. He rode with this group. Lipovic is here. We're on this climb. Vingegaard kind of pushes on a bit, and now we see Evenepoel in trouble.
Well, after a huge dig in the Valley Road on the approach to this final climb that we're very much on now. The number is slightly wrong, but I can assure you they know even better than anyone else does just how demanding this Col de Fontaine, especially after such a tough day. Almost 4,000 metres of climbing across the length of the day. We're down to the closing stages, and the legs, I suspect, for several riders are a little bit rubbery. And Tom Pidcock, what's he got left? Richard Carapaz, is he a spent force? Isaac Del Toro, is there anything left in the legs to maybe, just maybe, think about closing the gap? Because it's a significant gap, and he's dropping off the podium here, potentially dropping out of the white jersey as well. Could Paul Sexas, be able to move up and close the gap to Isaac Del Toro? Well, he started the day 28 seconds down on Isaac Del Toro, so every chance I think we could have a change there.
Yep. Good potential there for a change, and that would be nice. But Evenepoel, wow, he was prepared to ride. I thought there was a big opportunity with the numbers here, but you have to have the legs at the same time. Make Vingegaard chase. Well, they're making him do all the riding for the moment anyway, and the others are up for this one. But it was just in that when we came off onto the main road, there was an opportunity to try and kind of play the numbers game, but they've decided not to. And Evenepoel sitting at his pace, which just isn't good enough to keep him in this group.
Crisis moment for Remco Evenepoel, but we've seen in the past that he's not the panicking type, and he will continue to ride steadily in his in the saddle seated time trial style. Unfortunately for him, to a certain extent, on this climb, he's up against none other than Jonas Vingegaard, who's already demonstrated that he is the second best climber in this race. Alone against the mountain now is Isaac Del Toro. He's left Pidcock and Martinez to their own devices. Carapaz too has been distanced, but will he be able to close the significant gap to Jonas Vingegaard, who's now almost half a minute down on this map? The reigning champion gunning for glory again, and who's going to stop him now? With just 1,500 metres to the top of the climb and less than 5k to the end of stage 10, it's looking like a third stage success for Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, very much so, and that's no real surprise to be saying this, and it was always going to set up for that to happen. But he's not going to get a huge amount of time in these guys. But Vingegaard's been doing all the chasing now, and he did. But this time he's been joined by Lipovic, Sexas, Ayuso and Schelmos with Evenepoel. Not that far, he's kind of dangling there at 3 to 4 seconds. So over the top of this climb, which comes for Vingegaard maybe in about 1,500 metres. It'd be interesting to see if anybody does have a crack at him. But well, this man Evenepoel, he's in a world of pain at the moment, and he knows he has to stay in there.
He's drifting, and no doubt there's going to be a little bit more drama amongst that group just in front of him. So potentially there are a few riders to be overhauled, but right now it doesn't look as if Jonas Vingegaard is going to ease up on the front of that group and let Remco Evenepoel back in anytime soon, because he wants to keep it as close as he possibly can. Started the day 2 minutes and 42 seconds down on Tadej Pogačar, who's wearing the yellow jersey today for the 59th time in his career. He's tied with Chris Froome. It looks inevitable that he's not just going to wear that jersey into a 60th day, in which case he'll tie with Miguel Indurain, but indeed he'll do it with an extended advantage on general classification.
I think the other riders will be gaining in confidence now. They'll see that, Vingegaard, well, I know he's riding on this climb inside the last kilometre, but they're able to match him on this climb. Nobody can match this man in this race so far this year. But Vingegaard, well, that second place is not secure, and I think the riders that he's with have to kind of realise this. And there's 6 and 4 on the finishing line as well. It just goes back to the Tourmalet stage when Vingegaard was out there in kind of no man's land, but there's no cohesion behind in the group. I really do think that they could have caught up with Vingegaard. So I still don't think we're set on the other 2 podium places, but this man, well, real no surprise that he's going to take yet another win in this race.
Yeah, a little left turn onto what looked like an absolutely crucifying little ramp, but it dealt with unseemly haste and ease was Tadej Pogačar. He's now within 3 kilometres of the completion of what will be his 24th career stage success in Tour de France, and he's now within a matter of just a couple of 100 metres at the top of the final classified climb. I'll remind you, we've got a short descent, and in the final 600-700 metres, it ramps up to 6%. So we could have a little bit of a contest, if not for the stage, but certainly for the battle for second on what is a little bit of an incline, a bit of a ramp up to that finish line.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to see the likes of Ayuso go over the top of this climb, put Vingegaard under a little bit of pressure. They have to realise that you know, Vingegaard isn't invincible. He flicks the arm going over the top, but let's see, has anybody got the legs to put him under a little bit of pressure? Because he's already ridden on this climb, and I think they'll be feeling the legs. But Evenepoel, well, he's putting up a great fight. There's an opportunity if he can just get to neutral service there. He stands a chance of coming back. It will be very interesting to see what Lipovic does here in this descent, whether he wants to go on the attack knowing that Evenepoel is just behind.
Vingegaard charges into the descent now, 42 seconds behind. It's not going to be a victory for Vingegaard on the day unless something remarkable happens. Just got to tiptoe his way through this descent, and it's a technical one, as you can see. Narrow road, plenty of hairpins. This isn't used too often by vehicular traffic. Del Toro now finding himself approaching a full minute down, but certainly about 45 seconds or more behind Jonas Vingegaard. So his podium position very much in threat, his white jersey also in threat, as Paul Sexas thought about coming up and giving Jonas Vingegaard a bit of a turn up and over the top, but then decided the better of it, happy enough to settle in. And no doubt Tadej Pogacar's eyes are adjusting to the changing light conditions as we race in and out of the tree cover here on this descent, and it's a really technical one, this.
Yeah, it looks at, and like you say, the light does change underneath the trees here, but we'll be soon off the technical parts. But I want to see if anybody's going to risk anything, and it's the Lidl Treks that are kind of pushing at the front, but Vingegaard still on the wheel, sitting in second place here.
Remco Evenepoel showing it just a handful of seconds. I suspect he could well already be in the wheel and may well rejoin that group, which after the huge turn that he did, I think that probably cost him his place at the front, and then he kind of rode solo on the hill in much the same fashion that Jonas Vingegaard did. So it's probably not a full reflection of his ability on the climbs today. Remco Evenepoel potentially going to join back up. That's what it looks like has already happened as we now prepare for the arrival of the reigning champion, the man in yellow, gunning for glory. And it's been another standout performance from the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. He's looking across at the camera, preparing his celebration here. He's got a little bit of a ramp to the finish line, so he might just wait a moment as the Lidl Treks try to ensure that there's just no way they're going to tow back. They're going to let anyone else get back in here, but are they going to do a little 1-2? There's bonus seconds on the line from the chase group behind, and there are also the opportunity on this final ramp to maybe just create a little bit of a separation of a second here or there. Slovenia's finest, well, he's done it again. It's absolutely extraordinary. He went into today's stage having scored exactly the same number of victories as his teammate Isaac Del Toro over the last 12 months, albeit Tadej Pogacar has tended to do it on a slightly higher stage. He's going clear in that particular standing. It's his 23rd win over the last 12 months. It's his 24th victory as a Tour de France racing cyclist, and it's another day in yellow in prospect with an extended lead. He just loves winning. He's won in Lyon, and he has avenged the defeat of Jonas Vingegaard from 2 years ago. He takes the glory on stage 10. It's victory for Tadej Pogacar. He looks at the yellow jersey and knows that it's his. He owns it with an extended advantage. We look back at the empty road behind, and it's the Red Bulls that are trying to play the 1-2, and Remco has come from behind. It's too little too late from Paul Sexas. I'm not sure he's going to get there. It's Remco Evenepoel that's racing potentially to second here. Paul Sexas has Lipovic in his wheel, but it's Remco Evenepoel. Great recovery ride by Remco Evenepoel. He takes second on the stage. It's a win of sorts, and Lipovic, I think, just might have pinched the final bonus seconds in third. It's a head tip of the head from Ayuso, Skelmoza, and now Jonas Vingegaard finally crosses the line, fully 43 seconds behind his rival.
Yeah, interesting there, and just like I said, put him under pressure and see what he can do. Evenepoel, what a cracking ride. He brought it back in the end, taking second place. This man isn't out of it as well. He's dug deep all the way to the finishing line. Okay, he's well outside a minute on his leader, but he's still in the big race to try and get on to the podium. The two Lido Trek riders, well, they look spent, but another great performance, third stage win of this year's Tour by Pogačar, but they're still wide open, and I think everybody believing that Vingegaard was secure in second. Well, I don't think so.
Isaac Del Toro's riding it to the line, but he's going to lose at least 45 seconds and more, I think, to his nearest rival, so he's going to plunge off the podium. Let's get a look at Tom Pidcock behind him, Martinez, and a very weary Richard Carapaz, who did so much to animate the stage. EF not going to get the stage victory. Neither to the Pinarello Q36.5, but a battling performance once again from Tom Pidcock, limiting his losses here after a crash on the day, and a second consecutive top 10 finish for him in a stage of Tour de France. Martinez on Bastille Day. Carapaz through. They all have a story after that one, but another dominant performance by the champion. We'll give him a moment to gather his thoughts, to reflect on what he's achieved. But after that, you sense he'll have recovered before the rest of them. How does this man feel about that one? Lost a bit of second or two here to his rivals on the final ramp to the line, but it was strong response. Piganzoli arrives home, Van Wilder, De Bruyne and the rest, but yeah, for Tadej Pogačar, business as usual. For Jonas Vingegaard, do you feel as if he's kept himself in the fight?
Oh, he's kept himself in the fight for second place, but I think the others have to take confidence, and that potentially that second place is now open. This man here, well, he's going to cement his position at the top, but I think the other two podium places are well open. And you know, Evenepoel, well, he never gave up, did he? He fought the whole way to the end, took 6 seconds and, you know, another handful of seconds. This man, well, he lit up the final. He gave it a good go. Again, it's one of these situations where you stick to your tactics no matter what, and that's what they did, so hats off to them. But I think we all knew what was going to happen here, and we're seeing another Pogačar win.
That's a smiling Adam Yates that comes through to the line. He knows he played a key role in making things as complicated as possible for Paul Sexas and the rest, but what about the young star? Just pipped, I think, for third on the line. Again, wait for full confirmation of that, but a fine fourth place finish, and heading off potentially to collect a white jersey. That to be confirmed. All smiles for
Remember 2 years ago,
Pogačar. Mauro Gianetti happy with that as well. Yeah, remember 2 years ago. There's confirmation of the finishing order at the conclusion of stage 10. Tadej Pogačar takes his 24th career success ahead of Remco Evenepoel, who just gets in ahead of Sexas, who hung on for third ahead of Lipovic, Ayuso, Schelmoza, Vingegaard, Del Toro, Pidcock and Martinez. That's your top 10, but in a class of his own in the top 1. Over half a minute clear of the rest. Tadej Pogačar. We think that Juan Ayuso, in actual fact, could well be heading to collect the white jersey, so a little bit to be confirmed, but a great performance from Paul Sexas nonetheless, third on the day. Well, he looks at that yellow jersey. Who can take it from him? No one anytime soon. An extended advantage after his 24th career success. Tadej Pogačar is imperious.
d'avance sur son premier dauphin qui est Jonas Vingegaard. Ça se resserre ensuite dans ce match pour la deuxième place. Remco Evenepoel est troisième à 4 minutes 06. Juan Ayuso, c'est quatrième à 4 minutes 22. Il va donc endosser le maillot blanc de meilleur jeune. Paul Sexas, cinquième.
So Tadej Pogacar, imperious once again in the Tour de France. Third time in his career that he's picked up a stage win on 14 juillet, and he just did it in the most emphatic style. His 24th Tour de France stage win on a day that he went level with Chris Froome, 59 days in yellow. Tomorrow he'll come back in yellow and he will move level with the great Miguel Indurain. All of that leaves him just 2 more to bring down in his career, and they of course are Bernardino and the great Eddie Merckx. Won't be able to overhaul them on this tour, but he's getting closer. Let's go and hear now from Tom Pidcock.
Tom Pidcock, well done finishing despite the crash. We just had Isaac Del Toro saying respect to you. Tell us about that moment when you fell down.
Yeah, I was not really expecting it. I think I don't know what they do with the roads here when they clean it. They put this white shit all over it, and it's really slippery. And yeah, I just see, you can see all the white stuff here. Yeah, so I just fell in the middle of the corner. Had to chase. I think in the end it didn't affect too much. I think. I mean,
how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm fine now, but we'll see later when the adrenaline wears off. But no, I think I'm all right. It's going to be a bit annoying. Don't think I've ever crashed in a Grand Tour before, so now it's going to be a new experience. Sleeping, trying to recover with a few cuts, but I don't think it's too bad. It's all right.
Just a quick one about the stage, Top. The sensation personally for yourself. How was it?
No, pretty good. I think I just missed that the front group. We'll disregard Pogacar, shall we? But so yeah, definitely getting a bit stronger. I couldn't hold with Isaac there on the final climb, but oh no, it was good. Racing at the front. Fast day, felt comfortable really until the final there, and it's a bit more enjoyable when you're not one of the ones suffering all day.
Happy to see you smile despite the crash. Well done, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, riders continue to come in, and we will bring you news of Tim Merlier as soon as we can, because he really was struggling along with many other sprinters today. What has been a very tough day out there. The day itself, though, has been all about UAE's dominance once again, but the dominance from their main man, Tadej Pogacar, who has further increased his lead in the overall standings. And let's take a look at those. These are provisional, of course, but Tadej Pogacar increasing his lead over Jonas Vingegaard to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Remco Evenepoel with some bonus seconds and a good finish, putting himself up into third. Juan Ayuso will move into the white jersey, now just 13 seconds ahead of Paul Sexas. And Isaac Del Toro, one of the big losers on the day, sliding down to 7th overall. Let's hear from Andre Alpman.
Andre Hopman, congratulations. When I spoke to you earlier on this morning, you said we'll decide on the road if we want to go for the stage victory. At which point did you decide today we wanted the stage win?
When we see that breakaway went quite late, and Florian and Niels were feeling good, then we say, okay, we go with our pace. Even team have really great legs again, so we tried. Yeah.
So is it always very much about what the other riders have got as opposed to how Tadej wants to race the stage?
Yeah, normal. This is Tour de France. we need all 8 riders with good legs, and today was like this.
How special was this victory? Because 2 years ago he was beaten to the line by his biggest rival, Jonas Vingegaard. Now he had that commanding victory today.
Yeah, we all know Jonas, that Jonas is a great champion, and be beaten from Jonas is not the worst. But yeah, today win again, and for sure this is good for morale for all of us.
Today we saw Isaac Del Toro getting dropped. He's lost the white jersey to Juan Ayuso today. Do you have an explanation for Isaac?
You know, for sure it was better that Isaac remained in the white, but anyway, Isaac is still young. He came at Tour de France to support today, and Tour is still long, and yes, for sure will come even a day of Isaac.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
Come on, to the top. You are doing great. Top, to the top, to the top.
Well, that was the team radio whilst he was on the climb. Then he got over the finish line and he was able to afford himself the time to celebrate. The records continue to tumble for Tadej Pogačar.
Se battre pour le podium, c'est une certitude. Oui, plus que jamais, effectivement, il a montré quelque chose d'assez fantastique, Paul Sexas, parce que ce qui est remarquable, c'est une montée en puissance.
Well, Remco Evenepoel had looked in a little bit of trouble, certainly on the Col de Pertus and then at the beginning of the Col de Fond de Serre. So his comeback was superb, and it's moved him into the pole position in his tee with Florian Lipovic. And he managing to come home in 4th. Let's hear from Florian Lipovic.
Del Toro hatte Probleme heute. Wie früh hast du das mitbekommen?
Natürlich bekommt man das mit.
Were you in a bit of trouble today?
Ja, bleibt einem auch nicht anders übrig, als an seinem eigenen Limit zu fahren. Das haben wir heute gemacht. Ja, es war ein richtig
We did everything as fast as we could today, and it was a hard, fast, tough day.
Für mehr hat es heute nicht gereicht. Wir haben natürlich versucht, Pogačar noch mal irgendwie zurückzuholen. Aber ja.
Just not able to catch Pogačar today because not as strong as we wanted to be.
Remco ein bisschen hat abreißen lassen müssen, dass die Gruppe vielleicht besser läuft?
Ja, natürlich.
You waited a little bit for Remco towards the end, didn't you? Yeah, we were hoping to get back some time, and we were still trying to reel in Tadej, and then we realised a little bit later that we could get Remco back, and he's just so strong on the descent. He flew through and came back to us, and that was great. And in the end, he came second, which was brilliant. That was the case. It did look ominous at this point on the climb for Remco Evenepoel, but he found a way. At this point, Remco Evenepoel certainly was not thinking about second place finish at all. He was thinking very much more about getting back in, but he managed to do that, and he managed to get second place, and all of that has lifted him up onto the virtual podium at present. Let's hear it from the stage winner though, Tadej Pogačar.
Today, the last time we came here, you battled it out in a sprint. This time, you wanted to finish on your own?
Yeah, I mean, today was an incredible day. the team did super good job. We targeted this stage since a long time ago, and yeah, it also happens that 2 years ago Jonas beat me in the sprint fair and square, and today I had similar legs at the finish, completely destroyed. But yeah, I enjoyed the day, and in the final I didn't know I'm gonna win until the last kilometer. And yeah, then I remember it's Bastille Day, and try to honor the yellow jersey. And yeah, thanks to all the fans that they came today to the road, and yeah, it was amazing atmosphere. Even though some booing, to all the guys that were booing, they give us more power.
Well, thank you for France. Take us through the moment you attack and the power you give all the way to the finish. What goes on in your mind? Do you know what's going on? Are you in contact with the DS, or is it just chaos all the time?
It's funny, today we were trying new radios, and when it was too much public, I don't hear nothing in the radio. So the last 10 kilometers, I didn't know what's the gap, who is doing what, and all I had in my mind is try to keep pushing to the top. I knew it very well. We also did recon yesterday, and but yeah, also there was a little bit doubt in my head since 2 years. I mean, 2 years ago, Jonas came, and then yeah, I was empty to the sprint. So for sure, I had this in my head also until the final few 100 meters.
No doubt, this time you increase your advantage in the overall on Jonas, on Remco, on Juan Ayuso. Another positive day for you on the Tour de France.
Yeah, no, I think so far the tour was perfect for me, for the team. It suited us really well, and yeah, it's today, for example, perfect climbs for each one of the rider in the team, so everybody could do their job, and yeah, in the end I could finish it off. Yeah, also Isaac did super good, and try to follow the rest, and yeah, he's a fighter, and he's also there now fighting for a top spot.
And you're enjoying it like the kid that you have always been.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's you never know how long it lasts, and yeah, we just need to be grateful for these moments, to be riding on here in the biggest race of the world in that. It's in France, yeah, not so far from our homes, and yeah, we just I need to enjoy this moment. See a lot of Slovenian flags also in the road, and yeah, you know, you need to enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
He is such a likeable champion. He's so humble, and yeah, you never know how long it's going to last. He's absolutely right, and so as a consequence, make the most of it. So these are our winners of the stages so far. 3 stage wins for Tadej Pogačar on this year's Tour de France so far. Stage 3, Stage 6, and now Stage 10. So these the jerseys. Tadej Pogačar stays in yellow, increases his lead. Pedersen increases his lead in green. Jonas Vingegaard will wear the maillot à pois. Tadej Pogačar is the winner of the stage, and Richard Carapaz with the most combative rider. Just a small error made there with Jonas Vingegaard being in the polka dot jersey, because he of course isn't on more points than Tadej Pogačar. Here's Nicolas Prudhomme, who is, of course, the lieutenant for Paul Success. Can you tell us about the stage today? Paul's done some really good work today, and he's improved his position in the GC. Well, yeah, it's Bastille Day, it's 14 Juillet, we wanted to be up front, we wanted to do well. There's always a doubt after a rest day of just just how you're going to be. With respect to Paul, he said he was feeling fantastic, so I wanted to be up at the front, and we were doing well. There was a lot of slippery moments out there, and we've seen a few riders crash actually, and that wasn't great because it was the lime on the roads that actually had a big problem for us. We felt great today. We felt really, really good. And Paul had good legs and has done well. He's one of the strongest riders behind Tadej. Yeah, we need that anyway before coming into this tour. And for someone of his age to be doing that well is amazing, and to be working for a leader like him, it's just great. Tough new day for Paul because he's never done this many stages. Oh no, I don't worry at all for him because he's only 19 and he's, I think, Paul's success is impressive. Well, here's the race for second over the line.
La première semaine a été difficile avec cette chaleur qui a accompagné pendant 9 jours les coureurs du Tour de France. Un petit peu plus de fraîcheur toute relative cet après-midi donc sur les hauteurs du Cantal. Le Lioran qui recevait donc pour la 4e fois une arrivée d'étape du Tour de France après 1975, après 2016 et 2024. La station du Lioran ici au sein du parc naturel régional des Volcans d'Auvergne. Le premier.
Jonas Vingegaard does not cut a particularly happy character coming across the line, head bowed. Be very interesting to know just how that man feels at the moment. He's on the rollers. So let's take a look at the highlights then from stage 10 of the Tour de France. It's Aurillac through to Le Lioran, 166.6 kilometres, and attacks from the start. The intermediate sprint came early on. Max Conter set it off in the end. Mads Pedersen had to work ever so hard to just pip him at the post, with Biniam Girmay coming across the line in third place. Little breakaway that took place further up the road. Harold Tejada with Javier Romo. Romo went on his own and got off over the top of the Col de la Griffoul in first place. He then went over the Col du Prat de Bouc out in first place as well, with UAE driving the peloton behind. And eventually they were to catch up with Romo and take over and take on control. Richard Carapaz then led the charge with an attack 7 kilometres from the top of the Puy-Méripat de Pérols, and he managed, after getting over the top of it and then descending really well down the other side, to get himself into a position of real authority. However, Pogačar attacked on the Col de Pertus, and just in no time at all, it felt, he had caught up with Richard Carapaz. And as ever with Pogačar, he didn't pause and wait to join in with a rival. He just continued powering away. Massive attack over the top of the Pertus, and then descending really sensibly without taking any risks. Managed to keep his advantage and stretch it over a group containing Jonas Vingegaard. Remco Evenepoel started to waver and have some problems. First of all on the Pertus, then on the final climb. But over the final climb of the day, the Col de Fond de Serre, And Pogacar soloed away to the finish line, increasing his lead in the yellow jersey. His third stage win on this year's tour. And yet another day in the yellow jersey. Evenepoel did really well to fight back, and he finished in second place, picking up some bonus seconds, which could prove vital come the Champs-Élysées and Paris. And Paul Sexes had a good showing as well. He came across the line in third place. Jonas Vingegaard right at the back of that group, and Isaac Del Toro losing the white jersey today after a day that he found very hard indeed. A great win for Tadej Pogacar. Evenepoel in second, Sexas third. His teammate, Evenepoel's teammate, Florian Lipovic in fourth place. Juan Ayuso's the new man in white in fifth. Matthias Skjelmoser in sixth, and further second seeded by Jonas Vingegaard, who finished in seventh place. Lenny Martinez and Tom Pidcock into the top 10. Let's hear from the man who is second.
Yeah, I mean, when he went, I realized I had to do just my own pace, and from there I was thinking it's going to be a time trial for me to the finish, but luckily for me I could get a bit of help on the last climb, and yeah, it's I think it's an okay day for us. It could be a lot worse, that's for sure.
You've been in this position before, chasing early in the tour. When you lead on an experience, what does it tell you about going forward?
I think my legs are getting better and better, and yeah, I'm looking forward to also the longer climbs, and yeah, hopefully we can have some good weeks.
So 24 minutes down the road, we're going to see Romain Grégoire, the French national champion, and his group come across the line. Still 20 minutes to go for the time gap. Spoken a lot about the performance of Remco Evenepoel coming home in second place on the stage, in spite of having some tricky moments out there today. So let's go and hear what Remco made of today's stage.
What to come back for you or so?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I had a really hard moment on the last kilometer of the valley climb before we turned into the last 3K of the what was the third category climb? I mean, second last climb before the finish line. So yeah, I mean, I had confidence in my downhill, so I just went fast down without going too crazy. But yeah, I had to come back if I still wanted to make a chance for becoming second today.
And now you are only 30 seconds behind Jonas for the second place for the GC.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to take some time back, especially with what the weekend is bringing. So it's going to be very important to stay calm next days, survive well, and then from Friday on, but especially Saturday, Sunday will be a big fight for the GC. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I feel that I'm getting better every day, so all good.
Certainly does look like he's getting better every day. So does this man, Tadej Pogacar. Third stage win on this year's Tour de France, and his 24th in total. Those records, as I said, just keep on being rewritten.
De Fabrice Pancouc, le président du conseil régional Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, et de l'autre côté du podium Bertrand Lafarge, société Salis Pneus, invité par Continental. Donc voilà, ce champion slovène, c'est le patron, c'est qui le patron.
Top speed just under 40 km/h in the last 500 meters, which was of course uphill at Le Niort.
Et vous allez le retrouver d'ici quelques instants pour embrasser du jaune une fois de plus. Donc voilà, un garçon.
And confirmation of the standings. Well, Romain Bardet has joined our team. He is from this region. What did he make of Tadej's performance today?
Tadej Pogačar got his revenge in this city 2 years ago, where Jonas Vingegaard was simply stronger. Today, we could all hear a big roar when he finished today. That was something from not only Pogačar, but also from UAE, Romain.
Yeah, obviously they did a really master class today, pulling all day. They didn't really care about any break, actually. I think they executed the plan they had in mind, when doing the turn first with Vermeersch, Polit, and, they all contribute. I was expecting Pogačar to start really at the bottom of Col de Pirtus. He waited a bit longer, but the results were the same. I would say a really brave ride from Carapaz. Really, really brave ride, and also from what I saw behind the guys, but they were riding really fast. Was Jonas also was really brave on the very last climb, pulling with all the other podium contenders in the wheel.
And then Remco Evenepoel coming back, winning the sprint for the second place. A brave ride by Richard Carapaz. Romain Bardet, you've been in the peloton with UAE, with Pogačar. How intimidating is it to be a rival with that pace they're setting?
Obviously, for the rider of my class, there is nothing you could do, and I saw a lot of really strong riders as well, trying to jump across to the break, and then you got hit back like a boomerang, really. So. And I spoke briefly with Valentin Paré-Pinte, who is now one of the very best climbers, in the world. And yeah, he pulled off really at the middle of Puy-Marie, because he said, what can I do? They are riding so fast, so quick that, when they are on a mission, it's better to know that, so you save your legs for a day where it has more opportunity. But so far, 2 really hard stages and 2 wins for Pogačar.
And 3 in total now for Tadej Pogačar.
3 in total.
Stays in yellow. The time he's gaining more time. Stays in yellow. Tadej Pogačar
does stay in yellow, and most important for this is it is seeing a change in the standings of most days in the yellow jersey. Came into this tour in 5th place. He's very slowly but surely pushed himself up now into 4th. And he's very likely to finish the tour in 3rd position behind 2 of the greats, Bernardino and Eddy Merckx. 59 days in yellow now for Tadej Pogačar. Tomorrow, with his 60th day in yellow, he will move level with Miguel Indurain. The lead increased. Let's hear from Pachi Villa of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe.
Pachi Villa, what a day with Remco Evenepoel getting dropped and distanced, and then 1 kilometre to go, he's back in the group and taking the bonus seconds and the 2nd place. That must have been a real relief to see him back in that group amongst Florian and the other rivals.
Yeah, he was having a bit of a hard time on the valley, but I think he managed really well. I think he showed the character he has, and the big champion he is. He fought it back and then was able even to win the sprint. So it was I think, really nice to see the commitment and the trust he had in his own opportunities, and then how he came back. I think is really good.
It really seemed like watching that sprint a real test of his mental character and how strong he looks mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it showed, at that moment, I think it's only him, for the car. Okay, we could give him a bit of information, a bit of telling him how things are coming up, but yeah, that's it, and it's up to him to find that internal strength and spirit to keep fighting, so I think it was fantastic.
We saw Jonas Vingegaard doing a lot of the work, in fact all of the work in that group he was with. What was the reason for Florian to not give him a turn? And I mean, I know Remco was suffering anyway, but why, could you have limited your losses?
Of who?
To Tadej Pogačar, when the gap was at sort of 20 seconds and it was holding steady.
Yeah, but we pulled on the valley all together, and it was already more than when Remco was dropping, was more than 20, so there is no hope of bringing him back. Actually, it was 30-ish. So I think it was not simply with we had one of the 2 leaders struggling, the other one just support him just by staying on the wheels of of Jonas in this case, and we just want to keep open the two options until the line, as long as we can.
But ultimately on this next difficult day, general classification day, you must come away from this happy and content with the way they both rode.
Well, no, it's, so far, as long as we can keep them both together, fighting both for the podium spots, I think it's always a tactical advantage, so we'll keep it as long as we can.
Do you think it's possible to do second and third then, overall?
Why not?
Thank you.
Interesting to hear that. Here's another one of our changes. Into the white jersey goes Juan Ayuso. So Little Trek's tour continues to be a very constructive and positive one.
Aurillac, et bien voilà, on applaudit très fort Juan Ayuso. Ah oui, immense champion aussi, il est jeune, il a du talent. Le sociétaire à part entière de l'équipe, Lidl Trek, et voilà, il goûte son bonheur, il prend son temps évidemment, et il a bien raison. Monter sur le podium protocolaire, sauf quand on en a l'habitude. Comme dans quelques instants, le combatif du jour nous rejoindra sur ce podium protocolaire avant que l'on attende évidemment pour l'ultime levée un peu plus tard à la présence du maillot vert. Mais de ceci, on en reparlera dans quelques instants.
And here we have the latest in the standings here. 13 seconds separating Juan Ayuso and Paul Sexas. Isaac Del Toro slips 46 seconds behind in third. Lenny Martinez and Pinazzoli both remain in their positions, and there's been a little bit more movement further down in the top 10. Richard Carapaz, a very popular winner of the most combative rider.
Qui remporte le prix de la combativité, félicité par l'hôte et l'hôtesse Century 21 en présence de René Pouget, le président du comité départemental de Cantal du cyclisme, et également Nicolas Fabriès, responsable de la remise protocolaire et ambassadeur Century 21. Et voilà, il est heureux, Nicolas, d'être là, et on le remercie lui aussi. De même que René Pouget, président du comité départemental du Cantal de cyclisme. On aime le
remonter finale vers la ligne. On aperçoit déjà les premiers sprinteurs comme Michael Matthews, notamment Mathieu Van Der Poel, Mats Pedersen. Voilà, et bien là, Mats Pedersen vient de passer la ligne à l'instant. Les groupes étaux donc.
We're just hearing that Mats Pedersen is about to cross the finish line. Let's hear from Juan Ayuso though.
Juan, contanos un poco de la batalla.
Juan, tell us about the battle in the group that went on today.
¿Cuánto estás satisfecho con tu performance en el día de hoy?
Bueno, la verdad que estoy contento.
How satisfied were you with your performance as well? I was pretty happy with my performance today, I've got to be honest. I was right at my limit for the majority of the day, which was a real challenge. Jonas was pulling to try to get to Tadej, which we had to try and attempt there. I'd like to have done a bit more in the group, but it was really, really hard. I did everything that I possibly could to maintain my position because it was such a challenging day. Who was the strongest in the group? I think Jonas was probably the strongest in the group. Like I said, I'm happy to be back in the white jersey. You're currently fourth in GC. Do you think you can get on the podium or dream of something bigger? I think it's clear we're in a good position. I don't want to think about it too much. It's a couple of really tough weeks, and I'm going to take it day by day. I will try and recover as much as I can. But it's going to be very tough to recover. Well, there is the green jersey making his way across the line.
Benjamin Thomas le champion olympique de cyclisme sur piste à Paris, qui coupe la ligne à son tour également à l'arrivée ici au Lioran.
Eh bien voilà, merci mon cher Damien.
Let's take a look ahead then to stage 11. And this feels like it is another one for those sprinters. Setting off from Vichy. Intermediate stage comes, well, the intermediate sprint comes at Saint-Pourçain-sur-Sioule very early on once again, and then the two climbs, Côte de Billionnaire and Côte de Billy-Chevan. Neither particularly taxing before a long, flat run-in, just under 40 kilometres to Nevers. (1,400 metres of climbing, not very much at all. Poitiers Vallée makes its way up towards the finish line with the last riders trying to get there. And just 3 minutes and 40 seconds inside the time gap, and they are safe. So tomorrow, 13:40 Central European time for stage 11 of the Tour de France from Vichy to Nevers. We've got day one of the Corrales Championship taking place on the PGA Tour. That's Thursday from 6 o'clock. Motocross from Great Britain on Sunday, and the Riesenbeck Equestrian Global Champions Tour takes place on Sunday as well. Dare to choose sport on HBA Max, and make sure you're with us tomorrow for stage 11.